If I find out you're the one who broke this lucky cat, I'm docking your pay, Silas said calmly, scooping tea leaves as he glanced at the beckoning cat on the counter. One of its arms snapped off. No one paid him any attention. Skylar was standing behind Leo, her right arm locked around his, before she vaulted onto his back. What did Silas mean? You've got a girl on each arm. Who were you holding? I haven't forgiven you yet, you know. Don't get too comfortable. If I catch you with another girl, I'll decapitate me. I'll announce to the world. Your Majesty, I'm pregnant with the royal heir, octuplets, to be precise. Get off me, you weirdo. Leo grunted. Listening to the absurd exchange, Silas felt a muscle in his eyelid twitch. He looked around the second floor of his elegant lounge. This was degrading. Would you two stop it? Leo, what did you come up here for? To listen in, Leo said, signaling for the conjoined twin on his back to get down. They both settled onto a pair of low stools. But Skylar, seated next to him, kept making little movements, wiggling her eyebrows and making faces. Silas felt like an elementary school teacher trying to manage two unruly students. He tried to shoot them a look, a silent command to quiet down. But as he focused, he realized Skylar was making faces at him. Her lips seemed to be forming the words, turn around. The sheer audacity. Silas wanted to say, this is my place. You're telling me to turn around? Do you have any idea how absurd you sound? Me? Silas. You want me to turn around? Don't let it happen again, Silas muttered, turning his chair to face the window behind him. He silently lifted his teacup for a sip, but his ears twitched subtly. He was eavesdropping. What do the kids call it these days? Shipping? Leo, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied to you. Why didn't you apologize sooner? Because I was seriously reflecting. Skylar pulled a small notebook from her purse and began flipping through the pages. I shouldn't have said I was your first love. I shouldn't have lied about the confession. I shouldn't have engaged in pad fraud. What you see should be what you get. Question mark. That last one doesn't count, Leo said. Skylar said, oh, and picked up a pen, preparing to cross the item off her list. Leo gestured for her to close the notebook for now. So, have you forgiven me? She asked. Not yet. Let's see. Leo was angry, but it wasn't some deep-seated grudge. The world was full of lies. Your classmates, your teachers, the guy at the farmer's market, the coffee shop owner, some shady influencer hawking products online. You learn to live with it, to learn your lesson and move on. Life goes on, but lies from people you hold close? Those are hard to ignore, because you care. If someone you cared about could tell you a massive lie, and you felt nothing, not even a ripple of annoyance, well, Leo could only say, buddy, your heart must be made of vibranium. A white lie, strictly speaking, was a contradiction in terms. For the person being lied to, the act of lying itself was never white. But Leo wasn't going to get hung up on it. You couldn't be happy in life if you fought every single battle. Leo, this is my formal confession. I wrote it very seriously. It lists all my crimes. Please, will you read it? I'll look at it later. What did you and Silas talk about? Silas had been waiting for some cheesy, tooth-achingly sweet romantic dialogue, maybe even a kiss. Getting nothing, he lost interest and turned back around. Leo, you want a 1% stake in the Cypress Lounge? No, I haven't done anything to earn it. Do you have any idea what becoming a partner would mean for your current situation? It means when I go back to the Miller family, I'm not just walking in empty-handed. I'm buying my way in. As he said it, Leo glanced at Skylar. Some things were better left unsaid, but now that it was out there, she might as well listen. The biggest obstacle between them, ultimately, was the diverging paths their lives were on. What Skylar was about to hear was the future Leo was walking into. So why don't you want it? Silas asked, sipping his tea. Because nothing in life is free. Of course there are conditions. The Millers are old money. They have their hands in many of Riverbend's traditional industries, shipping, retail. That's not enough. Edward Miller would never let me get involved in any of that. Leo understood what Silas was getting at. The idea was that he'd use his position to funnel resources from the Millers back to the lounge. But that was a fantasy. Once he returned to the family, he wouldn't get access to anything besides a direct allowance. And if he didn't show enough deference, Edward wouldn't even give him that. He'd get a free meal and be told to get lost. Leo had never planned on getting anything more. So that couldn't be Silas's real condition. What if the offer is for you to take over the lounge in the future? Silas said, his expression placid. Leo, however, was visibly shocked. You're not that old. Already thinking about retirement? When you get to my age, you start thinking about the future. Why me? You don't have an illegitimate son stashed away somewhere. Silas must have been a real player in his youth. Even if he was officially single and childless now, it wasn't impossible that a stray shot had hit its mark years ago. Even if I did, it wouldn't matter. It has to be you. Got it. It's because I'm handsome have high EQ, and know how to talk to people, right? It's more than that. There were things Silas left unsaid. The Cypress Lounge was a unique establishment. Its clientele was sensitive, their social interactions delicate. A place like this had immense requirements. Internally, it had to satisfy those needs. Externally, it had to protect its resources. Was the lounge itself special? Not really. It was replaceable. The irreplaceable part was Silas. As long as he was here, the lounge would thrive. If he was gone, some other Iron Gate private club or Golden Rail Lounge would pop up in Riverbend. He couldn't just pick any successor. Even with his help, they'd fail. The candidate had to meet 3 criteria: the ability to run the lounge, a certain status within the city, and Silas's personal approval. The only person who checked all 3 boxes was the soon-to-be reinstated young Mr. Miller. Leo and Silas exchanged a look, a silent communication that tested the limits of their intellect and rapport. It was unclear whose intellect was lacking, but Leo didn't get it. That didn't stop him from guessing it had something to do with his new status. What else did he have? Honestly, Leo was tempted. Some opportunities were a mix of crisis and risk. No one has a God's eye view. You just have to choose. What's the catch? What do I have to give? Your little girlfriend here has already paid the price. Skylar, who had been completely lost during the cryptic conversation, snapped back to attention when she heard her name. Right. I already paid. I don't agree, Leo said, refusing. 1% of the lounge was worth a fortune. Skylar was a student. No matter how rich her family was, she wouldn't have that kind of cash. It had to be something other than money. My only condition was that she have an extra guide on her trip around the world. Silas, I trust you as a person, Leo said, but this deal has nothing to do with anyone else. State your terms based on me. If I can't meet them, we'll pretend this conversation never happened, and I'll go back to my shift. You kid. Always assuming someone's out to get you, Silas laughed, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. The Skylar thing was just a convenient excuse. I was going to have this talk with you sooner or later, because no one is more suitable than you, but it is related to her. If it weren't for that $37,000, the thought of retiring wouldn't have even crossed my mind. Besides, she still has to bring the person back. I owe her a favor. What's this about a guide? Silas has an old flame, and he wants me to find a way to trick her into coming to the lounge, Skylar chimed in, happy to finally answer a question she understood. Leo gave Silas a strange look. The old dog really was thinking about settling down. It made sense. When you get old, you want a companion. As his successor, having received such a huge favor, did that mean Leo would have to take care of him in his old age? For some reason, an image of Vito, Corleone, and Michael popped into his head. Should I get on my knees right now and call him Godfather? Should I get on my knees right now and call him Godfather? But then he remembered how things ended for some of Vito's associates. Silas, one more thing. Your old flame and Skylar, 2 women out there alone. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Aren't you going to pull some strings to protect them? You think it's as easy as you just saying it? Protection doesn't cost money. I'll forego my share of the profits. All I want is the title of partner. You're a good kid, Silas said, a genuine smile finally appearing. I've already handled it. Now get out of here. Their business was concluded. Leo and Skylar got up to leave. They were just about to head downstairs when Silas called out to them again. She's off to run wild around the world. What about you? Leo's expression didn't change. Skylar's also didn't change. I'm staying here to take over for you, obviously. So you 2 broke up? Silas, you need to spend less time online. It's bad for your eyes, Leo said, shooting the old man an exasperated look. Don't tell me what to do. And don't clock out yet. You have a big client coming in who you need to entertain. How big is big? Spending 10 grand tonight just to see you. Damn. Next time a client like that comes around, tell her to contact me directly. Save the lounge its commission. I'll have her sit on my lap and feed her wine. Get lost. The courtyard of the Cypress Lounge was meant for cherry blossoms, but they weren't in season. To keep it from looking bare, Silas had planted magnolia trees instead. Evening was just beginning to fall, the time when the lounge truly came alive. Visitors like Peyton, who had come in the afternoon, were rare. This was usually when Leo's shift started. He expertly led Skylar along the cobblestone path, greeting the lounge staff as they passed. Skylar, curious, took in the scenery, echoing his greetings to everyone. He led her to the bar in the back, a space with a surprisingly medieval feel. Sconces lit only one side of the room, and the walls had been intentionally left with cracks and crawling ivy. A medieval-style bar hidden in the back of a Japanese lounge. Whether Silas had good taste was debatable, but it was certainly eclectic. Leo ordered a lemonade for Skylar at the bar. You're so cheap, Leo. You won't even buy me a real drink. That lemonade is $15. Is this lemon made of gold? Skylar quickly grabbed the glass and took a sip, smacking her lips softly. Tastes pretty much the same as the stuff from a gas station fountain. What were Silas's real conditions? She asked. Just that his old flame acts as your guide, and the last stop on your trip has to be the lounge. When are you leaving? Haven't decided yet. Sometime this year, for sure. Leo nodded lightly and ordered a drink for himself. He took a sip, sitting silently on the high-back stool. The light from the sconce cast his face in shadow. His thoughts were his own. He turned his head slowly to look at Skylar. She was leaning forward over the counter, biting the end of her straw as she watched him. What's that you're drinking? I want a sip. A Moscow Mule. Ooh, a Russian drink. Must be strong, right? It's all right. It's out lime and ginger beer you wouldn't... Before he could finish, Skylar had stuck her straw in his glass and taken a small sip. Cough, cough. Did they put hot sauce in this? She sputtered, unable to stop coughing. An unexpected smile spread across Leo's face. He pursed his lips and grabbed a new straw, sticking in her lemonade. Let's have a toast. To your... Leo, I'm drunk. My ears aren't working. Skylar shook her head, grinning foolishly. Her eyes glazed over as she tried to play the part of a drunk. Seeing it wasn't fooling Leo, she giggled. Leo, do you remember the first time I told you about my adventure plan? Of course not. Then I'll tell you the story again. It started when I was 14. My grandmother died, and I was closer to her than anyone. I was so sad, I didn't even want to eat, but I just couldn't cry. I'd hide in my room all day, not knowing what I was thinking. Then my parents took me to Africa. I didn't want to go at all. I'd read in books that Africa had cannibals and giant lions. The Africa in my mind was yellow, brutal, desolate. But I couldn't win against my parents, so we went to Kenya. Everything there was so extreme. We'd be driving, and a tortoise the size of a car tire would crawl by. A leopard would be chasing an antelope. Annoying baboons would steal your things. You'd see blood and guts right there in front of you, no filter. A kid you give candy to will just stare at your back. The first thing I did was throw up, and then I just started bawling, because life and death were happening all the time, with no rehearsal. That place shattered every perception I had of the world. My mom told me to cry as loud as I could, and if I couldn't cry, to laugh as loud as I could. Because you have to face the separations of life and death with the fullest possible emotion. It's an ancient piece of wisdom. You only realize it when you experience it firsthand. Everything you only imagine is different from the real thing. It made me realize that life is limitless. Leo nodded, acknowledging her point. In the age of the internet, even the most obscure things had a TikTok presence. He had a general idea of what she was describing, but watching it on a screen was worlds away from living it. It was a crude comparison, but he couldn't help but think it was like watching a video versus experiencing the real thing. He fully supported her dream, and even found himself admiring her parents. Instead of lecturing, they had chosen to teach her through experience, a very expensive lesson, but an effective one. A toast, then, to your life's adventure. Leo, you really don't want to come with me? I never considered it. My mom has a chronic illness and needs someone to look after her. Besides, I don't have the money. Some things sounded like you could just do them on a whim, but in reality, they were weighed down by endless considerations. You're just traveling. It's not like we'll never see each other again. Don't say that. Today isn't for goodbyes. Don't make the mood so heavy. Skylar covered Leo's mouth with her hand and muttered to herself, after my adventure, I'll come back even more amazing and beautiful. You'd better work hard, too, so you don't end up unworthy of me. Just try not to get eaten by a lion. Tui tui. Don't say unlucky things. Here's the notebook. I have to go. Skylar shoved the confession book into Leo's arms, shook her head playfully, and walked out. After seeing Skylar off, Leo lay back on a hammock in the lounge's courtyard. Where is this big client? Bored, he opened the confession book, flipping through the lies Skylar had told him. He skimmed past things like pad fraud and first love. Then his eyes snapped wide open. He found something incredible. I shouldn't have lied to Leo that my birthday wish was for him to join my adventure. My real birthday wish was for his sickness to be completely cured. Wish for my sickness to be completely cured? The sentence seemed perfectly normal. After all, Leo was at this very moment a patient, but something about it felt wrong. The Moscow Mule got its name because drinking one felt like a mule had kicked you in the head. Right now, Leo felt like he'd been kicked 100 times. He couldn't quite figure it out. Leo, your client's here. Come in. Isabella Vance was still waiting for Leo to start his shift. She felt like her eyes were about to burn out of their sockets. This was supposed to be his start time, wasn't it? The online dating gurus taught that a healthy relationship required showing your effort because your partner would feel loved by your dedication. So she would wait. When Leo saw her car, he would definitely come over and ask, and she would tell him, ever so casually that she had been waiting for 2 hours. Isabella didn't see Leo, but she did see a vaguely familiar figure walk by in the distance. She couldn't quite place who it was. The person was wearing a mask. Then she saw another somewhat familiar figure walking out of the lounge. She didn't recognize that one either, as she had never truly met Skylar Reed face-to-face, only glimpsed her from afar at the manor gate. The two familiar figures passed each other. Skylar didn't look back, but the masked person suddenly stopped, turned, and watched Skylar's retreating back for a long moment before slowly heading toward the lounge. Fate was a strange thing. An hour earlier, Peyton, whom Isabella had also met once, had been in this very spot, in the same place at different times, for people, seemingly unconnected yet strangely linked, had gathered without realizing it. And strangely, though they should have been rivals, not a single word was exchanged between them. The wind blew through the present, the past, and the future. And in the unseen, who was pulling the strings? Welcome. What should I call you? The Serenity Room was practically Leo's exclusive domain. He smiled as he led the silent client inside, gesturing to the corner of the table. Please pick a scent for the incense. The woman didn't speak, merely pointing to a vial labeled sea salt. Your taste in fragrance matches your taste in clothes, Leo said smoothly. The woman tilted her head, a silent question. Fashionable. This was Leo's go-to opening for more introverted clients. Not everyone who came here was ready to let loose. Many who were uncomfortable in new environments were naturally wary of hosts like him, especially in a place as high-end as the Cypress Lounge. So Leo needed to be a little cheesy, even a little corny, to give them a sense of superiority, which would help them relax. It was the same reason some people avoided those fancy, intimidating barbershops. And, of course, it was an easy way to start conversation. This woman's fashion sense was truly on the cutting edge. She wore black boots with a white inner lining, an asymmetrically draped skirt that fell to her ankle on one side and only her thigh on the other, and a tight, black and gold bandage-style top. Harajuku inspired? Leo asked. The person opposite him nodded, but still didn't speak. Leo was cursing internally. You're the one who paid 10 grand to see me. So why aren't you talking? If you can't speak, use sign language. Seeing the flicker of annoyance on Leo's face, the woman suddenly smiled, and for the first time, she spoke. You're cursing me in your head, aren't you? Now why would you say that? In the lounge, the client is queen, but the fact that you even had that thought is my failure. What can I get you to drink? It's on me. Leo patted his chest, taking the blame. I'm not drinking yet. You sit there. Leo obediently sat across from her and asked tentatively, Ma'am, is the air in here bothering you? Is that why you're not taking off your mask? I'm very ugly. What are you talking about? Ma'am, with your taste and figure, you're already top tier. I could smell a mix of scents on you. The one in your car, or your home, is sea salt, isn't it? The I'm ugly line was a trap. Praising or denying were both wrong. The only correct move was to change the subject. What else? What else can you smell? To be honest, I have a special technique for reading people by their scent, but it only works if I can see your face. The most important part of reading someone wasn't the smelling, but the watching. You watched their facial muscles, slowed your speech, and made your guesses. Just give it a try. Your voice is a little hoarse, and I can still smell the toner on your face, which means you didn't sleep well last night at the very least. You probably just woke up, though it's possible your sleep schedule is just irregular. The woman's voice trembled, and her eyes, for some reason, began to redden. This little trick of his, reading people by scent, was something he had practiced on her. She inexplicably turned her head away and said slowly, What do you usually talk about with your clients? Are you like this with me? Oh, you're one of the easy ones. Other clients order me around, make me drink, call me mommy. You get all kinds of strange people. That must be very hard for you. It's the job. Everyone's got it hard. The head chef in the kitchen makes hundreds of sashimi platters a day. He has nightmares about salmon coming to haunt him. Now that's hard. So you must make a lot of money, right? Not much. How much can you make from hard labor? I can barely afford my monthly pass for the share bikes. Are your expenses high? Did you get a girlfriend? The woman's voice wavered as she asked, her eyes desperate for an answer. I'm a warrior for pure love. We love spending money on our girls. Leo swore. He used that line with clients all the time. It was a joke, a way to build a little character persona. No one ever took it seriously, but this client seemed to be taking it very seriously. Do you regret spending money on her? I'm kidding. A guy like me would never spend money on a woman. You shouldn't spend money on other women. I'd like to deposit some credit with you, if that's okay. Of course. Leo's status had just been upgraded from retiring employee to partner. He couldn't refuse a deposit now. This was money in his own pocket. Just name a number, and I'll go tell the front desk. 50,000. How much? Leo's face broke into a wide grin. This was a real big client. Hell yes. Silas never lied when it came to making money. You're the man, Silas. I should still advise you to spend cautiously. Modern entertainment is a pleasure, but excessive spending can be a problem. You're worth the price. You've got great taste, boss. Leo hurried off to the front desk, even tripping over himself and bumping into the door handle on the way out. It wasn't that he was blinded by the money. He had to act this way. This was what the client was paying for. Did they really think a few compliments constituted emotional value? Was the top donor on a live stream really there for a simple thanks, boss? No, they were there to see the host grovel and lose their composure over the money. The feeling of class suppression, of power, that was the real thrill for the bosses. Leo returned carrying wine, snacks, and even a CD player. Let's listen to a song, boss. What CDs do you have? Boss, CDs are too much trouble. This is a new era CD player. It connects via Bluetooth. Play last year's Promise. Leo fiddled with the machine for a moment before the song began to fill the Serenity Room. If we can't meet again with tears in our eyes, can we still meet with a blush on our cheeks? The room wasn't large. 2 steps in, and you were on the tatami mat. On the paper window hung a painting titled A Maiden's Prayer, depicting a girl praying to a mountain god for the safe return of her lover from the front lines. The mountain god, however, looked rather terrifying, like a malevolent tree spirit. The masked woman's eyes were red-rimmed. She knelt on the tatami mat, her long skirt unable to hide her bent legs, her hands gripping the edge of the low table. Her hair was styled in a Heim cut, which obscured the shape of her face. It was a difficult haircut to pull off, as it offered no flattering frame for one's features. Ma'am, you've either had your heart broken or you're living with regret. Crying, listening to this song, spending a fortune at the lounge, it was hard not to connect the dots to a breakup. Ma'am, if a man doesn't like you, that's his loss. It's my loss, she whispered. You're just too deep in it. If it were me, I would never, ever break up with you. I'm very ugly. Can you still say that after seeing my face? Love isn't about looks. It's about the soul. Then come over here and take off my mask. Right away. For a big client, Leo was infinitely attentive. He moved closer, carefully reaching out to remove her mask. Your features. You look like a movie star. If it were me, I'd be your biggest simp. I'm not just saying. He couldn't finish. The words caught in his throat. It was like an old cassette tape getting stuck on a single, garbled phrase. The only sound in the room was the CD player. Like that year, we hastily carved together forever. Such a beautiful lie. He recognized her. He'd seen her on his phone. She had so much she wanted to say, so much she had prepared before coming. But now, the only thing that could move were the tears crisscrossing her face. The world had changed. Things were no longer the same. Before words could form, the tears flowed first. Summer Lynn looked at the face from her memories. She said, Leo, you're still the same as always. Such a space case. Leo froze on the spot for a moment, but his excellent professional training quickly kicked in. He raised a hand and put the mask back on her face. Ma'am, you should keep this on. There's a nasty bug going around. My cousin caught it. They saved his life, but fried his brain. You don't want to see me? I just don't want to ruin your experience. Phew. My fault for being so nosy and taking off her mask. It's much more comfortable with it on. So, if I want to drink, do I have to cut a hole in the mask? Of course I won't stop you from taking it off. It was just a joke to lighten the mood. A seamless transition. The heavy atmosphere of a reunion between ex-lovers dissipated into thin air. What would you like to drink? Or did you just want to talk? I'm allergic to alcohol. The first time I found out, you were the one who took me to the hospital. Summer knelt on the tatami mat, her bright eyes following Leo's every move. Okay, I'll remember that. Any other dietary restrictions? No beef, for instance. I don't eat fish, can't eat sashimi, and can't drink. Your lounge experience is going to be severely limited. Leo, you really don't remember anything at all? Of course I do. I remember my mom is a gentle person, my dad is a bit of a goofball, Silas and my coworkers at the lounge are good to me, and I got into a decent university. That's not what I'm asking. That's all I remember. Leo spread his hands in a gesture of helpless resignation and stood up to get some food from the kitchen. It was worth noting that while the lounge took orders, in most cases the host would ask about restrictions and then make the selections themselves, especially for first-time guests. That first meal was crucial, a chance for the host to use their judgment and showcase the lounge's service. It would also become the default order for that client on future visits. It was one of Silas's little money-making tips and a key metric for evaluating a host ability. For coffee, I'd recommend the Jamaican Blue Mountain or a Kopi Luwak. but since it's so late, sparkling water might be better. For snacks, I notice you look like you work out. Do you need something low-calorie? Or perhaps entirely vegetarian? I'm not eating. Let's just sit and talk. Ma'am, I'd be happy to, but a working man has KPIs to meet. Isn't $10,000 for one night enough to meet your quota? You're the one not eating. It's not my fault for not serving you. Leo sat back down on the mat. He wanted to change the subject to avoid a cold silence, but Summer beat him to it. Leo, we've known each other since we were 12 and started dating at 16. Even if you don't remember any of it, it doesn't change the fact that we were the closest. I'd love to agree with you, but I'm sorry, I really don't remember. I can help you remember. I can even start from the day you lifted my skirt when we were 12. Back then. Hold on. If this is about helping me find my memories, you don't have to. But if you just want to tell me a story, I'm happy to listen. And Summer truly did start from when they were 12. She said her family had just moved into Riverbend Estates, and she didn't know any of the other kids. They all avoided playing with her. Only Leo was willing to play with her, because he saw she had a copy of Naruto manga he wanted. Leo was the king of the kids, the kind of leader who, with only one PSP, could allocate game time to every other child. His status was absolute. That day, Leo walked up and gently lifted her skirt. All the other kids started teasing them, saying they were a couple. She ran off, red-faced, crying her eyes out. Leo told her not to cry. Other girls try to secretly hold my hand, and I ignore them. I did this so they'll respect you and accept you. Otherwise, they'd definitely play pranks on you behind your back. He stuck a thumb out, pointing at himself. Nobody knows the kids in Riverbend Estates better than me. The little boy under the sun was full of swagger. That day, Leo finally got to read the manga he'd been dreaming of. He immediately ran to the base of a tree and dove into its world, a trail of other boys following, staring with envy. A flock of girls surrounded Summer, chirping with gossip. She looked over at the boy under the tree, who carefully wiped his hands on his shirt before turning a page. At 12 years old, the little girl felt like she was seeing the dawn of her adolescence. And just like that, she'd secured a meal ticket to the Miller family dinner table. Summer also came from a divorced family. Her mother was a saleswoman who worked long hours. On weekends, when other parents called their kids home for dinner, no one ever called for her. Diane Miller would just scoop her up and take her home. Occasionally, she'd run into Leo's dad, Rick, at the entrance to the neighborhood. He would always give her a lollipop and ask her to put in a good word for him with Leo, then say as he left, "Thanks, little daughter-in-law." Whenever that happened, she would sneak a peek at Leo's face. Leo, in those moments, usually had no face to speak of. He'd just grab a stick and prepare for a duel to the death with the old rogue, acting out a touching scene of fatherly love and filial piety. Summer would watch it all silently, and in a corner where no one was looking, she would secretly nod. Many introverted people have a habit of quietly mumbling to themselves what they've just said. She had it too. The content of her mumbling was, "Okay, uncle, I understand." The years passed like the motion-activated lights in the stairwell of an old apartment building, fickle and unreliable. When you paid attention to them, you'd curse them for being broken. When you didn't, a flicker of light would pass unnoticed. They were in the same class in middle school, the same school in high school. Everywhere Leo went, he was popular. He was one of the guys with the boys, and his desk was piled high with Christmas chocolates from the girls. But where there is love, there is also hate. That damn high school bullying sometimes didn't even need a reason. That Christmas, a light snow was falling over Riverbend. The convenience store at the school gate was playing All I Want for Christmas Is You on repeat, as was tradition. In the alley leading from the school to a man-made lake, Leo was cornered, about to get a lesson from some local toughs. Summer knew that walking up to them would only make things worse. By then, she had blossomed into a real beauty, and in high school, she certainly didn't lack for protectors. But she and Leo always walked to and from school together. Their childhood sweetheart story was known even to the teachers. No idiot was going to step in to save her boyfriend. Summer could only bite her lip and walk forward, her mind going blank. The unfortunate experience of being ostracized by the other kids 5 years earlier meant she was terrified of confrontations like this. But she still walked to Leo's side. She swore she only intended to stand next to him, even if it meant they got beaten up together. But the script didn't unfold as she expected. Leo smiled at her, just like he had 5 years ago. This time, he helped her zip up her school jacket. He once again pointed a thumb at himself and said, "Nobody knows these scumbags better than me." 5 years later, he was still full of swagger. A flood of boys rushed out from the school, like an imperial guard. The sheer number of them sent the tough guy running. Leo took money from his bag to buy cigarettes and water from the store for the brothers who had come to his aid. Though no fight had actually occurred, Summer tugged on his sleeve from behind. Don't smoke, she said, handing her own pocket money to Leo. She was sensible. Leo didn't smoke, just passed the cigarettes to the others. When the other guys saw Summer, they started catcalling, "Hey, it's Leo's girl." Summer, blushing, hid behind Leo, in a spot where no one could see. She secretly nodded, mumbling to herself, Why didn't you give me any chocolates?" Leo asked, frowning at her. "Everyone else did. Everyone else gives you something, so you don't have to. Have I been protecting you for all these years for nothing?" "Don't yell at me. I'll buy you some," Summer said, her lips trembling, looking aggrieved. "You gave me all your money. What are you going to buy them with?" Leo broke into a wide grin and pulled a chocolate bar from his bag, handing it to her. "Here, go home and throw out all the ones you got from other people. Eat this one. I didn't accept anyone else's. I'm not like you. You only took mine? I knew you had a crush on me. Do you like me?" Summer asked, timidly looking up. She was used to being the tag-along. Even when she mustered up all her courage, her voice was still a bit weak. But it was precisely that soft-spoken question that made Leo blush instantly. It was the first time Summer had ever seen Leo look flustered. The Leo she knew could navigate almost any social situation with ease. He was always full of swagger. "What's this about liking? I don't know, I don't get that stuff." "Ha, look at you." Leo fidgeted as if he had fleas, nearly breaking into a Tai Chi routine on the spot. Until Summer asked again, "Leo, do you like me?" In movies about war, there's always a scene after the battle where the surviving man and woman confess their feelings. Maybe it's the suspension bridge effect, or maybe the hormonal rush from the tension is just that strong. In any case, having just survived a major incident, Summer suddenly found her courage and looked up at Leo. She wanted to press on. "I don't know if it's like, other girls give me gifts and I just ignore them." The same old arrogance, just like 5 years ago when he said he didn't like to hold other girls' hands. Leo was a master of putting on a front. But the worst thing about putting on a front isn't being exposed by others. It's when it crumbles on its own. Summer, in her school uniform, wore no makeup, but her bright face was like a spring river, with courage from some unknown source. She stood on her toes and wrapped her arms around Leo's neck. A snowflake landed on the corner of her eye, melting into the winding river of her moist gaze. The girl's suppressed emotions were a boat sailing against the current of a winding river. Bright eyes, flushed cheeks, and the initiative to stand on her tiptoes were enough to intoxicate any man. Leo was no different. He lowered his head, his eyes wide open. And, just like that, the lie about not liking contact with girls crumbled on its own. His friends, seeing this, instinctively turned their backs to form a human wall, shielding them from the sharp gaze of the dean of students at the school gate. The convenience store, as if on cue, changed the Christmas song to a classic jazz hip-hop track. The song was called about a bear, and the two of them, in their embrace, whispered things no one else could hear. Only the song's melody swirled in the snowy air. When the film freezes on the old days, he holds her close and softly says, "Always." "Wait, this story is really touching. I just want to know, what's their ending?" Summer's storytelling was too good, complete with a background music change. It was like watching a movie. Leo almost wanted to ask the big celebrity to sing for him. She must have a great voice, right? It would make the story even more immersive. "This is our story." "Oh, right. My bad." Leo genuinely wasn't pretending. It was a side effect of the amnesia. As he listened, it started to feel like someone else's story, mostly because he had no memory of it himself. "Our story? Sounds like I was pretty ruthless. You should have been a simp for me. How did it end up the other way around?" "Who said you were a simp? I saw it with my own eyes. You don't believe me?" "I don't believe anyone." Leo shook his head. He had learned his lesson. Other people's versions of his memories were bullshit. They could subtly change a detail here or there, and how would he ever be able to verify it? So in a way, the amnesia was a blessing. It was best to just treat it all as a story. "Wait, I can't just listen to the story. When are you going to pay me back the money you owe me?" "I try to pay you back. You didn't take it." "Well, it's not too late to take it now. When we made the deal, did we mention anything about interest?" Leo figured that since it was a loan, there must have been an agreement. If there was interest, it could be a nice chunk of change. "At the time, you said it was a gift for me. It only became a loan because I insisted. So no interest then." Leo automatically skipped over that part of her sentence. Knowing himself, it was entirely possible he'd said something like that. But he wouldn't care now. Hilarious. What does the old me have to do with the me now? The bank card is here. The pin is inside. It's $250,000 in total. How much? If Leo remembered correctly, Silas had said his earnings were around $125,000. Subtracting the 15 grand he had saved up for his mom, that should be around $110,000. There was no way to calculate $250,000 from that. There's no reason to set interest after the fact. If we didn't agree on it back then forget it. Besides, what kind of loan shark would have to be involved for it to roll over to 250 grand? It's what you deserve. Let's just forget it. I just want my money back. That much money is too hot to handle. Who knows what kind of trap is waiting for me? Leo, I admit I made mistakes in our relationship, but I have no reason to harm you. Summer was getting emotional. From the moment she started her story until now, her tears hadn't stopped. Leo considerately handed her a tissue, gesturing that if she didn't wipe them away, they'd fall into her mouth. He then took a sip of sparkling water and cleared his throat. That's what they all say. Write down my card number. Transfer the principal to my account, and we'll be even. We can never be even. Summer couldn't relax the way Leo could. For days, she had been dreaming of the words she saw at the Miller estate. Some things you have to walk through alone to understand that you can never truly, definitively close a chapter with someone. The feelings run too deep, like an endless wasteland in your life. Hey, what are you talking about? We can't be even? You're a big star now. You still need to borrow money from me. Leo quickly wrapped his arms around his shoulders, feigning victimhood. I don't make much from this job. My boss is a real slave driver. Can't you go torment someone else? Leo, will you quit your job and go back to school? I'll cover your tuition and living expenses. Stop. Another person trying to dictate my life. Pay me back first, then we can change the subject. Leo held up his hands. Forget the fact that we broke up. You can't tell me what to do even if we were still together. The $110,000 principal won't be in your account until tomorrow. I'll take this card, Diane. My mom won't take it. Don't waste your time. To be honest, Leo hadn't heard enough of the story yet. He wanted to know how he went from being a sought-after handsome guy to a simp. No one knew this part of the story except Summer. The psychological file Dr. Shaw had given him only contained his side of the story. It wasn't that his side was wrong, but as someone who had read a few history books, Leo knew that a single perspective could never restore the full picture. You needed to look at it from multiple angles. Keep telling me the rest of the story. Focus on how I became a simp. Tell me, was it your psychologist who told you that you were a simp? That's not important. Just tell me how the sweet childhood sweethearts broke up. Later, hold on, I'm gonna get a bucket of popcorn. And what was that song you mentioned called? Something about a bear. Leo went to great lengths to create a story-listening atmosphere, even swapping his sparkling water for an iced Coke. To enhance the immersion, he put about a bear on the CD player again. That's the stuff. A regular bottle of iced Coke costs $3, with the first sip being worth $2.50. The lounge's iced Coke's first sip had to be worth $10. But since Leo wasn't paying, it was even better. Summer sat quietly on the tatami mat, waiting for Leo to get everything ready. Story time began. Summer said the story really started after high school graduation. From the time they got together until graduation, they had a sweet time, pushing each other to do well and get into the same university. This was a hurdle for many high school couples, but luckily, both of them had good grades. Since neither of them came from wealthy families, they chose to apply to the local Northwood University. Their life script seemed predictable. With any luck, they'd finish university, go to grad school or find jobs, struggle for a few years, and then start their own little family. Life would have its bumps, and moving up a class was likely a pipe dream, but this was happiness for an ordinary person. She loved to sing, and she was good at it. She would post videos of herself singing on social media. Leo was very supportive and would even occasionally appear in them, bobbing his head in the background like in so many other couple sings-a-song channels. A cute couple plus a genuinely good voice earned her a decent number of followers, but it was hard to monetize that kind of channel. The occasional small ad deal would fund their dates. Hitting it big, by all accounts, was a long shot. But then, one of her videos blew up. The one where she sang Last Year's Promise. To go viral online, just singing a song well is never enough. You need a story, a persona, to break out. As it happened, a classmate leaked the story of their childhood romance. Neighbors and childhood friends chimed in to ride the wave of popularity, confirming the story. Riding the wave of good fortune, agencies started reaching out to Summer. But nothing in life is free. They passed on almost every contract. They restrained their greed, thinking they could just earn a little from the heat and be done with it. A person's transformation requires a sudden event. Someone living a comfortable life, no matter how ambitious, would find it hard to take that step. But a huge problem landed in front of Summer. Her mom lost her job. School and life cost money. And Leo's family situation wasn't great either. Diane's medication was expensive, and she was even considering getting a part-time job. Summer was suddenly jolted awake from her comfortable dream. The road ahead for her and Leo was very, very long. They weren't facing the trivial problems of normal students worried about overspending their allowance or not having enough money for a gift. They were both essentially starting life on hard mode. Just living a normal life would be a struggle for them. She had to find a way to change things, a huge change that could truly save both their families. So the idea of making her own music was born because she couldn't think of any other way. At night, people are always filled with grand ambitions, only to wake up and curse themselves for being crazy. She told Leo about the idea, but didn't take it too seriously herself. She chose to sign a contract. A signing bonus of $35,000 for 2 years was a fortune for a family with a monthly income in the low thousands. But it meant she had to move to another city. This time, Leo didn't stick his thumb out and point at himself, saying in that arrogant tone, "Nobody knows X better than me." Because this was beyond his abilities. This man, who had been so full of swagger at 12 and 17, for the first time, lowered his head. He chose to support her dream, giving the decision to her. They started a long-distance relationship. Life after joining the company wasn't easy. For a singing influencer who was only popular in a small circle, the company could find dozens like her online with a single search. Once inside, it was a dog-eat-dog world. Her life consisted of writing songs, practicing, and posting videos. The company gave her no real opportunities. If you and your girlfriend are each other's first love, financially strapped in a long-distance relationship, and one of you has a student mentality while the other has entered the workforce, then congratulations, this fully buffed relationship is destined to be a sweet torture. Different life statuses, financial pressure, being unable to see each other, delayed communication. These things can destroy any relationship. Inexperienced in love, they would break down and cry late at night, toss and turn in arguments over love, break up with each other in the middle of the night, only to wait for a message in a half-asleep state, and then apologize like crazy upon waking up. There are many men and women like them in the world, trapped in the cycle of breaking up and getting back together in love. At this point in the story, Summer broke down crying, asking Leo if he could understand that feeling. Leo shook his head, then nodded. He had lost his memories of love, so it was hard for him to empathize. But he could understand the struggle of trying to cross class barriers. If Leo hadn't been in that hanging state that night and run into Silas, he would never have known which way the door to the Cypress Lounge even opened. This world didn't belong to him. Until one night, after they had broken up, Summer couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to go home, but she was facing a hefty penalty for breaking her contract. But then Leo called and said he had found a new job, that he could make money to support her music. This time, Leo sent a video, once again pointing his thumb at himself with that same arrogant expression from his childhood, just like at 12 and 17. Nobody knows how to make money drinking better than me. That man, who had been so full of swagger since he was a child, finally lifted his head again. At this point, Leo had a rough idea of what night that was. It was probably the night he was hanging from the tree. He knew some of what happened next from those check-in videos she sent. Summer said she didn't agree with Leo doing that kind of work, but in their lifelong relationship, Leo had always been the one in the dominant position. She couldn't argue with his decisions. At the time, Leo had told her, "Go become a big star, then you can support me, right? I can't possibly be a bar host my whole life." Summer agreed. With no resources, Leo paid for her to make her own music. Her solo singles started to gain some traction, and the company saw her value. She began to step into the spotlight. She thought everything would get better, but she had underestimated the price of fame. A solo single was just to show the company her value. The resources still had to come from them. The condition was, cut off all contact with your bar host boyfriend. Summer refused. But the price of refusal was that all those nights Leo spent drinking would be for nothing. This was a price neither of them could afford. So she could only discuss it with Leo, asking if they could date in secret. "When we're old enough, we'll get married. Trust me." But she had overlooked the change in Leo's mentality during this process. He was even developing a psychological illness. The result was that Leo refused. They officially broke up. The story ended. The CD player was on a single-track loop of about a bear, and at that moment, it was playing the line, "Love is still prevalent in this world, even if the love and love letters is only on the surface." "So this is what I owe you," Summer said, pushing the bank card over again. "What are you talking about? I was just listening to it as a story." Leo squinted and smiled, indicating he didn't take it seriously at all. "Leo, I ignored so many of your feelings. I'm sorry. Don't bring up the past. I don't remember it. So what's the point?" But Leo, we're the ones who should be the closest. Leo fell silent when he heard that, subconsciously clenching his fists. Actually, many people could verify his history with Summer, childhood friends, high school classmates. It would be easy enough to ask around and find out what kind of person she was. But no one could verify her experiences after she left Riverbend. So Leo could only assume those parts were fake. He didn't want to be played for a fool again. But it was impossible not to be drawn into the story. Leo found it hard to describe his emotions. He could only express it with one sentence. Summer, if you hadn't told me this story, I could have just treated you as an ex-girlfriend. Since there's no deep-seated hatred, the past wouldn't matter. But now you found me and told me this story. So, let's assume everything you said is true, and you're telling me we're still the closest people to each other. Then please, tell me this. When I woke up in that hospital bed, where were you? Leo genuinely hadn't intended to make the atmosphere so tense. At the very least, he felt the weight of growing up together was far greater than ex-girlfriend. Was a relationship with an ex really that precious? The mature thing to do was to not bring it up, maybe chat politely if they ran into each other back home over the holidays. If they couldn't chat, they could just wish each other well. Wouldn't that be fine? But no, she had to drag the conversation into the heavy territory of love and hate. In that case, don't blame him for getting confrontational. It had been over a month since his accident. She kept talking about love and intimacy, so where had she been for the past month? He knew she was a big celebrity and busy, but was she too busy to even make a phone call? Leo, I was in Riverbend at the time. We talked the day before your accident. I know. So why? The day of your accident, I was at the hospital. I even saw Ms. Vance there. Summer pulled out her phone and showed him a picture of Leo on a gurney, a nurse frantically trying to stop the bleeding. But Dr. Morris said no girl ever came to the hospital. Dr. Morris had no reason to lie to him. As a man, he had no stake in this game of romantic intrigue. Accidents are sent to the ER for trauma care. Dr. Morris only got officially involved in your case the next day, after you woke up and showed signs of amnesia. Summer's logic was sound. She had only been there on the night of the accident, a night when no one knew he had amnesia because he was still unconscious and half dead. The logic was sound, but Leo found a hole in it. So you're saying you never met Dr. Morris and never came back to the hospital after the day of the accident? How did you know Dr. Morris even existed, let alone know so much about it? Dr. Morris is my cousin. My grandfather and his grandfather were brothers. Damn it. So the straight-laced Dr. Morris was a double agent. A traitor. This was a betrayal of their revolutionary friendship. Now I can't even trust Dr. Morris, Leo muttered, rubbing his face with a bitter laugh. Dr. Morris hadn't even been dealt a hand, and he'd still managed to bluff his way into the game. Leo, you should trust me. My goals are different from theirs. Aren't you all just trying to get this handsome guy? What's so different? They need to hide the truth to win. I just need you to recover and get your memory back. Then, I'll win naturally. Stop. The decision to break up was made before the amnesia. I don't know what my reasons were, but I trust my past self. Ever since the USB drive incident, Leo had become suspicious of every girl he had been involved with. It was a feeling that had developed after a series of events post-amnesia. In Leo's mind, his romantic history had been a beautiful fantasy. It's human nature to idealize what you don't know. Especially after the three beauties visiting the hospital incident, this beautification of his past had reached its peak. But the mind is fragile. It can't handle such drastic ups and downs. Lies and concealment emerged one after another, until the USB drive incident. At that point, Leo's suspicion also reached its peak. Until he got his memory back, he wouldn't believe a word anyone said. It was like your relatives inviting you on a free trip abroad. You're on a first-class flight for the first time in your life, thinking beautiful scenery is just ahead. You're flying first class, what could go wrong? After a long flight, you arrive in beautiful Thailand, but the beaches and bikinis you imagined are nowhere to be seen. You think, well, close enough, the ladyboys aren't so bad once you get used to them. But after a restless night, you're standing in front of men with AK-47s and electric batons. You've arrived at a scam compound. So now his only principle was, treat everything as a story, especially what Summerlin said. Once his shift was over, these things wouldn't occupy his mind again. In a room that looked like it was designed for a vampire count to move in with his coffin, Dr. Evelyn Shaw had an inexplicable urge to call Leo. But then she thought better of it. Leo was probably having a bit too much fun lately. Whatever he was feeling, it wasn't pain. She shouldn't subject herself to the humiliation. When he wasn't in pain, his insults were weak, almost like pouting. It wasn't satisfying to listen to at all. Leo shouldn't be mired in the bog of lovesick drama. Dr. Shaw was wearing a long, hooded sweatshirt today, the hem completely covering her shorts, creating an invisible pants look. But due to the eerie candlelight and low visibility of her office, she had pulled the hood over her head, making her look like a New Age witch. A witch must do a witch's work. She pulled a file from the bookshelf. Summerlin. From Leo's past accounts, Summer Lynn was more of a weak, damsel-like figure next to the male protagonist. Obedient, sensible, and compliant. But one day, she suddenly decided to choose a different life. This made Leo, who could no longer control the situation, feel a sense of unease because it shattered the long-standing dynamic of their relationship. It was a dynamic where Leo was the leader, the one who propped everything up. His personality dictates that he wants to be in control of any relationship. So, the onset of his psychological issues first appeared when he was faced with his inability to help Summer with her future. This was exacerbated by his silent insecurity when Skylar proposed her dream of traveling the world. Finally, when faced with Isabella Vance's financial proposition, all he had left was self-mockery. Leo's desire for control was never about utter submission. It was about having the ability to direct the course of events. This is evident from how he, after starting to work at the lounge, emptied his pockets to support Summer's dream. Summer, after her transformation, clearly didn't realize this. In my communication with her after Leo's accident, I informed her of his psychological condition. She expressed a hope that Leo could leave her and start a new life. She believed all his pain stemmed from her. She came to me after the USB drive incident and saw Leo's attitude, which solidified her confidence. She was finally ready to stop entangling herself, to completely leave Leo's world and no longer cause him pain. She won't go see Leo. What a joke of a love story, Dr. Shaw shook her head. The simp label was indeed something she had intentionally guided him towards. But was she wrong? Faced with someone completely unsuitable, Leo would rather drink himself to death at the lounge than give up. What was that if not a simp? As for why Dr. Shaw deliberately went against Leo's desire for control? Because people with that personality are natural-born heartbreakers. Once the novelty of control wears off, they play for a bit and then move on. Getting a guy like Leo to be devoted to one girl was next to impossible. So, from a certain perspective, Summer's choice to become a star was the right one. It successfully ignited Leo's fighting spirit. Otherwise, in a normal relationship dynamic, as Leo matured and moved onto a bigger stage, Summer would have been destined to suffer the sorrow brought on by a heartbreaker. A pity none of them are thorough enough to truly possess a heartbreaker's heart. You have to be the most uncontrollable one of all. He'll hate me for this, won't he, Leo? Back in the Serenity Room, Leo sipped his Coke and said, "Let's not talk about such deep topics. Want to tell me some entertainment industry gossip instead?" Compared to the messy drama of love, Leo was actually more interested in this. It wasn't that he was biased against the entertainment industry. It was messy, sure, but what circle wasn't? Being steeped in the environment of the lounge had taught Leo a profound lesson. Once people were fed and had money, they would inevitably think of some crazy things. The finance world, the fashion world, the influencer world, they were all the same. Any circle with keywords like resources and climbing the ladder was more or less the same. Ultimately, whether it was messy or not depended on the individual. Leo wanted to hear entertainment gossip because he wanted to hear gossip about big stars, just like hearing about which neighbor was having an affair. Gossip about people you don't know is always less interesting. Leo, does that question mean you suspect me? I don't mean anything by it. You're my only contact in the entertainment industry, after all. We report it to each other every day. I have other ways to prove it. I believe you. But Leo, there was one woman you never reported to me. Summer's tone suddenly shifted. Tears welled up in her eyes, a matter that had clearly been weighing on her for a long time. Who? Dr. Shaw. Simultaneously, Summer took out her phone and showed him a chat history with a contact named Dr. Shaw. The chat was sparse. The topic mainly revolved around Dr. Shaw, from a psychologist's perspective, telling Summer that the patient needed his ex-girlfriend to come back. In short, she was constantly urging Summer to come back and see Leo. She didn't know I was at the hospital on the day of the accident, didn't know I'd already seen you and knew about your amnesia, and certainly didn't know Dr. Morris was my cousin. So the reason I didn't show up for so long was to see what this mysterious doctor was up to. Leo raised a hand, signaling her to continue. He felt there was more to this. My cousin said 3 girls came to your hospital room on the day you were discharged. As Summer said this, a strange look of resentment flickered in her eyes. Leo had seen that look before. When he had no clients, he would sometimes be called over by other hosts to play drinking games with their clients. It was a form of mutual support among colleagues. Those older, bitter women, when playing games, would complain about their husbands playing office games with their secretaries or supporting college students. They had the same expression. Don't look at me like that. I'm a single man now. I'm used to it. You were the same when we were kids, a total social butterfly. A hint of reminiscence entered Summer's eyes, and then she smiled frankly. But in the end, you ended up with me. I can't stand it when other people brag. Get to the point. Dr. Shaw's motives are not pure. She is deliberately trying to create conflict between you and the other girls. Continue. After the USB drive incident, I deliberately appeared before her. I even used the excuse of understanding your feelings to go to her and state my position. You stated you would come find me. No, that I would leave your life for good. Because in my conversation with Dr. Shaw, I had clearly expressed my wish for you to have a new life. Due to the USB drive incident, I was worried she was in league with Ms. Vance, so I even put on a show in front of Ms. Vance, saying that we had a painful on-again, off-again past, so I wouldn't bother you this time. The purpose? Leo didn't make any internal guesses. He was waiting for enough information to convince him. Because I sensed they had ulterior motives towards you. Just like the kids in Riverbend Estates when we were little. Summer suddenly smiled, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. She took out a copy of a Naruto manga from her bag. People always start reminiscing for no reason. Like when you're in your 40s, successful, waiting at a red light with an old nostalgic song playing on the radio, and you inexplicably remember the girl who let you copy her homework in grade school. Then you suddenly realize that when she said, "Pay attention in class," she didn't just mean you should listen to the teacher. Summer also remembered that warm afternoon, the boy pointing his thumb at himself, telling her, "If I don't do this, they'll definitely play pranks on you behind your back." She dreamed of that boy pointing his thumb, saving her. So she went to sing. She hoped that one day, she could also point her thumb and save him. But she didn't do a good job. Last year's promise really did become just that. But this time, she had a new chance. It seemed like someone was playing tricks on him behind his back again. She could finally, just as she had fantasized at 12, point her thumb. Leo, I know you don't believe me. Just treat everything today as a story. But for a while, you have to act like you're annoyed with me. And especially don't tell Dr. Shaw that I came to see you. We'll act like today never happened. I won't appear in your world, but when the time comes to fight back, I'll do my best to provide evidence to make you believe me. Leo waved his hand at her words. There's no need for that. Let's all just live our own lives. I don't trust anyone right now. Not you, not Dr. Shaw. You're all the same. That's not true, Leo. You've always been full of swagger, wanting to be in control of every situation. You're just unable to figure things out because of your amnesia. I know you're having a hard time to. That was a whole lot of nothing. Of course, Leo wanted to be in control, but how could he be when he didn't remember anything? You go live your life. This time it's my turn. Summer broke into a radiant smile. The celebrity's looks were undeniable, even under the harsh glare of the overhead lights. Every word of the story she told was true. She wanted a future, but the goal of choosing that future was for a better life. Her final destination was happiness. The happiness of both of them. Yes, young love is always sweet and torturous. Not getting into the same university, not having enough money, long-distance relationships, the pressure of entering society, misunderstandings at work, the helplessness of discussing marriage. Clumsy love, personal growth, the burdens of life. Any factor could become a storm that destroys love. But if they could really grit their teeth and endure that difficult time, they would leave an indelible bond in each other's lives. And then no one could underestimate the power they had, walking side by side through the years. Summer left. Before she went, she gave Leo a quick hug, then immediately pulled away. Leo, my cousin said there's hope for your recovery. How so? You need the person most familiar with you to help you remember. Summer all but had the words, "That person is me," tattooed on her forehead. Leo waved his hand, telling her not to get ahead of herself. But he did start to seriously consider visiting Dr. Morris again. Or maybe I can use the Miller family's resources to find another doctor. He didn't have any good options at the moment. He'd looked into it. Recovery from amnesia was mostly a matter of luck, and treatment relied heavily on personal factors. As for Summer's whole scheme, he had no intention of getting involved. What was there for him to do anyway? He would just go on living his life, as usual. God, this is so annoying. I just want to slap Ethan a couple of times. For no reason at all, Leo thought about the satisfying feeling of slapping his cousin. The guy just wasn't following the script. You're the villain. Why aren't you causing trouble? Come on, give me a reason. How else am I supposed to get an opportunity to smack you? After sending Summer off, Leo stretched and decided to call it a day. It had been a busy one. He'd served 3 clients, but he'd also earned a lot. No one turns down money, and Leo was in a phase where he needed to save up. Silas was a businessman. Giving him the chance to be his successor was already a huge favor. If he wanted a bigger stake, he'd have to pay for it. Thinking about this, Leo suddenly felt a sense of ownership. He was a partner, after all, right? So it wouldn't be a problem if he just crashed at the lounge for the night, would it? Besides, that Moscow mule from earlier had given him a headache. The lounge had guest rooms, but not many. They were reserved for top-tier VIPs. Leo found an empty one and let himself in. These rooms were ridiculously expensive, but they were pure luxury. He drew a bath, even theatrically sprinkling in some flower petals. Stripped bare, he lay back in the tub and started reading the file Peyton had given him. Right now, the pressure from the Miller family was his biggest concern. The file from Peyton was his chance to fill in the information gaps. This counts as studying hard, right? Ethan Miller sneezed. He hadn't left the house in days. He caught the flu and was on a 4-drip. For him, this wasn't rest. It was torture. My father must be getting senile, telling me not to see Leo before the family dinner. How could he not see him? If he didn't go, who else could stop Leo from returning to the family? Who? The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. He dialed Peyton's number. Peyton, what are you doing? Sleeping. Have you been in contact with Leo these past few days? As he asked, Ethan felt a pang of guilt. It was all the flu's fault, forcing him to rely on his fiancée to spy on Leo. I saw him today. Uncle Edward told me to inform Leo about the family dinner. Thank you so much for the trouble, Peyton. What did Leo say? Not much. Just that he got the message. Hearing this, Ethan's face darkened. So you're actually going to go? Did he say anything else? No. Nothing else at all? If you don't trust me, I'm hanging up. How can I not trust you, Peyton? I just think. Beep, beep, beep. The dialed tone echoed. Ethan put down his phone, feeling guilty. Damn his big mouth. He made Peyton angry. But Ethan didn't give up. He dialed another number. Rocco, you've been quiet lately. What have you been up to? HNNGH. HNNGH. Just following your orders, keeping an eye on Leo. What's that noise on your end? Ethan's senses sharpened. That panting and grunting. Was he on a treadmill at this hour? I've gained some weight recently. Just trying to lose it. So how's the surveillance on Leo going? Ethan didn't dwell on it. What was that, boss? I asked what Leo's been up to these past couple of days. Didn't your fiancé come by and say we don't have to watch him anymore? So you just went off to party, is that it? Ethan said through gritted teeth. He didn't have to think to know that his senile father had sent Peyton to call off the surveillance. The tailing didn't have a specific purpose, just general monitoring. But being constantly left out of the loop, being treated like he was invisible, was something Ethan couldn't stand. You've all always treated me this way. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'll show you. I'll make a big move in secret and shock everyone. Is there any way to cause some trouble and keep Leo from attending the family dinner? The rules were invisible. Once Edward Miller had agreed to let Leo come home, he had to make sure his own actions were impeccable. The dinner was a chance for Leo to integrate into the family. But if Leo didn't show up, no one could say anything. Boss, what if I go rough him up a bit? That's senile old. My dad won't allow any low-life tactics. Is there a way to do it with a little more brain power? Something that won't leave a trace and will keep him from moving freely. Boss, I've got a plan. What if we get him to beat us up, and then we call the cops and have him arrested? Rocco regretted it the moment he said it. The plan wasn't bad per se. It just didn't sound like something a carbon-based life form would come up with. His boss was definitely going to chew him out. Brilliant. You're like my very own Machiavelli. Maki who? Do we need to go abroad for this? It's settled. Leo is just a college student. We'll go to his campus and mess with him. He'll feel like he's losing face and will definitely throw a punch. Boss, you've thought of all the details? You're a genius. You're a genius too. Isabella was still waiting. Isabella couldn't wait any longer. She was going to go into the lounge and find someone to contact Leo. But first, she needed a solution. After several unanswered calls, she concluded that Leo was deliberately ignoring her. In reality, his phone was on silent while he was with clients. She typed into her phone's search bar, "What to do if your girlfriend is ignoring you?" The answers were all over the place. Women are emotional creatures with rich inner lives. It might be due to a lack of timely communication. Isabella thought this one was spot on. Leo was definitely prone to inner drama, but it didn't offer a solution. Useless. When a woman is ignoring you, she's often secretly crying on the inside. If you just hold her and comfort her, how? The comment section gave her the answer. Sometimes, all a woman wants is a gesture. Just say softly, "Baby, I was wrong," hold her and give her a kiss. She'll be happy. Isabella rehearsed it in her mind. An involuntary shiver ran down her spine. She couldn't do something like that. But if she didn't, what else could she do? The CEO straightened her clothes, opened the car door, and got out. She let out a soft sigh and strode toward the lounge. Women are so much trouble. Isabella couldn't remember the last time she'd been to the Cypress Lounge. She only remembered it was a night of pouring rain. How hard was the rain? As hard as the rain in a Lifetime movie where a mother carries her sick child to the hospital. As hard as the rain in that dramatic scene from The Notebook. As hard as the rain Neo dodged bullets in during The Matrix. As hard as the rain during Napoleon's retreat from Moscow. She had her own bar. If she just wanted a drink, she had no reason to come here. But they said, the Cypress Lounge is a rare haven of happiness in a weary life. If you're happy, you'll find it vulgar. If you're unhappy, perhaps you've been detached from vulgarity for too long. Life is vulgar, isn't it? In any case, that night, Isabella hadn't contacted anyone. She had just wandered in dazed. After a look around, she had felt a wave of disappointment. It was indeed vulgar. Only the man sitting at the edge of the room had caught her eye. They had only exchanged a few words. Why not give it a try? What makes you different from them? I really need the money. Don't the other hosts need money too? They're not as pure as I am. All I see is money. Isabella shook her head, dispelling the memory. Why isn't Leo working today? Isabella walked to the front desk, finally voicing the question that had been plaguing her. Ma'am, Leo is on duty today, the receptionist said, looking up bewildered. When did he come in? Around 2 in the afternoon. What kind of bar opens at 2 in the afternoon? A client had an appointment. The young receptionist was timid. She could feel the murderous intent in the high cheekboned, mixed-race woman's eyes. It was terrifying. Isabella suddenly realized something. In the comment section of that article about being ignored, there was one comment she hadn't understood at the time. Now she suddenly did. When you feel the shower water turning hot and cold, it's because someone else is sharing your water heater. Where is he? Is the client still here? He just opened a guest room for the client. He probably hasn't finished with his last appointment yet. Open a room. With a client? There was a misunderstanding here. The lounge's receptionist was basically just a mascot, responsible for odd jobs and checking account balances. Most of the work was handled directly between the hosts and clients, even billing. The only thing they did was record guest room and private room bookings to avoid double booking. The lounge also had private entrances, so the front desk never recorded clients coming or going. It wasn't part of their job. They couldn't possibly remember who was who among so many clients. This was to protect client privacy to the greatest extent. And, as mentioned, the guest rooms were only for VIPs. Hosts had no right to open a room to sleep in. So the room Leo was in had been opened under Peyton's name. He had just done it for convenience, to save himself the trouble of going upstairs to ask Silas for a room. Where is the room? I can contact Leo for you and have him come greet you. I want the room number. I'm sorry, I don't have the authority to give that out. Can I contact Leo for you? The receptionist asked, trying to call him while looking up Isabella's account. A single transaction of $30,000. A major client. Leo's phone wasn't picking up. The receptionist was frantic. So she tried calling Silas. But Silas's phone wasn't picking up either. This was where her personal skills were put to the test. How to placate a major client while avoiding a major incident. Ms. Vance, should I go find Leo for you? You take me there. Well, I just have something to discuss with him. I'll just say a few words and leave. Then please follow me. This was the best solution the receptionist, Jenny, could come up with. If she went with her, she could prevent any accidents. A beautiful body, a man's body, soaking in a bathtub full of flower petals. He looked impatiently at the other man, sitting on the edge of the tub. Can't this wait until after my bath? You're just jealous of my young, virile body, aren't you? Yours isn't as big as mine, Silas said with an air of nonchalant disdain. Nonsense. That's completely preposterous. You're still too young, kid. You've never heard of the legend of the Kabukicho Colossus. Leo just pursed his lips, not bothering to engage with the old host bragging. What's so urgent? This dinner the Millers are throwing isn't going to be an easy meal. You can't just go in there alone. Good or bad, you have to at least pick up your chopsticks and try. Leo had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. The dinner was a welcome, but also a test. His stance was already set. He would never accept his second uncle as a father figure. The most likely outcome was that he'd be kept as a useless, freeloading member of the Miller family, with no say in any family business. That was why Leo had talked so much with Peyton. His available resources were limited. He had to prepare as much as he could. As for Silas's help, the lounge can't help you with this. Silas stated the main purpose of his visit, not even bothering to explain why. He threw the task of explanation to Leo. If Leo couldn't figure out on his own, he wasn't fit to be the lounge's heir. I know, because the lounge can only exist by not getting involved in any interests outside of its own. No one understood this better than the hosts. Why did clients trust this place? Because Silas had no conflicts of interest with any of them. He never took sides. Good that you understand. Your status as a partner here can only protect you. it can't help you advance. And what if one day I actually win against my second uncle? Then you can't take over the lounge, because your Miller identity would create a natural conflict of interest with some clients. But if you lose, you won't have to be a stray dog, because the second floor of this lounge will be yours to command. Because Leo was an existing employee, Silas could rush through his partnership before he officially returned to the Miller family. It was just a low-stake partnership. No one would say anything. But once Leo officially returned, he could no longer take over the lounge. There was something Silas wanted to say, but he held his tongue. He wanted to say, it was a little girl named Skylar Reed, who spent $37,213 from her piggy bank to buy you a chance to not be a stray dog. Silas's meaning was clear. If you win, you inherit the Miller fortune. If you lose, you come back and manage the lounge. Someone might ask, why was Silas still grooming Leo as a successor then? Did he think Leo was destined to lose? Obviously not. It was because no matter if he won or lost, Silas didn't lose. If he lost, he comes back to run my lounge. If he wins, even better. With Leo holding the Miller family's resources, would he forget his benefactor? The help the lounge would receive would be far greater than now. As a businessman, Silas's world only consisted of profit and huge profit. Just take it as it comes, Leo said, closing his eyes wearily. When the person in power makes no mistakes, the one below cannot rise against them. They don't even give you a battlefield. Where are you supposed to fight? At this moment, he missed Ethan more than ever. Why aren't you making a move yet? Give me a chance. You have an opportunity right now. Go find that little rich girl who sponsored you. Explain. Bring your own funding. She's an investor herself. When you go back to the Miller family, bringing her along is better than anything. Do the Millers need investment? No. But your goal is to show everyone else that you're more capable than Ethan. Their conversation sounded a bit cryptic, but both of them assumed the other understood. Silas's meaning was simple. Leo bringing Isabella back had a subtext. I'm not here to leech off the Miller family. On the contrary, I can bring value to them. It didn't matter how much value he brought. At least it was more than that useless oaf, Ethan. It was a matter of attitude. Terms like family power struggle sounded grand and epic. But in practice, it was essentially the same as petty family squabbles. The only difference was the level and methods involved. Silas was the type who disliked grand narratives. The method he proposed would work just as well in an ordinary family. Because the Miller family was a social organization bound by blood, and being a social organization meant there were a lot of people, most of whom could claim some sort of kinship with you. Imagine your grandfather left 2 small houses, and you and your cousin are competing for them. Your cousin is shamelessly begging for the houses. You, having just returned from out of town, show up with a bag of money and say, I'm not really here to fight for the houses. I'm here to add a new wing to them. The various aunts and uncles, who have no decision-making power but a certain amount of say, what would they say then? Most likely, my dear nephew hasn't been messing around out there. He's a good kid. Your grandpa didn't dote on you for nothing. It didn't matter how much money you brought. At least your attitude was better than your cousin's. This method could only be used at the family dinner. At that moment, Leo had the natural advantage of the abandoned son buff. No matter what he achieved, it was his own accomplishment. He hadn't taken a single penny from the Miller family. Ethan couldn't do the same. No matter what he achieved, it was under the halo of being the Miller family's young master. What would the aunts say while gossiping at the salon? Nothing more than, without the Miller family's resources, could Ethan have done so well. This was the core meaning of what Silas had meant by providing a platform. If it were him, he'd bring his elementary school report cards to the dinner, cry to his grandfather about how he studied so hard in a poor household, all for the day he could return to the family and bring it glory. It didn't matter if anyone believed him. The key was to cry. Because what you needed was a comparison. Even if Ethan had awards, it wouldn't matter. You went to all those fancy private schools and studied abroad. How can you compare to your cousin? Do your certificates even have any weight, Ethan? In a social organization, a person's image might have little to do with who they actually are, but rather stems from the consensus of other members. Changing that consensus is hard, so you can't let any detail slide. Besides, this was the one key opportunity to showcase his achievements from his time as an outcast. Why wouldn't he seize it and show off? Once he was in the Miller family, all his achievements would be stamped with a Miller family label. His personal accomplishments would inevitably be overshadowed by the collective halo. Shed your ignorant pride, you foolish child. So, I should talk to Isabella? Leo hadn't thought of this himself, but he didn't have any ignorant pride. Just treat it as a business transaction, right? A contract with a clear price. I'll treat you as an investment, and I'll give you a return later. Everything can be negotiated. You help me get a better position in the Miller family, and I'll steal money from them to subsidize you. A classic win-win. Isabella didn't say a word. Her tall frame exuded an inexplicable pressure on the receptionist walking in front of her. Here it is. Isabella wasn't an unruly person. She wouldn't do something like kicking down the door. Because there was no contract anymore, what right did she have to control Leo's affairs? She was just feeling complicated inside. So, she wanted to see. Because opening a room with a client was clearly beyond the standard. The main reason was that line, when the shower water is hot and cold, it's because someone is sharing your water heater. So, she wanted to see who had stolen the hot water. The hot water that made him willingly ignore her calls and pour all his attention onto someone else. Is she better than me? A sour feeling welled up inside her. She fought back the urge to burst in. You call him. I won't go in. I'll just watch from a distance. The receptionist, Jenny, was confused but instinctively blocked the doorway with her body. It's better to let Leo decide. Leo, there's a client out here for you. Can you come out and greet her? What's her name? Came the voice from inside. Isabella Vance. The two men inside exchanged a look. Speak of the devil. Silas quickly gestured for Leo to let her in. Perfect. We can discuss this now. Let me get up and put some clothes on. She's already been to your house. Don't tell me you two are completely innocent. Who do you take me for? Then what's the point of putting on clothes? So dramatic. Silas stood up to open the door himself. Leo also called out to Jenny. Just a second. I'll get the door for her. Jenny felt a wave of relief. I'm not just a mascot. I can handle clients even without my boss and Leo. A complex expression rarely seen appeared on Isabella's icy face. He's letting me in? What does that mean? You want me to watch up close as he flirts with another woman? To make me give up? Leo's personality wouldn't allow for something like that. It must be the other bitch instigating this. It was like when you and your current girlfriend run into your ex on the street, and your current girlfriend deliberately gets extra cozy with you as you pass by the ex. A normal girl in this situation would probably feel a pang of jealousy and turn away. But Isabella's inner sourness transformed into rage. You're provoking me? Then don't blame me for slapping you. Silas had ulterior motives. He was fanning the flames. He knew all about the complicated dance between Leo and these girls. While he was a fan of the Leo and Skylar ship, he was, above all, a businessman. If Leo could become powerful, that was something he wanted to see too. Besides, on what grounds should Isabella Vance follow him back to the Miller family? You're going to have to sell a bit of yourself for this to work, kid. As for the lounge's rules, you're going to lecture the boss about the rules? Your bonus for this month is gone. Do you even understand capitalism? Leo was a partner now. The employee handbook didn't apply to him. Silas, beaming, opened the door, ready to welcome Isabella with open arms, and then make himself scarce, giving the two of them space. Isabella narrowed her eyes. Her tall frame coiled like a spring. Provoking me, are you? She was glad she wore boots today, not heels. It would be hard to maneuver for a good slap in heels. As she heard the click of the lock, her arm was already tensed. She knew the person opening the door would be Leo. So her gaze wasn't fixed on the door itself. She was ready to burst in the moment it opened. Consequences be damned. She had even rehearsed the plan in her head. Ms. Vance, you. Silas had just opened a crack when he felt a force push him behind the door. He saw Isabella striding into the room, her blue eyes scanning like searchlights for any trace of the other woman, until she saw Leo soaking in the bathtub. Seeing something and imagining it are two completely different things. In your imagination, you can graciously accept your crush saying yes to someone else. You mutter to yourself, it's a fair competition, it's fine. But if you saw them walking out of a hotel hand in hand, your heart would probably shatter into a million pieces. That's how Isabella felt. She had been thinking that maybe Leo was only in the room with a client because he was forced to just to chat. But why would chatting involve luxuriating in a bathtub? And do men sprinkle flower petals in their bath? Had that other woman used it first? A possessive fury made Isabella take deep, ragged breaths. She couldn't accept this. But if she hadn't seen it, she could have. Who was it that let her in? Who insisted she see this? Where's the bitch? Isabella's body trembled. She could feel Leo saying something, but right now, under the influence of extreme anger, with adrenaline and norepinephrine coursing through her veins, she couldn't hear a thing. Leo was in the tub. Who had opened the door? Isabella turned to look at the figure behind the door. You. And you still have that stupid little braid. You. Get over here. A trembling growl escaped her throat. Me? Isabella's words were cut off by the sight of an aged face. A man? Her voice trembled even more. The only thing more devastating than your boyfriend cheating on you is finding out the other person is a man. No, you're so old and you're still. Silas, having knocked around in Japan, had probably mastered some form of conqueror's hockey. He could see the situation was going south. Time to retreat. You two chat, my turtle is giving birth. I have to go take care of it. Silas fled, slamming the door shut behind him. He wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. That was close. He'd almost lost his composure in front of a young woman. Boss, it's not my fault. I called you, but you didn't pick up. Jenny said timidly, looking at her nervous boss. Why would I get angry at a little girl like you? Hearing this, Jenny's heart rate returned to normal. Boss, why are you sweating? Jenny swore she was just genuinely concerned for her boss's health. Maybe hoping to suck up a little. Which of your eyes saw me sweating? Silas said, breezing down the stairs toward his private second-floor apartment. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back. The lucky cat at the front desk is broken. Starting tomorrow, you'll stand there and wave your arm for 1 hour every day. Record it and send the video to the workgroup chat. But, boss, what's wrong with you? Leo scratched his head. He could sense something was off with Isabella, but he didn't know what. I'm just taking a bath. Who did I offend? It was all Silas's fault for moving so fast. He hadn't had time to get up and put on clothes. And he couldn't get up now. If he stood up from the tub, it would be an unavoidable full frontal situation. When did this start? Isabella's thoughts suddenly connected. It all made sense. The normal relationship experience was all a lie, an excuse. He had changed. Not his heart, his taste. No wonder he was still asking about a USB drive, even when she was sitting on his lap. All the clues clicked into place in her mind. She had never been so clear-headed. What are you even talking about? Which one are you? Top or bottom? Isabella was leaning towards Leo being the top, because that meant the situation was still salvageable. But looking at the flower petals in his bath, it was hard not to think he was the bottom. What, do you think I'm gay? Leo could tolerate anything but that. I'm perfectly normal. I like women. Then do you like me? Some things, when said, are ambiguous. Coming from Isabella's mouth, those 4 words were a question about Leo's sexual orientation. But when it was Leo's turn to answer, he couldn't. How was he supposed to answer that? If he said yes, would it mean he liked women in general, or her specifically? Believe what you want. Turn around, I need to put on some clothes. It's not like I haven't seen it before. I've even touched. Stop. What kind of vulgar talk is that? It's not the same, okay? Being naked while someone was watching gave him a weird feeling. Leo couldn't completely ignore another person's gaze. But Isabella wouldn't turn around. Because in her eyes, Leo's behavior was just a devious trick. His taste had changed, so he couldn't let her see. What was the big deal? Leo, if you show me, I'll take it as you proving yourself. Why do I have to prove anything to you? Then I'll just stand here. I give up. What does being embarrassed about this have to do with sexual orientation? Aren't you embarrassed being naked with someone watching? Not in front of you. I've seen it all anyway. Are you just trying to argue with me? Leo finally stood up under her watchful gaze. It could only be said that all things have their counterpoints. That was my boss. Don't get any funny ideas. I used to be your boss too, and you didn't let me off the hook. Make it clear. Who didn't let who off the hook? Leo, let's go get you some treatment. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. Leo, wrapped in a towel, sat on the sofa, finally feeling a sliver of security. He didn't even want to explain this. Just another woman lusting after my powerful body. Why did you come to the lounge? It's a good thing I did. Otherwise, who knows how long you would have hidden this from me. Are you done yet? Do I really have to prove it to you? Isabella sat on the coffee table across from him, crossing her legs, the curve of her long thighs on full display. She said only one word. Cool, still want to play games with me? Talk. The situation in the guest room was a bit strange. Leo was positioned as if disciplining a naughty child, spanking her. That's right. He was spanking Isabella Vance's butt. It had a nice feel to it. It started with her one-word challenge, come. Leo had preemptively issued a series of no-responsibility afterward declarations. Things like, you'd better think this through, I'm the hit it and quit it type, and during my post-nut clarity, there's no distinction between male and female in my eyes. Isabella had just sneered and replied, it's only 1 minute. What's there to pretend about? An enraged Leo was instantly triggered, loudly demanding to know if she had edited the video back then. But she would rather be spanked than admit she had cut a 40-minute video down to 1 minute. Leo shook his hand. It was numb, but she still wouldn't confess. He just assumed she was admitting it. No way in hell was it 1 minute. Let's talk business. You know business? That's why I'm asking you. The question was music to Isabella's ears. This time, she sat down on the soft sofa. But was a little sore. The coffee table had been too hard. Talk. Do you have any business dealings with the Miller family? I do, but that's a very broad question. Isabella, even took the time to educate him. The Millers have a lot of businesses under their umbrella. Investments, partnerships, things like that are very common. Their own family office handles investment management and resource integration. For example, I might invest in a media company owned by the Millers, but that's just a business partnership between me and that company. It's a far cry from a partnership with the Miller family itself. So, are you a big name in the Riverbend investment scene? Isabella didn't answer, just held up one finger. Got it. Number 1. You can't really rank investing 1 or 2. I'm at the top. I'm going back to the Miller family soon. I want to bring you along to back me up. My uncle will probably give me some piece of shit business to run, and I'll need to pull some investment from you. Leo had actually thought this through. Even if he brought someone to back him up, and Edward Miller, to save face, let him handle some business, it would probably be some declining asset, an empty shell of a company for him to play with. So Leo didn't paint a rosy picture like Silas had suggested. That would just be fooling her, telling her, invest in me first, and once I make it big in the family, I'll definitely repay you. That pie in the sky was too big and round. That's not how you talk real business. Silas just wanted Leo to play his gigolo games, sweet-talking and tricking her into joining his cause. But Leo genuinely wanted to talk business. If it didn't work out, so be it. He wasn't going to force her. As for whether Isabella would mix in personal feelings, that would be underestimating a career woman. If she were really that blinded by love, she would have been talking about love, not sponsorship. Silas told you to find me. Now that she had calmed down, Isabella had obviously figured out that the old man from before was Silas. You're pretty smart. If you wanted to find me, we wouldn't be talking here. Some things were left unsaid. If Leo had wanted to find her, he would have done so long ago. She even knew that Leo himself didn't have much hope for this. He was really just talking. If you were really dead set on roping me in, you wouldn't be clumsily talking to me about investment and returns. You'd be luring me into bed and saying you wouldn't move unless I agreed. Isabella, I'm talking business with you. If I didn't see you were trying to talk business, I would have slapped you by now. Isabella only needed a few seconds to analyze the investment. From a purely investment perspective, she would lose big. A family power struggle meant a massive reshuffling of resources. Especially in an old money family like this, countless middle-class families depended on the resources that trickled down from them. Many people would jump out to place their bets, but few would bet on a family outcast. The story of a dark horse rising up is far from as easy as it sounds in fiction. I'm in. Isabella, I have to repeat my disclaimer. Business is just business. Don't mix in personal feelings. Don't worry. My personal feelings aren't as important as my years of hard work. As a career-driven woman, her work was her foundation. Business was business. But also, as a professional investor, she knew that there weren't that many new, promising projects to invest in. So in the end, you invest in people. Risk and reward go hand in hand. She had her own way of measuring people. Sometimes, charisma is an irrational thing. Just like that popular meme online. The powerful die from humility, the proud beg for what they can't have, the schemer dies from loyalty, the prodigal son finally returns home. Everyone has their own area of expertise. If Leo had simply wanted to achieve his goal, he wouldn't have needed to talk to her in a field he wasn't good at. He knew what methods to use to make her swoon and willingly sign on the dotted line. At least, that would have a much higher success rate than trying to talk business with a career woman. But he used this clumsy method to talk to her. It was awkward and a little cute. Made you want to eat him up. Sincerity is something whose value depends on the person. Translated into business, it's if I take such a huge risk and win, will I get a return? There's no such thing as a safe business. Investing itself is a high-risk endeavor. If you want a guaranteed return, you don't invest, you get a government job. So, the potential for a super high return and her belief in the person she was investing in were enough to outweigh the potential risks. Leo gave her a strange look. Tone it down a bit. Your eyes are practically sparkling. In what capacity do I go with you to the family dinner? She didn't mean anything else by it. It was a family dinner. You needed a reason to be there. What was an outsider doing at a family dinner? It's business. Anything goes. Girlfriend. Too deliberate. It looks like you're teaming up with an outsider to steal from your own family. Then what capacity? I think boyfriend would be good. Isabella had her own complete system of logic. Who would believe an outcast was dating a woman of her stature? It wasn't convincing. It screamed of ulterior motives. But if a boyfriend brought his sweet little wife home to meet the family, that's a different story, isn't it? The boyfriend coming home to back up his sweet little wife that had the right feel. Basically, from a conventional perspective, it was far more acceptable for a man to date down than for a woman. Hand me your phone now. To be honest, Leo didn't quite get her logic. Nobody would get this. He vaguely realized something. reached for her phone, and quickly unlocked it with her face. He opened a certain novel app. Sure enough, the CEO's sweet little wife, Mr. Landry, your wife is back on the street selling roasted sweet potatoes. The gentle and wicked young master. Spoil me one more time. What kind of damsel in distress literature was this? You're getting into the CEO role, are you? A male CEO wouldn't read this stuff, and a female CEO probably wouldn't either. The target audience for this book wasn't CEOs. The author was just writing a female-oriented wish fulfillment story. She probably never imagined a real female CEO would take it as a textbook and even cast herself in the male role. Ridiculous. Isabella, one day I'm going to turn the tables and sponsor you. Huh? Isabella chuckled. Just the powerless rage of a sweet little wife. Between dating gurus and CEO novels, she had already mastered the essence of dealing with a petulant partner. Just spoil him. She had even figured out why Leo wouldn't put out. Those sweet little wives didn't just give it up. You had to fulfill their ridiculous wishes first, like accompanying them to sell roasted sweet potatoes on the street. Women are so much trouble. So she patted Leo's head, and with a twisted expression that was trying to be doting but failing, she said, "Work hard and sponsor me soon." Leo waved her hand away, giving her an annoyed look. He didn't care about the difference between boyfriend and girlfriend. It was all the same nonsense. What a weird fetish. He had real business to discuss. From what I heard from Peyton, my uncle might try to set me up with an arranged marriage at the dinner. Don't cause a scene. Let me handle it. I can't promise that. Isabella's face immediately darkened. We're in a business partnership. If you don't follow my lead, we should call it off now. Isabella was good at many things, but her behavior was unpredictable. Leo had to make this clear up front. In any relationship, boundaries need to be set early. You can't delay it. Even in a business partnership, we're equals. Why should I have to listen to you all the time? Then what do you suggest? I'll listen to you once, and you have to listen to me once. What's the matter in advance? Business matters. It depends on what kind of work they give you at the dinner. Fine. Since it was about business, Leo would agree. Right now, he was just making empty promises like crazy. It was the Miller family's money anyway, not his. The important thing is to know your place. At this moment, he didn't need to feel any loyalty to the family. In some ways, he could even think of himself as a thief. In the process of taking down Edward and Ethan, anything he got from the Miller family was a windfall. The difference was, on paper, he was taking back what was originally his father's share. But in his heart, he had to be clear that he was taking someone else's things. It was pretty much the same as those who claimed to be protecting the king in ancient times. Having a righteous cause is a necessary part of any struggle in this land. But you have to know what you're really doing in your heart. Because people are best at finding reasons for themselves, just to make themselves feel better. Why did Edward Miller publicly acknowledge him as his nephew? Why did he scold Ethan to elevate Leo? Why did he go to his brother's car and put on such a show? The purpose was to send a subconscious message to Leo. Come back, nephew. Your father's business has nothing to do with you. It's right for you to return to the family. No one is unwelcoming you. He might as well have made a family-specific hand gesture and shouted, "The Millers are with you." But if Leo dared to think that way, he wouldn't be far from his doom. A dull knife cuts the deepest. Just like every client who requested him would say, "Whatever you like, I'll buy it for you. You make me happy. I like you." But if Leo dared to ask for anything, he wouldn't be far from his doom. The street vendor and the high-ranking official in the temple hall both have their own wisdom for survival in their respective worlds. He was no different. At that very moment, in the Miller family home, someone else was wide awake. Edward Miller never particularly liked the bed in his room, but he saw no need to change it. He was lucky if he spent half the year at home anyway. He had a strange hobby, a classic sign of middle age, collecting peculiar seashells. The Pleurotomeria rumphii had been sitting in his display case for years. In the pitch black of night, you couldn't make out the flame-like, reddish-brown stripes on its shell. But every time he came home, he would sit in front of that display case, staring at it without moving for a solid 30 minutes. His immense fortune granted his body absolute freedom, if he so chose. He could be on a private jet and land in Iceland in about 15 hours. But only when he sat in front of the shell did his soul find its own 30 minutes of freedom. Leo, if you don't grab this opportunity, you won't even have the right to be compared to your father. What's it going to be? A sigh escaped into the night, but it was just a sigh. A tall shadow vigorously crumpled the cuffs of its shirt, leaning over a bamboo desk and gazing in the direction of the study. This time, the sigh was heavier. You can't sleep either, can you? What's on your mind? The only reply was the chirping of autumn insects. A moment later, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the house. The expensive shell was caught in midair and placed securely on the desk. In the moonlight filtering through the window, the stripes on its shell seemed to catch fire, a burning, vibrant red. It seemed none of the Miller men were sleeping tonight. Leo was alone in the guest room, flipping through the file Peyton had given him. He was following Isabella's parting advice. Unless you're delusional enough to wage a financial war against the Millers, just ignore all the messy financial reports. Leo wanted to use the information from Peyton to understand the past, the root of the hatred. Just how deep did it run that would drive his cousin Ethan to target a clueless younger cousin like him? Peyton was a meticulous person. She had placed that section on the very first page. Her thoughtfulness was the kind where, if you wanted to try some impossibly kinky position, she'd pout in a way that only fueled your desire to conquer, before obediently getting into position herself. She knew this was what Leo wanted to see. To make it easier for you to follow, this part will refer to them as Rick and Frank. They are half-brothers, same father. But that never seemed to affect their relationship. In the years the eldest brother, the Reverend Wild, was in charge of the family, the two of them, despite their clashing personalities, never had a serious falling out. They'd caused trouble for each other, sure, but their big brother could always get them to sit down at the same table for dinner. The real crack appeared when the eldest insisted on joining a monastery. Rick, nearing 30, and Frank, in his early 20s, naturally had to step up and take charge. A power struggle was inevitable, but with your grandfather around, the conflict was kept above board. The thing that pushed it to a breaking point was the death of your grandmother. Note, your grandmother, not Ethan's. The rest of the Miller family refuses to speak about the specific incident. It's not even in your grandfather's diaries. But Frank was convinced that Rick had something to do with it. A new round of fighting began, and this time there was bloodshed. The more bookish Rick was clearly no match for Frank's aggressive tactics once the gloves were off. Amidst the chaos, your grandfather stepped out of his study for the first time in years. He announced that Rick would take over all of the eldest responsibilities, and Frank was to be exiled to San Francisco to handle the overseas business. He'd reached the bottom of the A4 page. Leo eagerly flipped to the next. They didn't abandon Dad then? He still had a job to do. Or did he screw it up overseas? Frank was not satisfied with this outcome. He went to the family chapel and demanded justice for your grandmother. Your grandfather told him that he was justice and that the matter was never to be mentioned again. Frank stood in front of the chapel and screamed at your grandfather. "You son of a bitch." Note, the exact profanity is unconfirmed. This was overheard from the groundskeeper and your grandfather's personal cook, who were reminiscing under the old oak tree about their younger days. After that, Frank was completely stripped of his name from all Miller family records and forbidden from ever setting foot on Miller property again. To be honest, none of this was outside Leo's expectations. This kind of drama was common in places like this. Other than the incomplete details about Frank's departure, it painted a clear enough picture. It was a difficult thing to explain. From Leo's perspective as an outsider, it all seemed absurd. Was there ever an end to all the fighting? Might as well just go grab a slice of pizza. But if he put himself in Frank's shoes for a moment, if you couldn't even get justice for your own mother's death, what was the point of having anything else? A spiral of blood and hate. Seeing all this, and adding in the fact that Ethan's infertility was his own father's doing, it all started to make sense. The hate was passed down from one generation to the next. Now it was their turn, and Ethan was trying to screw him over. Some things you couldn't escape once you knew them. Leo had been passively dodging it for over a decade. Did it do any good? His cousins still wanted to shower him with sports cars. He, for one, thought his life was pretty good right now, but the world didn't bend to one person's will. Are there any details about the car crash? Leo was desperate to see this part. Not because he was still trying to find evidence to send Ethan to jail. It was because this was the only real card he had to play. Not Silas, not Peyton, not even Leo himself held out much hope for hard evidence. But that didn't mean he didn't want to find it. If it existed, its value would be far greater than just putting Ethan behind bars. Even if it was Ethan's idea, did Peyton really not know? Leo couldn't find any specific details in the file. There was only what Peyton had already told him. That Ethan had been acting strange in the days before the crash, excitedly running around saying he was going to do something big, something that would blow his father's mind. There's no way Peyton doesn't know the details of the crash. Leo was almost certain of it. He didn't know about murder or the way the Millers operated, but he knew men and women. Peyton had Ethan wrapped around her little finger. A guy like Ethan, doing something this big, would have jumped at every chance to prove himself and show off to her. Besides, if she could dig up the exact words his uncle screamed 20 years ago, she definitely knew about this. She's holding on to it, waiting to negotiate with me. Time flew by. The campus was its usual mix of quiet and chaotic. The long lines in the cafeteria couldn't dampen the students' enthusiasm for lunch. Everyone at school was buzzing with excitement. The university games are finally happening. Games are boring. I'd rather rot in my dorm room. You just don't get it, man. I saw the dance team practicing. You should see the legs on those girls. The games are great. We have to have the games. Everyone was joking around, as usual, debating whether combining the university games and the anniversary celebration could lead to some huge event. But today, room 302 was a little different. The long empty bed was finally occupied. Leo's buying dinner. Get dressed already. Let me finish this chapter. What book is that good? It's not even that great. Just some campus life novel by some hack author who took like 50 chapters just to get the characters on a campus. Total hack. Leo heard them bad-mouthing him the second he walked in. You're insulting me when I'm about to buy you food? Leo, man, we wouldn't dare. Why did Leo command such respect from his roommates? If a guy was rarely in the dorm, but had a little money and took everyone out for food, LAN parties, and karaoke every time he came back, if he always answered his phone when you needed to borrow a few bucks in a pinch, and only occasionally asked you to answer roll call for him or click through an online class, for which he paid you a service fee, what would that person get in return? The answer: 3 loyal-as-hell partners in crime. Anything about me going around school lately? Yeah, 2 people have been asking about you, Luke said, pulling on his jacket as they headed out the door. Who? Leo was a little confused. He hadn't spent much time on campus. He shouldn't have that many acquaintances. A guy named Mark Fields and a girl named Mel. Is he your cousin? Leo had a bit of a trauma response to the word cousin now. Any 2 people with the same last name, he immediately assumed were related. They don't know each other. Mark's the guy who confessed his love to Skylar Reed. Probably some rival lover thing. Mel is a junior. She didn't say what for, just asked if you'd been back to the dorm recently. Oh, Leo grunted. He had a vague memory of them. Mel was probably the girl from the Afterglow lounge with unusual hobbies. Still hung up on his handsome face? When Leo treated, he obviously wasn't going to take them to the cafeteria. Keeping on good terms with his roommates didn't cost much, and sometimes he needed their help with campus stuff. The 4 of them walked out of the dorm, 2 in front and 2 behind, ready for a good meal. It was inevitable that the other 3 would start gossiping about him. Leo, are you really dating Skylar Reed? No, don't listen to that crap. To his roommates, Leo was a straight shooter. He wouldn't lie about something like this. And here he thought you were making big moves in silence, actually bagging the campus queen. Most college students didn't really care about the campus queen title. What decade was this? Still try and market someone with a title like that. Before Skylar, the reigning champion of the campus queen poll had been an old Northwood University alum, a male dog named Duke who'd had 3 different girlfriends, knocked them all up, and then abandoned them, for which he was subsequently neutered. It was just that Skylar's public statements were a bit out there. The Northwood Confessions page was full of legends about her. Her speeches about materialistic girls, taking Duke to the pet store to find him a date, or her proposal that the grand prize for the Campus Queen contest be changed from a glass trophy to new air conditioners for every dorm room in the university. I might not vote for you because you're pretty, but if you're talking about new AC, you've got my full support. So, Skylar, already beautiful, had a certain level of genuine popularity in everyone's eyes. Leo, a sharp voice called out from the dormitory entrance. Leo's head snapped around. He was just thinking, great, don't let me say we're not dating and then have Skylar jump out of nowhere. But the person standing there was someone he never would have expected. You look surprised. The October afternoon air already carried the first chill of autumn. Dr. Evelyn Shaw wore a long, flowing cardigan embroidered with pine trees over a simple dress. Her porcelain white face, almost unnaturally pale, was accented by minimalist silver earrings. Her dark hair was pulled to the side with a clip in a modern, artistic style, with a few strands left to fall naturally along her cheeks. At 5'5", she wasn't particularly tall or short, but standing at the bottom of the steps, she looked fragile, as if the cool breeze might make her sway. Delicate as a flower. Are you some kind of psychic? Can you tell fortunes or something? Leo genuinely couldn't figure out how this woman knew he'd be at his dorm entrance at this exact moment. Did she plant a tracking device on me? Maybe it was just fate. Or maybe it was just a carefully laid trap. Behind him, his 3 roommates stood silently, patiently waiting for their benefactor to take them to dinner. But their minds were clearly racing. Leo's girlfriend is gorgeous. You don't think Leo's a player, do you? The whole school is saying he and Skylar have a thing. I'll bet you $10 for the land center. This one could never win against Skylar. She looks like she'd keel over in a strong wind. Seconded. Evelyn walked over, her movements natural and unhurried. She had told Leo before that she was going to try being the pursuer. Just talking about it wasn't enough. She had to follow through with action. I know you'll be spending time with Skylar now that you're back, so I won't keep you long. The first words out of her mouth were dripping with feigned subservience. The trio of roommates exchanged bewildered glances. Had they misunderstood? Was this a relative? Then, she pulled a bag from a pastry shop from behind her back and held it out to Leo. The Napoleon is for you. You're too thin. You should eat more sweets. The croissants are for Skylar. She paused. Don't just stand there silently. I haven't seen you in a while. I missed you. Evelyn watched Leo's silent expression. This didn't surprise her. After that night, he probably hated her. At the very least, his impression of her couldn't be good. And now, her showing up and repeatedly mentioning Skylar would only make him hate her more. Because Skylar was leaving. But what could hate do? Against someone like Evelyn, even shouting and hitting were useless. She was the kind of person who could drag you into an abyss. Leo, just let me see you eat one, and then I'll go. Guys, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend. Leo suddenly grabbed her hand, his warm palm enveloping her ice-cold one. He smiled at his 3 roommates and even pulled Evelyn a little closer to his side. These are my roommates. Say hi. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Evelyn's eyes. Clearly, something had caught her off guard, but her reflexes were sharp, and she quickly composed herself. I'm not officially your girlfriend yet. You are now. Leo planted a quick kiss on her cheek. His first sensation was how cold she was. This woman had no body heat. At the same time, Evelyn had clearly underestimated his roommates' social awareness and their reverence for their benefactor. Hey, nice to meet you. So, sister-in-law, can I have one of those croissants? You got any pretty friends you could set me up with? Evelyn, who spent most of her time in a dimly lit office, probably hadn't experienced this kind of boisterous enthusiasm in a long time. Hello, she said, smiling and waving a little. You guys can bring your girlfriends too. We can all hang out and get to know each other, Leo added playfully. Dave and Mike were single, but Luke had a girlfriend. Luke was sharp. He figured Leo was saying this because he was worried his girlfriend would feel awkward being the only girl at dinner. Let's head to the restaurant first. I'll just send my girlfriend the location. Sound good. And just like that, inexplicably, Evelyn was swept up into the group of roommates. They were a lively bunch, joking and laughing the whole way, trading memes and inside jokes. When they got too carried away and started making dirty jokes, Leo would quickly shut it down. My girlfriend's here, guys. Keep it clean. All right. Sorry. Every time this happened, Evelyn would try to pull her hand away from Leo's. She wanted to ask him what kind of act he was putting on, but Leo held on tight. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. I'm not allowed to hold your hand. But you never admitted it. Who said I didn't? From now on, I'm sleeping at your place after I get off work. Make me a key. Leo, we shouldn't. Don't give me that we shouldn't. You're the one who admitted we were boyfriend and girlfriend. If we break up, we go our separate ways and never speak again. Evelyn lowered her head and said nothing, tacitly accepting his hold on her hand. She realized what was happening. Leo was angry, and this was his way of getting revenge. It would probably only last for a little while. The moment one of those other girls showed up, he let go of her hand himself. The thought calmed her. She even proactively linked her arm with his. A little acting? Who couldn't act? The more you secretly hated me, the happier I'd be. Shouldn't we have a pet name for each other now? What do you want me to call you? Babe? Honey? Darling? Call me whatever you want. Darling, I'm craving hot pot. Fine. Leo had already made reservations at a hot pot place, so that saved him some trouble. At the same time, Summer Lynn, wearing large sunglasses and flanked by her agent, was walking through the crowd like any other college student. She had originally enrolled at Northwood University, and though she'd become a celebrity, her student status was still active. With the university games and the anniversary celebration happening at the same time, they were naturally looking for distinguished alumni to make an appearance. She was one of them. I wonder what Leo is doing. After their conversation the other day, Summer Lynn felt a lot more optimistic. She might be the ex-girlfriend, but after some investigation, she was sure she still had a chance. She just had to quietly make her move and wait for Leo to heal. When I perform at the anniversary celebration, Leo will be totally mesmerized. She fantasized about that day, wishing the celebration would come sooner. His classmates would all be saying, "The star is so beautiful." Leo, with his stubborn pride, would never admit it, but he'd be happy inside. And while they couldn't interact in public, she could secretly walk past him and whisper, "Come to my place for dinner tonight." His classmates would be jealous, and Leo would feel proud. Lost in her fantasy, Summer Lynn suddenly felt her agent poking her. "What is it, Sue? Look over there. Isn't that your ex-boyfriend?" Summer Lynn's head whipped around, her eyes scanning the crowd for Leo's face. Target acquired. Leo was holding another woman's hand. Dr. Shaw. How could he be with Dr. Shaw? Weren't they supposed to have agreed that Dr. Shaw was bad news? Summerlin's disguise was thorough, and no one knew she was on campus. She boldly walked against the flow of people. What are you two doing together? Leo and Evelyn both turned their gazes to Summerlin. From her disguise and the sound of her voice, they both knew who it was. None of the three had expected to run into each other here. Evelyn shot a malicious glance at Leo. You're screwed now, aren't you? Let's see how you get out of this one. Perfect timing. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Evelyn Shaw. And this is my childhood friend. It's not convenient to say her name here, but you should know who she is. Leo didn't hesitate for a second. He even gave a little flourish with their intertwined hands, as if showing off a prize. Someone's heart broke. Who? Leo wouldn't say, because it wasn't convenient to say her name in public. Evelyn was stunned. She quickly processed the situation. It makes sense. They probably haven't talked privately yet. Leo still sees Summer Lin through those damn ex-girlfriend rose-colored glasses. But Summer Lin stared at them, bewildered. Why? Why her? You might have a misunderstanding about Dr. Shaw. If you two really can't get along, I'll do my best to keep you apart. Leo was fiercely defending his girlfriend's honor. Now, it was Evelyn's turn to be stunned. Didn't we agree not to let Dr. Shaw know we'd met in private? Did he forget? Leo hadn't forgotten. He just didn't care. You show up and spout a bunch of nonsense, and I'm just supposed to believe you? Who do you think you are? You're not a client. So why should I listen to your whining? Ex-girlfriends should stay ex-girlfriends and let me live my beautiful life alone. He quickly pulled Evelyn past his ex, raising his phone and aiming it at the two of them. Evelyn was still reeling from the Summerlin incident. She looked up at the phone screen, bewildered. Skylar just texted, asking to meet up. I turned her down and told her I was with my girlfriend. He didn't really need to say it. The chat history was clearly visible on the screen. She could see it. Leo even snapped a clear photo of the two of them and sent it to Skylar. Under the sun, a boy with a wicked grin and a pale, fragile-looking girl taking a selfie against the crowd at the campus entrance. Seeing Skylar's name, even the quick-witted Dr. Shaw felt her CPU freeze. Her heart trembled. He dared to do this, even to Skylar Reed? Leo felt her heart tremble. But wasn't this what she wanted? After the USB drive incident, Leo had never contacted her again. He had given her a chance. Disappear from my life, and we'll let bygones be bygones. She didn't listen. That night, he had asked her, Dr. Shaw, have you ever felt love? That wasn't a question about whether she had been loved. It was a threat. Love is the most terrifying poison. Perhaps Dr. Shaw was an expert at making others hate her. But Leo was an expert at making others believe they were being loved. It was an occupational hazard. You want to reform me? Is that it? Then let me try reforming you. Let me show you what it feels like to fall from a beautiful dream of being loved into a world of pain. Dr. Shaw, you're a psychologist. You're brilliant. But do you know why the strategist in the story always dies? Because a doctor can't operate on herself while under anesthesia. And love is the most potent anesthetic in the world. No one can see love clearly, not even you. Dr. Shaw, I gave you a chance. Why didn't you listen? You were right. The heaven of love and the sea of hate are connected. You're willing to offer your love, but your love feels like hate. You pray for my hate, but my hate. It feels like love. How did it feel to be crowned Leo Miller's official girlfriend? Evelyn just felt weird. Despite thinking she understood Leo completely, she still couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. She could only repeat a mantra in her mind. It's all an illusion. He's definitely playing some kind of game. This is obviously revenge for what I did. He hates me so much. Leo was a ridiculously attentive boyfriend. He proactively ordered her a cup of herbal tea for her weak constitution and prepared 3 different dipping sauces for her hot pot. He would then smoothly introduce her profession to his roommates, posing questions like, being a simp and being superstitious have a lot of similarities, don't you think? A topic his roommates found fascinating, and then turn it over to her to answer from a professional perspective. His roommates' gazes shifted from awkward unfamiliarity to convinced admiration. Superstition doesn't actually refer to believing in a specific deity or unknown power. On the contrary, proper faith can be a shortcut to exploring the world. So, superstition refers to a state of blind worship, which does share similarities with being a simp, Evelyn explained. She was 24, naturally more mature than the college students. She was completely in her element with them. But she still glanced up in surprise at Leo's profile. They had never interacted in this way before. Their previous relationship had been one of spiritual exchange in a dimly lit environment. They had barely seen each other outside that dark room, let alone been integrated into his life like this. She picked up her chopsticks and listened to the students' endearingly naive questions. From a psychologist's point of view, their topics were, of course, naive. They were just complaining about things like, I added a girl on Instagram and messaged her, hey, and she still hasn't replied, or I'm so sick of 8 a.m. classes. When is someone going to blow up the school? These were typical psychological issues for their age group, things she would normally ignore, because they weren't real problems. No one was truly upset about this stuff. It was just kids with too much energy blowing off steam. But seeing his roommates look to her for help, she glanced at Leo. He was giving her the same pleading look. What are you pleading for? It's not like girls don't message you back. Fine. She'd do it for Leo's sake. In our fast-paced era, it's better to start a conversation with something concrete. For example, instead of, hey, P3.I was thinking of grabbing dinner tonight. Are you free? When she saw the two pairs of eyes across from her light up with reverence, their gazes filled with a thirst for knowledge, even Evelyn couldn't help but feel a little surge of accomplishment. She began to proactively share more on the topic. Don't make it so profound. Who understands all that professional jargon? Keep it simple, Leo prompted, stirring his bowl with his chopsticks. Evelyn glanced at the bustling, steamy restaurant around them, and at the two naive young men across the table. He was right. It wasn't a formal therapy session, anyway. So, Evelyn started breaking down the female psyche for a couple of clueless college students, speaking from a woman's perspective. After Leo handed her 3 large cups of tea, she finally concluded the discussion. You're amazing, Evelyn. No wonder you snagged Leo. Anyone would be mesmerized by you. Dave and Mike were like 2 hopeless cases who had just been empowered by a wise old master. I feel like I could take on 10 women right now. Bring it on. It seems my explanation was at least passable. It sounds passable, but it's probably useless in practice. And you're still not satisfied? I only went on for so long for your sake, Evelyn said, shooting him a playful glare, though there was no real anger in it. She was finding that stepping out of the therapist role and chatting more like a friend was actually quite interesting. Doing this once in a while wasn't so bad. A long-forgotten emotion started to spread through her heart. Was it happiness? Been a while since you've been around this much humanity. Being alone in my office is fine too. Evelyn thought Leo was about to launch into a lecture about getting out more and embracing the sunshine. She was sick of hearing that kind of talk. She was used to her dark, quiet environment. But she didn't expect Leo to lean in and whisper in her ear, those 2 knuckleheads are about to put your lessons into practice. They've glanced over at the girls at the next table about 100 times. It's probably pointless. What they've learned won't translate into practice. I'm going to help them try. They have almost no dating experience. They're bound to fail, Evelyn said confidently. But she realized no one was listening to her. Leo had already huddled up with his 2 roommates, forming a 3-man combat team. When 3 guys get together, a master planner automatically emerges. And clearly, Leo was that planner. 2 girls eating hot pot alone that definitely don't have boyfriends. This is the perfect chance. You really think so? Mike was still hesitating, but Dave was already waving his hand dismissively. It wasn't a gesture of refusal, but one that said, say no more. He was on it. Dave silently recited the skills he had just learned. He genuinely felt he could take on 10 women now. He even repeated the mantra his teacher, Evelyn, had just taught him. Start a conversation with something concrete. For example, ask if they're free for dinner tonight. Full of confidence, Dave walked over to the next table. As the 2 girls looked up in surprise, he spoke with assurance. Hey ladies, you got any substance tonight? I mean, are you free for dinner right now? A complete jumble of words. The whole thing fell apart. The 2 girls couldn't hold it in, covering their mouths and giggling. Dave scratched his head, completely unaware of what he'd said wrong. When reality finally hit, his face flushed crimson, and he tried to turn and flee. Evelyn watched this unfold without surprise. For someone with little dating experience, building intimacy from scratch was nearly impossible. I told you so, from a professional standpoint. Why didn't you believe me? Dave had a confident smile when he left. When he returned, the smile had naturally migrated to Leo and Mike's faces. Mike looked at Dave, who was now hiding his head like an ostrich, and felt a wave of relief that he'd hesitated. But his smile didn't last long. The girl in the white sweatshirt from the next table timidly walked over, dropped a single sentence, and then fled. I don't have time for dinner now because I just ate, but I do have time tonight. Dave stood there stunned. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Leo quickly grabbed Dave's phone, had him unlock it, and held out the QR code to the girl in the white sweatshirt. He even gave her a thumbs up. Hey, you've got good taste. He's kind of cute, the girl said, smiling shyly. Evelyn watched the scene, speechless. She should have been mortified. having just proclaimed it was impossible. But instead, she felt an unexpected surge of happiness. She was happy for the little drama that had just played out between the young man and woman. Anyone would find this scene amusing, especially when Dave excitedly came over to share his joy with her, his love guru, and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Teacher, you're amazing." A psychologist who spent her days in an office, dealing with patients with all sorts of mental illnesses, was now feeling happy for a friend she had just met who had just found a spark of romance. The feeling was extraordinarily foreign to her. She looked up, waiting for Leo to return. He would probably gloat about his victory, loudly dismiss her pointless theories, give her a lecture, and then lay his cards on the table. He'd say something like, "You see, other people can be happy. You trying to mess with my happiness is wrong." A complex feeling battled within her. It wasn't a clash of ideas, but a feeling, the most direct kind of feeling. If she had to describe it, it was like the dark, clinical persona from her office was fighting with a bright, cheerful persona in the hot pot restaurant. But when Leo came back, he didn't say a word. He just leaned in close to her ear and said with a grin, "Haha, Dave got lucky. That girl's pretty sweet. The happier he is, the more pessimistic I feel. It's like I'm already seeing a boy who's ecstatic about love, weeping in sorrow in the future." "You're not wrong. Knowing Dave, that's probably what will happen," Leo said, popping a pickled garlic clove in her mouth. He continued, speaking for himself, "But sad things happen every day. Why do you think people are still alive? Better to live a bad life than die a good death." But using the word bad underestimates it. Leo gave a thumbs up, the scalding hot fishball in his mouth, making him hiss. Evelyn seemed fixated on the question. Underestimates what? It underestimates the innate life force of human beings. Why do you think Sisyphus kept pushing that boulder up the hill, even though he knew it would just roll back down? Why? A good straight man always delivers the setup on time. Because he was bored. If he didn't push it, he'd just be sitting around with a bunch of other dead guys. At least this way, he got a workout. "You're just being profound to tell me a dumb joke." "I'm not joking." Leo wiped his mouth and took a sip of water. There's a lesson in that story. Even with an eternity of pointless labor ahead of him, Sisyphus didn't just curl up in a ball and say he had depression. He chose to keep pushing, because that innate life force, it means humans never lack the ability to crawl out of one tragedy just to run headfirst into the next. "I don't agree with your point of view," Evelyn said, wanting to rebut him. But Leo wasn't surprised by her objection. Someone without life force obviously can't empathize. You're a classic example of someone who lacks it. There's nothing wrong with lacking life force. Stop being stubborn. After saying this, Leo leaned in close to her mouth and took a careful sniff. It smelled of pickled garlic from the one he had just put in her mouth. "It's okay if you don't get it. I can give you a practical demonstration." "Understood. Just pretend you didn't." Leo shot her an exasperated look. A woman being too smart wasn't always a good thing. When it comes to kissing, garlic is obviously a bad thing. It can give the other person a bad experience, making them feel pessimistic about the act of kissing. But I don't mind. Just like I never hated you. Evelyn rolled her eyes at that. What a clumsy transition. Was this the level of sweet talk a professional gigolo had? "You." The next second, Evelyn's pupils dilated as a face filled her entire field of vision. A brief touch of lips, a kiss as light as a dragonfly on water. The clumsy transition was just to throw you off, silly girl. You fell for it. Leo coolly wiped his mouth and, in front of everyone, pulled her up by the hand and left. He gave the psychologist absolutely no time to stop and think. From the moment Leo took her hand at the dorm entrance, she had been in a daze. And she was still in daze now. But her heart was pounding. This was what Leo wanted. You couldn't give a psychologist time to think. The point was for her not to understand, for it to be complicated. A complicated heart meant the soul was still alive. For anyone who's been labeled a heartbreaker or a master of romance, manipulating a girl's emotions is like second nature. It's an easy trick. Though the methods vary, there's one heart this type of person can't steal. Because a fake heart is the hardest to steal. A beating heart represents the innate life force of a human being. But some people clearly lack it, so you find a way to give them some. An easy trick. The wind on campus was strong, whipping around the electrical cables that snaked like veins, trying to blow its way into every limb of the university. "Leo, what are you really trying to do? Isn't it obvious? I'm being a riddle master, just like you. We need to talk." "Nope, I'm being a riddle master." Leo walked ahead with a cheerful smile, pulling out his phone to transfer the dinner money to Mike, asking him to settle the bill. "Leo, you kiss someone and don't even offer an explanation? We're boyfriend and girlfriend. What's there to explain? Why are we boyfriend and girlfriend?" Evelyn was panting. The run from the hot pot restaurant to the campus was practically a year's worth of exercise for her. Beads of sweat were already forming on her forehead. But even while out of breath, she anxiously asked the question. She was getting anxious. Why do people get anxious? Because a vague sense of wanting has begun to form. She knew she shouldn't be anxious. Getting anxious would throw her into chaos. But a person's feelings and their beliefs are bound to clash. You've been hurt emotionally, tossing and turning in bed at night, cursing yourself, swear you'll be a fool if you ever believe in love again. You resolve to focus only on money, to lock your heart away. But then, a gentle girl with a high ponytail suddenly appears in your world. On the way home after walking her from work, she carefully asks how much debt you're in. You casually say, 100,000. She turns away and secretly opens the calculator on her phone. She tells you that you'll be able to pay it off soon. You give a bitter laugh and say it's not that easy. She looks at you gently and says, you make 7,000 a month, I make 4,500. If we pack our lunches to work every day, we can save 7,000 a month. We'll have it paid off in about a year. In a dusky alley after the rain, you look into her eyes. Will your feelings and your beliefs clash? It's hard to say who will win, but there will definitely be a fight. Leo's plan was to use feelings to fight her beliefs. You can't change a person just by feeding them ideas. Everyone has their own worldview, especially someone like Evelyn with her mature, fortified mind. All he had to do was leave a little mystery, plant a seed, and let her fight with herself. Who said he had to win? Winning was still a long way off. You'll understand after we meet someone. Who? The enemy should be arriving on the battlefield shortly. Skylar Reed came stomping out of her dorm building, a friend at her side. Her face screamed that something terrible had happened. What terrible thing? Leo was cheating on her. Before she had even left, he'd even taken a picture and sent it to her. If you hadn't sent it to me, I could have just pretended not to know. Skylar had already wiped away a few tears. Now, she was primed for battle. Dr. Shaw is a terrible person. Stealing someone's base like that is a total violation of the rules. It's not like you're ranking up. What's the rush to take the crystal? The angrier she got, the more Skylar gnashed her teeth as she stared at the man and woman in the distance. She even imagined a future where she returned from her trip around the world, saw a little boy on the street who looked just like Leo, and crouched down to say, "Little boy, what's your name?" And at that moment, Leo and Dr. Shaw would appear behind him. A familiar face, but it turns out to be the face of a friend child. Leo would take the boy's hand and say, "You should call her Aunt Skylar, or maybe she can be your godmother." That was absolutely unbearable. No, that was not happening. Evelyn saw Skylar. They had each other on their messaging apps, but had never met in person, only seen photos on their social media feeds. Faced with this girl, who was Leo's age, Evelyn felt a natural sense of apprehension. Summer Lynn was in the past. Peyton was never even part of the equation. As for the slim possibility of Isabella Vance, unless she suddenly produced a sugar daddy contract and reversed the roles, with Leo being her kept man, those two were impossible. Only Skylar was a real threat. Otherwise, Evelyn would never have thought to bring that USB drive to the birthday party. Leo, you're not planning to team up with Skylar to humiliate me, are you? Evelyn racked her brain, but couldn't imagine how that scene would play out. Leo, holding her hand, facing a tearful Skylar and shouting, "Dr. Shaw is my girlfriend. Don't be ridiculous. The script should be the two of them ganging up on her." Evelyn tried to pull her hand away, but it was held fast in his grip. She couldn't move an inch. "Skylar and I are friends. I'm just introducing you to a friend. What are you afraid of? What do I have to be afraid of?" Evelyn calmed down, preparing to face whatever was coming. "Leo, are you really in a relationship?" In a deserted corner of the athletic field, the late-arriving Skylar asked weakly. She was all thunder and no rain. Besides, what right did she have to ask? "Let me introduce you. My girlfriend, Evelyn Shaw." No, you're introducing her wrong. You should say this is Dr. Shaw, Skylar said, familiarly grabbing Evelyn's arm, trying to pull her away from Leo. Their eyes clashed several times in a few short seconds. She was asking with her eyes, "Dr. Shaw, you two are just messing with me, right?" Evelyn calmly accepted the girlfriend title. "Nice to meet you. I am, in fact, his girlfriend." "You Dr. Shaw, you snake. He wasn't anyone's home to steal, was he?" At those words, Skylar immediately looked down. Her emotions were written all over her face, and her sadness was just as plain to see. In her confrontation with Skylar, Evelyn didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. But she kept watching Leo's expression. She couldn't guess his thoughts. "All right, is there anything else? We were about to go for a walk." I'm fine now." Skylar's fighting spirit had completely deflated. She couldn't mount an effective offense, and could only leave in defeat. Her arrival and departure, both a rushed blur. Evelyn's heart jolted when she heard his words. Is that really his attitude toward Skylar? As she watched Skylar's lonely figure walk away, Evelyn's mind was in turmoil. It seemed she had finally achieved her dream, to have him all to herself. But it didn't feel the way she had imagined. Where was the hate? Was what they had love, or was it hate? She looked up at Leo's face, her expression dazed. It was a question destined to have no answer. In this battle with Evelyn Shaw, Leo was fated to be a riddle master. Don't listen to what I say. Feel it. For the rest of the day, Leo dragged Evelyn all over the place. They toured the campus. He proactively scheduled a meeting with Peyton, even though he didn't have a client appointment, and took Evelyn to check in at the lounge for his shift. He introduced her as, "This is my future cousin-in-law." Peyton shot Leo a very complicated look at that introduction, but she warmly took a jewelry box out of her bag, something she always kept on hand for gifts. Silas said the girl was a good catch, that Leo had lucked out. Leo even called his old rogue of a father out, telling Evelyn, "This is my dad." Rick Miller beamed and said, "My dear, the last time I saw you, I thought you and my son were a match made in heaven." At dinner, Leo once again invited his roommates. This time, Luke's girlfriend and the girl in the white sweatshirt came too. Luke explained with a wry smile that he and his girlfriend had a little argument that afternoon, and he even specifically raised a glass to toast his sister-in-law. Evelyn didn't find the title inappropriate at all. Although she was still suspicious of Leo's actions, he had shown her almost his entire world. Meeting a boyfriend's friends and family required a complete internal process, from apprehension to acceptance. No one was immune. After going through all that, it was hard not to get into character. Facing the newcomer, the girl in the white sweatshirt, Evelyn was already able to use her thoughtful words to quickly close the distance between them and help her integrate into the small circle. When a new person joins, everyone in the group defaults to being the old-timers. The last stop was Evelyn's home, the dark, vampire-like abode. Leo walked in as if he were returning to his own home. He even took a shower there. "You're not going to ask why we're boyfriend and girlfriend anymore?" "You wouldn't tell me if I asked." Evelyn came out of the bedroom in her pajamas, a blush on her cheeks from the few beers she'd had at dinner. She proactively wrapped her arms around Leo's neck. They were very, very close. "I told you I don't have good intentions." "I believe you." Leo's behavior was indeed strange. That was easy to see. If she were clear-headed enough, she should be rejecting all of his advances right now. His motives were bizarre. "What's our plan for tomorrow?" Evelyn automatically skipped over the topic. "Bye. See you at school tomorrow." Leo didn't say much more. He got dressed and left her apartment. Evelyn stood alone, facing the dark room, and shook her head. "My feelings are fighting with me." She was used to talking to herself in the dark room, but not today. And she, who usually slept until she woke up naturally, had uncharacteristically set an alarm for 8 in the morning. Who could tell the difference between love and hate? What if he's really fallen in love with me? Evelyn only knew one thing. Today, she didn't want to overthink. She didn't want to talk to herself in this dark room. She wanted time to fast forward to 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Evelyn woke with a start, pulled from daze. Her phone had buzzed, a message. Was it from Leo? She reached for it several times, but ultimately didn't pick it up. Leo's attentiveness was too much. It was starting to scare her. Even though he had made his position clear in front of those two mountains, Summer Lynn and Skylar Reed, he was definitely just getting revenge on her. Evelyn clung to this belief. It was absolutely revenge. So what should she do now? Reject his invitation for a date? Reject it. I can't let things get out of control. Her mind made up, Evelyn pulled the covers over her head, ready to go back to sleep. She wouldn't look at Leo's message. She wouldn't get up when the alarm rang tomorrow. She couldn't let Leo get the upper hand. But 5 minutes later, there was a rustling sound from under the sealed covers. A hand suddenly emerged from a gap, fumbling for the phone on the pillow. What if it's not from Leo? Evelyn opened her messages, her gaze immediately jumping to a certain Shiba Inu profile picture. It was Leo. 2 pictures? Is he asking where I want to go for our date? I have a patient appointment tomorrow. I'm afraid I can't. She typed a few words and then deleted them all. She got out of bed, poured a glass of water, and sat down at the dark desk, just as she always did. She picked up her fountain pen and began to write and sketch on a piece of paper. When Leo found out I interfered in his life, he chose to get revenge in his own way. What I should do is stick to my treatment plan. The candlelight wasn't bright enough, so she put on her half-rimmed, gold-wired glasses. She thought the reason she couldn't write was because she couldn't see clearly, but she found that even with her glasses on, she still couldn't write what came next. So she crossed out what she had just written. As long as I know this in my heart, it should be fine to go on a date. Only this sentence remained on the paper. She decided it was fine to go on a date. After all, just remembering the thrill of him taking her hand and walking right past Skylar Reed was exhilarating. To be able to step out of the shadows, to sit with his friends and toast and chat without a care in the world. To look his ex-girlfriend straight in the eye as his current one. To be acknowledged by the people Leo respected. That was a feeling she could never experience just by sitting at home and imagining it. As long as I know it's revenge, it's fine. It's nothing. Then she blew out the candle and turned on the most rarely used piece of furniture in her home. The light. What should I wear tomorrow? Evelyn decided to wear one outfit and bring another, because she wanted to go to both places. Leo ran a hand through his not-quite-dry hair and casually scanned a QR code on a shared bike. He looked at the deposit notification on his banking app. His smile was as sweet as honey. The big celebrity had finally paid him back. As for the text from said celebrity asking, "Did you get the money? And what are you doing?" Leo simply replied with "received," and then blocked her. Confirming receipt of payment was a virtue in human transactions. As for asking what I'm doing, "Sorry, beautiful, you've crossed the line." Evelyn must be looking forward to seeing him tomorrow, right? When you're in love and anticipating a date, what should you say? Leo looked at the two pictures he had sent. That was all he needed to say. A picture of a scenic park and a picture of a coffee shop. This was to make her fantasy, which started with looking forward to tomorrow, extend further to make the idea more concrete. Concrete enough to make her think about what kind of clothes to wear, what kind of makeup to do for a park versus a coffee shop. He didn't type a single word, not even a question. Just two lonely pictures, because he knew he could never out-talk her. Leo didn't need any words as a guide. Evelyn would surely realize something was strange on her own. But it didn't matter. Your feelings will guide you, whether you like it or not. Will you choose to stay in your dark little room, or will you choose to step into my life? Simps and the superstitious share a certain mental state. They both use unrealistic fantasies to change their reality. All the goddess or the temple priest has to do is pay the price of a goodnight text or a fake miracle with some fancy lighting and give them the space to fantasize. Leo didn't ask her why she hadn't replied or where she wanted to go, because he had no intention of going out with her tomorrow. In fact, he had already made plans to play basketball with his roommates. Play? Screw that. Go ahead and stew in your little dark room with your fantasies. Leo felt that between him and Evelyn, this was a case of fighting fire with fire. Could you reason with Evelyn Shaw? Would slapping her or cursing at her do any good? You force my hand. Don't you dare go writing some sob story online later, calling me a scumbag. Leo rode the small bike back to campus. The dorms were already locked for the night, but the advantage of being Luke's benefactor was that Luke could work his magic, sweet-talking the dorm supervisor to let his father figure in. Man, that title combination sounded a little weird. Leo was almost at the dorm building when a silver Ferrari quietly pulled up at the campus gate, a Porsche 911 trailing behind it. Ethan jumped out of the 911 and banged on the Ferrari's window. Are you two seriously tailing him in a Ferrari? Ethan, man, no one's going to suspect us in this car. Bullshit. By that logic, why don't you just tail him and tank? See, you're getting worked up again. If even you didn't think someone would tail him in a Ferrari, you think Leo will? Ethan froze for a second. He's got a point. Wait, when did Rocco get so smart? He was wasted on a simple tailing job. Sir, you are a genius. Just doing my job. So what's the plan for tonight? I know a girl at this school. She's pretty close with Leo, but she's also pretty close with me. Under these circumstances, if Leo sees me getting all handsy with her, don't you think he'll flip out? Then we just add a little mockery. The trio's goal was to get Leo to hit them so they could press charges. As Rocco laid out his plan, his eyes gleamed. When he talked to that girl, Leo's name came up constantly. Rocco was already in love with her, but she just had to keep bringing up other men. A true romantic couldn't stand for that. Thinking about it, Rocco himself was a little intoxicated by his own brilliant strategy. This was killing two birds with one stone. Not only did it solve Ethan's problem, but it would also show the girl Leo's true colors. What's this girl's name? It's not Skylar Reed, is it? If it was Skylar, Ethan felt the plan was risky. That girl was too clever to mess with. Leo's a player who leaves a trail of broken hearts wherever he goes. A scumbag like that needs to be taken down. The pure-hearted romantic, having tailed Leo for so long, knew what he was like. He added indignantly, the girl's name is Mel. She's another one of Leo's conquests. The files on Leo don't mention this girl. She probably doesn't have any powerful connections. Ethan searched his memory for the name, confirmed it was clear, and gave Rocco a big thumbs up. Nice. Get her over here, quick. I already contacted her. I even made a point of saying Leo would be here. If this works out, I'll transfer you back to the inner circle. Thanks, Ethan. Ethan looked up at the stars hanging in the night sky. a sense of grandeur swelling in his chest. With the three of us, what can't we accomplish? Wait a second. We're a trio. Why isn't Connor saying anything? Connor, you got any thoughts? Ethan, I don't think this is a good idea. What's wrong with it? I think it's immoral, Connor stammered, scratching his head. Immoral? Do the three of us even have the right to use that word? As if they had just heard the most ridiculous thing in the world, Ethan and Rocco both turned to stare at Connor, their eyes filled with disbelief. When had they ever had anything to do with morality? Ethan, it's mainly, how are we going to make sure Leo sees it? Connor managed to come up with a flaw in the plan. He had to stop this from happening, no matter what. You think I didn't think of that? I already told Mel to wait for Leo at his dorm. Leo's movements today had been easy to track. He'd been out with Evelyn all day and had just ridden a bike back onto campus. Rocco wore a smug smile. Machiavelli and the great strategists of old had nothing on him. This was what you called natural talent. But people's joys are not universal. At this moment, Connor, huddled in the passenger seat, just thought they were being noisy. He inexplicably opened his phone and looked at the long, dense chat history between him and Mel. Sigh. The heavens want me dead. Leo arrived at his dorm building, just about to call Luke when he saw a shadowy figure on steps. Can't get back in, huh, buddy? Leo was about to offer to let the guy in with him, but the person saw him and jumped up. Let's go. Leo was genuinely startled. The man on the steps had suddenly turned into a woman, and this was the men's dorm. What was she doing sneaking around here? Was the front door no longer enough to protect male student safety? Sorry for scaring you. I'll apologize on the way. We shouldn't keep Rocco and the others waiting. Okay. Leo heard the familiar name, and his brain quickly processed it. A dusty memory unlocked. Rocco, Connor, Mel, the silver Ferrari. A familiar scene flashed in his mind. Aren't those Peyton's people? But if Peyton wanted to see him, she'd just call. And if she didn't call, she'd probably be the one sitting on the steps herself. Peyton would never pass up an opportunity to get close to him. Could it be Ethan? Then this probably isn't good news. What did you say? Mel heard Leo muttering and leaned in concernedly to ask. She even tried to loop her arm through his. Leo smoothly sidestepped her, putting some distance between them. I'm a selective guy. Stay away from me. Mel wasn't surprised by this. She just covered her mouth and giggled. So, you really are shy? You can talk about all that stuff online, but when I ask you to meet up, you never come. What stuff have I been talking about with you? Ma'am, do we even have each other's contact info? I'm a little shy. By the way, where's your boyfriend? Ever since you told me he was just using me to make money, I haven't spoken to him in days. I see. Leo tried to keep the conversation going while saying as little as possible. When you don't have all the information, the more you say, the more likely you are to make a mistake. But to Mel, his silence clearly meant he was unhappy about her boyfriend. She anxiously grabbed his hand. Trust me, I really haven't contacted him. I've even decided that from now on, we'll split the money from our photo shoots fairly. Photo shoots? Suddenly, something clicked in Leo's mind. He knew Mel and her boyfriend had some special kinks. Add the keyword photo shoot to that. Holy crap, they make porn, don't they? Leo snapped out of shock. On the short walk from the dorm to the campus gate, he tried to piece everything together. He knew that in this blurry story, Rocco was using his real name. So, who was pretending to be Leo and chatting with Mel, and talking about X-rated stuff, and promising to be the male lead in a future production. Buddy, you better hope I don't find you. What do you think of my outfit today? Mel was wearing a trench coat. She suddenly sped up, ran in front of Leo, and quickly pulled it open, revealing the cutout. Lace, lingerie, and fishnets underneath. It's nice. I knew you'd like it if I wore this for the shoot. Shoot my ass. What role am I supposed to be playing? The cuckold? I wore this for you. We'll let Rocco watch from his side. You're so good to him. Didn't you say you didn't like him? That's why I started talking to him. So that one day, when we're shooting, he can watch. Leo was speechless. He could only nod helplessly. This kind of logic, I'm just pretending with him, but I'm for real with you, was beyond his comprehension. He had gathered some information. The person impersonating him must have expressed some dislike for Rocco. So those two weren't working together? He fought the urge to call the police. I'll give it 5 more minutes. I swear to God, I'm going to find out who's pretending to be me. Ethan, it better not be you, or you're in for a world of hurt. He's out. Ethan quickly threw his cigarette on the ground and straightened his clothes. Dude, we're here to get our asses kicked. Why are you dressed so formally? You just don't understand the Miller man. Even when taking the worst beating, you have to be dressed to the nines. Ethan, wasn't that something Uncle Frank used to say? Look at him now, he's a security guard. I praise you a little, and now you're talking back to your big brother? Ethan adjusted his glasses and smacked Rocco on the back of the head twice. He turned to face his younger cousin, the wind gently ruffling his hair. My dear cousin, you're a good person. If you didn't have this identity, I'd be happy to be your friend. What a shame. Why, oh why were we both born? Rocco, what we do now? Simple. I go and put my arm around Mel's waist. She definitely won't resist. At that moment, Leo will get pissed. That's when I start taunting him. And you, as his cousin, will pretend to take his side, but actually make it worse. Say something like, Leo, just let it go. Look at them. They're so lovey-dovey. Rocco's even touching her ass. At that point, any man's anger level will hit its max. Connor will then pretend to step in to defend me, to egg Leo on. But remember, Connor, don't actually hit him. Rocco's plan was flawless. It was inspired by his chats with Mel. Mel had said she talked to Leo almost every day, which meant they were very close. But Rocco was convinced Mel loved him. Why else would she talk to him? What sealed the deal was Mel's profession. Everything pointed to one thing. Mel wanted Leo to be the cuckold. The trio watched the approaching man and woman with trembling excitement. Connor was shaking the most. Connor, even if you're excited, you don't have to shake that much. Connor, you need to work on your composure. Getting this worked up over a little scene like this. I'm not shaking. The distance between the two groups shrank to 10 meters. Rocco shot forward, ready to fire the opening shot. Before he left, he gave Connor a look, reminding him not to just stand there shaking, but to get ready to throw his fake punch. Mel, I've missed you so much. He swaggered up to her at the campus gate. In his mind, Mel would give him a big hug. But to his surprise, when Mel saw his outstretched arms, she quickly ducked behind Leo. Not only was Rocco frozen in place, but even Ethan was struggling to keep his composure. What am I supposed to do now? How do I play the good guy again? Long time no see, everyone. Leo waved at the not-so-surprising group, his eyes darting between the three faces. Huh? Why is Connor shaking like a leaf? Does he have fleas? Leo ignored Connor's strange trembling. He was just here to see who was involved, and then publicly expose the lie. This was not something he could let slide. Who knew what would happen to his reputation? Ahem, you three must have a lot of free time, pretending to be. Leo was halfway through his sentence when the scene erupted into chaos. The boxer has entered the ring. Connor lunged forward and punched Rocco. He shouted, How dare you try to hug your brother's girlfriend? We're not that progressive yet. Rocco clutched his right cheek, the punch so hard it knocked the snot out of him. What the hell, Connor? You hit me for real. I told you to throw a fake punch. Why are you hitting me? He looked pleadingly at Ethan, hoping his big brother would step in and restore order. Ethan cleared his throat and met Rocco's gaze. As if he understood something, he took a step forward. Cousin, I'm sorry. Please forgive Rocco. He probably just spent too much time abroad and is used to greeting with hugs. I apologize on his behalf. You should be apologizing to the girl. What does it have to do with me? Leo didn't even look at the other two. His eyes were fixed on Connor. This boxer was interesting. Does he have a guilty conscience? Rocco stared blankly at the situation. The good guy and fake punch rolls I taught you weren't supposed to be used like this. Why are you using them on me? But both Connor and Ethan were secretly giving him a thumbs up. Rocco clutched his face, completely bewildered. The two of them came over to help him up, whispering in low voices. Connor, Rocco, I saw the look in your eyes. I knew your hug plan went wrong, and you couldn't be suspected. Was my punch good? Ethan, I got it too. We can't let Leo get suspicious. I had to step in and make it seem reasonable. At this, Ethan looked proudly at his three-man team. A strategist, a boxer, and a good guy. How could they fail? Rocco, the get-beaten-up plan failed. What's the next move? The dazed Rocco looked at their hopeful faces, then back at Mel, who was sticking to Leo like glue. Hope and venom grew wildly in his heart. Hey, you guys did great just now. I do have another plan. What the hell are those three playing at? Are you dating Rocco? Leo asked Mel, confused. No, he just said he was inviting us out. Wearing that, and you call it just inviting us out? Stop it. Didn't you say we were going to get Rocco drunk tonight and then shoot the video? In that instant, Leo had an epiphany. Combined with Connor's strange behavior, the logic was starting to come together. The one who had used a fake identity to get to Mel was probably Connor. Then he timed it to get Leo to come out, trying to get him drunk, and then make him the male lead in a video shoot. Could this video become evidence for Ethan to threaten him with? Or be accidentally played at a family dinner? But this plan was too simple. Leo couldn't wrap his head around the logic. A normal person could never understand the logic of the morality trio. The more logical you were, the harder it was to guess their moves. It was like trying to understand why someone would send a couple of bumbling demons to take out the Monkey King and his crew. Leo would never have guessed that Ethan's entire convoluted plan was originally just to get Leo to punch him. Who could have thought of that? But that didn't stop other ideas from forming in Leo's mind. Now that Ethan has finally shown his face, I can't just let him go. Let's play a little, cousin. Rocco, are you sure about this? Ethan's brow was furrowed. The plan he had just heard was not simple. I don't think it's a good idea. The boxer, Connor, was the first to object. He had to find a way to stop tonight's operation. What's wrong with you, Connor? If you're scared, go home. Rocco shot Connor an indignant look. That punch still hurt. His new plan was perfectly in line with Leo's own logical deduction. Just make Leo the male lead in the video. The cuckold. Leo had to be the cuckold. Two birds with one stone. As for why Rocco still believed in Mel, because his conviction was strong. If Mel liked Leo, why would she still be talking to him? It must be because she wanted Leo to be the cuckold one day. And today was the day. If that video got out, just thinking about it made Rocco's heart race with excitement. He started working on Ethan again. Bro, if we film a video of Leo being the cuckold and take it back to the Miller family, what will everyone think of him? The result sounds good, but what about the process? Leo's not an idiot. Don't worry about the process for now. Just tell me, is the result tempting or not? Rocco was already blinded by the images in his mind. It was like how some people, even with all the anti-fraud education today, still fall for online sextortion scams. People will always do anything for a fantasy. But how do we trick Leo into going? He's not Stu, cousin. It's been so long. Let's go have a drink, shall we? The innocent-looking Leo walked up to the morality trio, the clarity and naivety in his eyes, making even Ethan feel a little ashamed. So he really is an idiot. All right. In that moment, Ethan seemed to have made up his mind. You could practically see the brightness of his eyes go from a light bulb to the sun. Leo walked past the group with an innocent smile, heading straight for Connor at the back. Connor felt an arm drop onto his shoulder and inexplicably shivered. He turned his head and met a pair of clear eyes. Connor, buddy, mind if we share a ride? Connor was feeling sick. He didn't know how things had ended up like this. He swore he was only trying to help Rocco at first. When he added Mel using Leo's name, he was just planning to be a wingman. It was a normal starting point. Having a mutual friend is a good way to warm up a new connection. But Mel was too good at chatting, especially the difference in her attitude towards Leo versus Rocco. It was more than Connor could handle. As they talked, Connor realized he could no longer shed his fake identity. My name is Leo, and I'm lying to you. But if my name isn't Leo, I can't love you. Something on your mind, Connor? Lately, heartbroken. Not exactly. So, it's about a woman, then? Leo squinted at the uneasy man in the driver's seat. He patted Connor's shoulder and whispered, "Feels good, doesn't it? Winning a girl's heart using my name." "I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." "Connor, where were you when I had my car accident?" "Huh, I forgot. Probably sleeping at home." The moment Connor heard that keyword, he snapped out of his daze, his mouth clamped shut. Leo didn't press further, jumping to another topic. "What are you so nervous about, man?" "I was just asking. Mel already told me everything." "Told you what?" "Connor, do you really think I'd dare to show up at that family dinner if I didn't have something on you?" Each sentence was a leap, but each contained at least one keyword. Connor was trying to drive while listening to Leo switch channels in the passenger seat. The disjointed conversation left his mind with only a few buzzing words. Mel, car crash, family dinner. The thing with Mel wasn't enough to make Connor talk. It was too trivial. But add the family dinner and the car crash to the mix, and things got serious. Plus, he was already on edge today. It was enough to make him slam on the brakes. He needed a moment to think. "I never told Mel anything about the car crash. Don't try to trick me. So it really was you impersonating me." The Mel thing is nothing. Compared to the car crash and the family dinner, what was the Mel situation? Connor wasn't that stupid. He couldn't be the one to leak the truth. If Ethan heard about it, there was no telling what would happen. Suspicion can kill. "It's nothing to you, but what about to Rocco?" Leo leaned back in his seat, looking through the windshield at the silver Ferrari that had just floored it through the streetlights. "Well, let me be more specific. If I tell Rocco about this right now, do you think you'll still have a place here?" Connor's head snapped up. He wasn't like Rocco. Rocco was one of Ethan's rich buddies from the same circle. The silver Ferrari was his own car. He just liked tagging along with Ethan. But Connor was Peyton's distant cousin from her hometown, brought into the circle by his cousin's connection to Ethan. Technically, he was just one of Ethan's lackeys. "Connor, when we first met, I told you, I'm a poor student, you're a working stiff. Why should the little guys make things hard for each other?" "I don't know what you're talking about." He was on a play dome. "Oh well, then I'll just record this and play it for Rocco later." Leo pulled out his phone, and a recording started to play in the car. "Leo, what do you really want? Tell me everything about the day of the car crash." "I don't know anything about that." "Then I'll get out of the car and start a show. I'll walk right up to Ethan, slap him a few times, and scream, 'I thought of you as my cousin.' and you had someone try to kill me. Leo pantomimed wildly in the car, his expression vivid, looking like a driver in the throes of road rage. There was an information gap between him and Ethan. Leo had never once brought up the car crash, acting as if it had nothing to do with Ethan at all. It was a deliberately crafted atmosphere of familial harmony. At that moment, do you think he'll wonder if you and I had a little chat in this car? Leo, why are you making this so hard for me? I proposed the little guys shouldn't make it hard for each other plan, but you didn't accept. My life will be even worse if I tell you. Connor leaned back in his seat, his eyes narrowed. He finally realized that Leo's invitation for a drink was all a setup to get to him. But telling him wouldn't do him any good either. If he talked, Leo would go after Ethan. In a fight between Miller heirs, a little lackey like him who betrayed his boss would be crushed. Ethan would take his anger out on him just the same. Connor, what's your relationship with Peyton? She's my cousin. Wow, so that woman actually helps out her relatives when she gets rich? I thought she was cold to the bone. When she was starting her own company, she needed relatives as cheap labor. Ever since she got in with the Millers, she hasn't really bothered with me much. That sounds like her. Leo patted Connor's shoulder, looking at the man's conflicted face. Connor, nothing will happen to you if you talk. I'll make sure you stay by Ethan's side. You're not even going to offer me any guarantees. I could promise you 10, 20 million, but do I have it? The only thing I can promise you is that staying with Ethan is more useful to me than you getting sent back to your hometown. For someone like Connor, empty promises were useless. But this kind of capitalist logic, you're useful, so I won't discard you, was far more convincing. Connor really only had two choices. Don't talk and get screwed over by Leo's chaos, making Ethan suspicious of him. Or talk, and Leo would still cause chaos, but he'd get to keep his position. From the moment Leo targeted him, he was doomed. Why did Leo bring up Peyton? Because the two cousins were cut from the same cloth. It was a common trait among those who clawed their way up from the bottom. A fear of losing what they had. I only know a little about the crash. Just that Ethan had been planning it for a long time. He first found a scrapyard that did illegal modifications. This part of the story had come up before in the conversation between Edward and Ethan. It was essentially the process of the crime. You call that knowing a little? You installed the tires on that car. You're an accomplice to murder. You know that? I guess so. But what choice did I have? Connor gave a bitter laugh, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. When did you guys start tailing me? Strictly speaking, after you got out of the hospital. We tried tailing you before your amnesia, but your dad stuffed a propane tank in our trunk once, and we learned our lesson. Then how did you know where I'd be on the day of the crash? We didn't. Connor shook his head. He was even confused as to why Leo would think that. Who would dare tail you before the amnesia, man? You got a death wish? You want to see what your dad, the demolitions expert, can do? Leo had actually replayed the logic of the crash in his mind. Not based on Isabella's claim that he had snuck out of her house, but based on the objective police evidence. The crash site was close to Isabella's house, and he was driving on the main road leading away from it. So, combined with Ethan having him followed, the logic was simple. On some random day, Ethan decided to get him. He found out where Leo was and had someone crash into him on the road. But they were saying they hadn't followed him. Dude, so you're just randomly looking for me on the street? You just happened to run into me by chance. We just needed you to be at a specific place at a specific time to execute the plan. Control my movements? Unless you kidnapped me. How could you make me show up so coincidentally? We couldn't, but we could find someone who could ask you out. Who? I don't know. Connor threw up his hands. He really didn't know. Ethan had given him the time and place directly. He just said someone could get Leo to come out. How exactly? Ethan never said. Leo closed his eyes, thinking. Waiting this long to solve the crash was actually a smart move. Because by now, he had a good enough grasp of his old life. He wasn't as clueless as he was right after the hospital. Home, school, Isabella's house, Evelyn's office. He was a kept man back then, so he didn't need to work at the lounge. That ruled out a client from the lounge calling him. Nothing had happened at home that day, or his mom would have mentioned it later. Isabella was also out. He was leaving her house. Why would she ask him to meet her? And there was no reason for the school to call him in the middle of the night. It had to be one of the few people I was close to. Right in front of Connor, Leo dialed Isabella's number. Hello, what do you want? A cold voice answered. Send me the security footage from the day of my crash. Isabella had cameras at her house. Right now, he only trusted objective evidence. What's wrong? Nothing, just send it. Are you coming home to sleep tonight? Yes. Video call me. I'll just point the camera at the screen. Downloading the footage is too much trouble. Leo hung up and immediately video called her back. That was one good thing about this woman. Give her a little something sweet, and she gets things done. Max efficiency. In the video, Leo saw his own movements from that day. He rushed into the house, ignoring Isabella's constant questions, and frantically searched every corner of the living room for something. You were looking for the USB drive. I told you about that. Isabella's voice came through the phone. Who was I taking that USB drive to see? In the footage, after a fruitless search, Leo quickly left the house. That was the end of the video. Was it a coincidence that Ethan knew about my meeting, or did someone arrange the meeting at Ethan's request? That I don't know. Connor's expression was a mix of relief and smugness. Seeing Leo stumped clearly made him happy. Connor, tonight, I don't care how you do it. I want to see Ethan's video. What video? The one he's making with Mel. You're still making things hard for me. Yes. Leo's easygoing smile returned. He patted Connor's shoulder earnestly, like a boss encouraging an employee to work hard. I just want the result. I don't care about the process. Leo, you lied to me? You said if I told you about the crash. That's elite. Sue me. I won't do it. The worst that can happen is I go back to my hometown. And what do you think will happen if Rick Miller finds out one of his son's lackeys leaked information? You think you'll even make it back to your hometown? Leo smiled, waving the phone with the recording on it. He got out of the car and walked away. They're all a bunch of blood-soaked bastards. Sooner or later, I'll send you all to prison to make license plates. We'll take it slow. As for what Connor said, for now, Leo would treat it as a story. He just had to do what he had to do, and the people who needed to show themselves would. He couldn't let himself be led by the nose anymore. Cousin, he probably believed it. Describe his behavior. He acted relaxed, but he asked me to get the video of Ethan. That means he's still furious inside. Do as he says. He didn't mention me during the process, did he? He did, but he wasn't surprised by your cold nature. Peyton paced her room, wrapped in a towel. After hearing Connor's report, she grunted an acknowledgement and hung up. The short towel did little to hide the lush scenery of her body. If the person who should be admiring this isn't, then I'll just have to force you to admire it. Peyton sized herself up in the full-length mirror, then went back to editing the picture she was going to post on social media today. For socialites, sharing their daily lives was like meeting a P3.I. Managing social media was a vital part of life. The photo was of her in a Japanese restaurant, wearing a sequined hip-hugging skirt and nude heels, posing by the traditional wooden door. She composed a caption, Rin and a bell emoji. Her champagne-colored nails moved across the phone screen. She just typed 2 small words when she suddenly looked up. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Question: what does a man do when he goes to a woman's house late at night? Answer: eat a bowl of noodles. Your cooking skills are seriously impressive. I can make you noodles every day from now on. Lame jokes get you a pay cut. Leo didn't even look up as he devoured his food. There was nothing more comforting than a bowl of hot soup late at night, especially since Peyton's kitchen was fully stocked. She had even used her air fryer to make him egg tarts and sausages. And this woman, who clearly worked out and managed her figure meticulously, had even pulled a can of ice-cold Coke from the fridge. She had obviously prepared for everything in advance. Leo thought back on his day. He'd seen his ex-girlfriend, Skylar, and Evelyn. He'd even promised Isabella he'd sleep at her place. And yet, here he was, at Peyton's house, eating dinner. This is so good. Peyton, wrapped in a bathrobe, looked up at him and took a napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth. She sat at the kitchen island, watching a show on her phone. She would never consume calories this late at night, but she sat there with him, getting up every few minutes to check on the food in the air fryer. Don't make any more. I can't eat another bite. This is for tomorrow morning. You probably have to be at school around 8. I'll get up at 6 to make you breakfast. Who said I was staying here? Not staying the night? Okay, well, I'll pack some for you to take with you later. Peyton pouted, putting on an exaggerated display of disappointment, but her actions were swift and efficient. After Leo finished eating, he tried to take his bowl to the sink, but Peyton stopped him. You must be tired after running around all day. Sit here and rest. Even Leo felt a little embarrassed. Showing up at someone's house for dinner and not lifting a finger felt wrong. I'm happy that you came to me when you wanted to eat. I was just stopping by to see you. Well, next time you're hungry and don't want to bother your mom, you should stop by and see me too. His thoughts partially exposed, Leo fell silent. Seeing the usually thick-skinned gigolo blush, Peyton rolled her eyes with a sigh and, wiggling her hips, took the bowl into the kitchen. This was the benefit of dealing with a mature woman. If you said something like that to a younger girl, she might pout and sulk. Peyton not only didn't get angry, she generously allowed you to be honest, which in turn made you feel a pang of guilt. Leo lay on the sofa and looked at the pajamas Peyton handed him. I don't wear other people's clothes. They're new. I just washed them once after I bought them, so they wouldn't be dirty. You and your cousin aren't the same size. You keep clothes for both me and my cousin in your house. At that, Peyton looked up, her eyes meeting Leo's. Are you jealous? What do I have to be jealous about? Ethan has never been here. I prepared these just for you. Leo definitely didn't believe her. Who would believe the words of a woman who played both sides like her? You're smooth. You can say whatever you want. It's different. A hostess at a KTV is smooth with everyone, but she can't command a high price. You can only sell for a high price if you're smooth with just one person. Peyton went into the bathroom, first to draw a bath for the man who had suddenly appeared in her home. Then she hurried to the closet to get new men's underwear, and even unwrapped a new bottle of men's body wash. You prepared all this for me. I knew this day would come eventually. Of course I had to be prepared. Leo felt a strange sense of absurdity at her words. How to describe it? It was like spending your day experiencing the youth and beauty of college life, only to suddenly become a big shot enjoying the services of a mistress at night. It was pretty damn surreal. From a normal person's moral standpoint, Leo would of course condemn things like being a mistress or a kept woman. He strongly disapproved of such behavior. But in the moment, actually experiencing it, he couldn't help but marvel. Rich people really know how to live. He suddenly deflated, lying on the sofa and staring silently at the ceiling. The lights had been dimmed to a warm, eye-friendly mode. A variety show was playing on the TV, the volume low, just providing a bit of background noise. The Coke on the table had been replaced with lemon water. Peyton said she was afraid he'd get an upset stomach. Having just devoured a large bowl of noodles, he was now sinking into a carb-induced haze. He simply lay there, his mind drifting. He was thinking about whether one of Ultraman's head-slicing attacks could reduce Ethan to a pile of dust. Time seemed to slow down. Work, school, all that nonsense couldn't compare to this moment of peace. Seeing Leo spacing out, Peyton, who had been bustling about to get his bath ready, didn't disturb him. She didn't nag him, saying, I've been running around for you, and you're just lying there. Instead, she quietly got a blanket and covered him with it. Then she went into the bedroom, changed into her pajamas, and came back with a bottle of essential oil. She whispered in his ear, lift your head and rest it on my lap. Peyton began to massage his neck. Her technique wasn't professional, but the pressure was comfortable. Leo closed his eyes and suddenly said, Peyton, a woman like you doesn't need my attention to live a happy life. It's to get your attention that I became this kind of woman. There's more than one rich family in the world. Climbing into the Miller family was already a stroke of luck for me. Then you shouldn't have told Connor to lie to me. Ultraman had battled Ethan for hundreds of rounds in his mind until Ethan was nothing but a pile of ash. Only then did Leo snap out of his little game. He turned his head to the side, resting it on her lap, so that his view of her face was upside down. Peyton didn't stop what she was doing. I did tell him what to say, but I didn't tell him to lie. Who really asked me out that day? I don't know. Oh, Leo stopped asking. Connor had talked too quickly, which was suspicious in itself. It was hard not to connect it to Peyton. Peyton's hands moved to his temples. The whole point of having a lover is to escape from trivial matters. Why are you thinking so much? Watch your words. The term lover has legal implications. I'm a single young man. As long as I don't do anything illegal, it's a moral issue at worst. So we're just freely in love, then? Let's call it a perk of being a Miller heir. Leo got up from her lap. Perks were nice to enjoy once in a while. But he wasn't the second young master. He was Leo. A country bumpkin could never get used to an imperial banquet. Peyton, change your strategy. This kind of routine won't work on me. What should the strategy be, then? Tell me about your past, and try to win my sympathy. I'm a soft-hearted guy. All right, which part do you want to hear? For example, why did my uncle allow you to get close to me, but not worry at all that you'd switch sides? That's a long story. It probably starts from when my cosmetics company went bankrupt. Leo suddenly stood up, drained the lemon water, and stood in front of Peyton in a very strange position. Why strange? Because Peyton was sitting on the sofa, her head on the same level as Leo's waist. If Peyton were to tie up her hair right now, it might bring certain activities to mind. No, that's not right. It's because you were involved in the car crash, too. How could that be? My abilities are limited to making dinner, drawing a bath, or maybe having your baby. The kind of thing you're talking about, I could never do. You didn't have to be the main player. You just had to provide support and leave evidence with my uncle. That way, he'd trust you. Peyton's expression didn't change, but her silence was her answer. From the moment Leo showed up at her door, he hadn't been aggressive, hadn't looked like he wanted to tear her apart. He had been quiet, just asking for a bowl of noodles. That's when she knew something was wrong. This is the part where you're supposed to say, what's a woman like me supposed to do? Wrong is wrong. Well, you're better than your cousin in that respect. Leo walked over and patted Peyton's head. He said, make the bed. I'm sleeping here tonight. But in the guest room, Leo casually sent a text to Isabella. then put his phone on silent. He knew, without even looking, that his phone was about to be bombarded. Isabella was definitely going to put him on trial for being an untrustworthy dog. Let her. He didn't care. Going to Isabella's house meant he'd have to wait on her. He wasn't going to do that. As for why he was sleeping at Peyton's, she was a criminal accomplice. He was just asking for a little compensation. See, when you shift the perspective from lover to criminal accomplice, it feels a lot better, doesn't it? Hilarious. Not a shred of guilt. Let's talk, shall we? Leo lay down on the bed first, patting the spot next to him, motioning for Peyton to sit. He was about to start his psychological warfare again. Tell me about it. Your past. The story of a girl from the mountains making it big? Didn't I already tell you? Sorry, my question was wrong. I meant our past. We were just a client and a host at the lounge. That's all. My mother always told me you can't trust a pretty woman who lies. Leo did a few push-ups on the bed, his muscles flushing with blood and radiating male hormones. His hand slid across Peyton's pale neck, cupping her chin. You think you could get me to meet you outside of work just because you were a client? Don't be ridiculous. You overestimate my professional ethics. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Peyton didn't resist, a blush creeping up her swan-like neck. Ms. Peyton, let's talk about something other than the insemination plan. Let's talk about that sea of love and hate between us, the one that was deliberately hidden. The relationship between Leo and Peyton had always been delicate. This woman was far too mysterious. Because she always appeared before Leo at just the right time, with just the right identity, and delivered just the right information. The first time, she appeared in the silver Ferrari. As his cousin-in-law, she quickly threw out the shocking ethical dilemma to put a lid on their past. And in fact, they did have a yet-to-be-realized legitimate relative relationship. Even the ridiculously far-fetched fact that Ethan was infertile turned out to be true. This absurd relationship was instantly rationalized. The second time, at the lounge, she continued down this path, this time revealing her motive. She rationalized the absurd event. She even rationalized her own promiscuous behavior. The third time, at Skylar's birthday party, after her actions, motives, and relationship had all been rationalized, they began their official, legitimate contact. They even received a certificate of legitimate contact personally issued by Edward Miller. The fourth time, at the lounge, when everything had become legitimate, she finally began to unveil the past, using the absurd method of dropping Tums into his whiskey. She rationalized her choice, saying she would stand by Leo. She seemed to have no other choice, so she was passively forced to choose him. The fifth time was today. Leo's conversation with Connor went inexplicably smoothly. Even the trail of the car crash led to a woman who could ask Leo out. But who exactly was involved in this grand family feud? Was Skylar going to suddenly pop out with a wicked grin and say, "Ha, bet you didn't see this coming, Leo. I'm after your family fortune." Get real. There is only one answer. Peyton. Some things are all about comparison. Compared to any of the other girls who had appeared before him after his amnesia, Peyton's highly illegitimate relationship somehow felt the most legitimate. Reality is a giant, chaotic stage. Intricate plots require immense computational power to support. Peyton, you're too perfect. And yet there was still a flaw. In the file she gave Leo, the direct evidence of the car crash was conveniently missing. It wasn't that she wanted to jack up the price. It was because if she had produced it, she would have been finished too. Even if she could hide her involvement, Leo would have immediately sensed, who was it that asked me out? And how did Ethan know I would be there? That's why she had Connor tell him. Leo would definitely point the finger at her. She had hoped this would bring an angry Leo to her doorstep, demanding to know why she had hidden the truth after they had formed a partnership. She would rather have him furiously try and tear her apart than looking at her calmly, and clearly like he was now, curious about their past. Leo, promise me, this story stays in this room. After today, you forget it. Hey, you successfully piqued my competitive spirit. Everyone else is chasing me down to tell me their story and make me take responsibility. You not only hide it, you want me to forget it. It's the only thing I ask. Can you promise me? Don't worry. I treat everything you all say as a story. Only a fool would take it seriously. Peyton knelt on the floor, her meticulously cared-for skin looking a little pale. She said the story began with her first visit to the Cypress Lounge. At that time, she hadn't yet convinced Edward Miller. She had only heard through various channels about the existence of his cast-off son, Leo. She wanted to see him, thinking maybe she could get some ideas. By then, she was already a sophisticated urbanite, with a minor reputation in the real socialite circles. It wasn't strange for her to frequent such a place, but she was gritting her teeth and putting on a brave face. Her failed cosmetics company had left her deeply in debt, but the Millers were her only chance. Her self-awareness was sharp. The world was full of women who wanted to marry into wealth. She was not special. And then she saw the boy with the mischievous smile. The first word between them were spoken by him. I just started here, so I'm still a bit clumsy. If you're not satisfied with anything, please just let me know. Peyton nodded coolly. She had paid a lot of money to be here. Of course she would speak up if she wasn't satisfied. During their small talk, she had a question. Why are you doing this job? She was actually asking from a normal person's perspective. From what little she knew of the Miller family at the time, even a cast-off son should be living better than the average person. Why was he working a job like this? I really need the money. The clothes you're wearing are Armani. I bought them with an advance on my salary. My teeth hurt just thinking about it. But the other host said, you have to spend money to make money. In this line of work, you have to look refined to please the clients. Empathy struck in an instant, because Peyton's current lifestyle was also funded by maxed-out credit cards. To mingle in the real socialite circles, she had to invest. Is he living the same life as me? Their first conversation was brief. Leo smiled as he saw her off, asking at the checkout if she wanted a discount. The lounge has Groupon deals. No, but we have promotions. Like if you buy 5 bottles of Hennessy at once, you get a 20% discount. The drinks I just ordered for you are all part of the promotion. Do you think I'm the kind of person who's interested in small savings? Peyton felt an indescribable feeling. She had always painstakingly managed her image in the eyes of others. Why did Leo see through her at a glance? Seeing her expression change, Leo quickly whispered, why are you hesitating over a good deal? It just makes one seem cheap. Bargains are meant to be taken. You rich people really don't treat money like money. Every penny saved is a penny earned. Seeing Leo's winking, conspiratorial expression, Peyton didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the world of the upper class, how long had it been since she'd met someone like this? Fine. Do as you say. I'll be back tomorrow. If you come back a second time, you can get a membership. You have to get it. It's a discount. Peyton nodded at him, though she didn't pay it much mind. She would get a membership, but in the world of socialites, a membership card was for status, not for discounts. The next day, she arrived as promised. Leo was waiting for her outside, rubbing his hands together. His eyes lit up when he saw her. Get the membership. Get the membership. Do you get a commission? No. The boss is a cheapskate. Then why are you so enthusiastic? Dude, do you have any idea how much money I can save you by being enthusiastic just once? A single discount can be hundreds of dollars. Peyton shook her head. She probably wouldn't be coming back for a while. The lounge was too expensive. As she was leaving this time, she asked an unprompted question. Leo, do you want to be rich? Of course. Pull anyone off the street and ask them. Who doesn't? What if the chance to be rich comes at a price? Of course it comes at a price. How many people are born rich? Leo looked at her, dumbfounded. In that moment, Peyton was speechless. She was finally beginning to realize. Leo's Miller and the Miller's Miller were not the same. It seemed the two of them were the same kind of person. Leo analyzed the story in his mind, looking up at Peyton, who had gone to the living room to get water. He said, out of the blue, so this is the socialite falls for the simple, honest boy script, right? Peyton shook her head. There was no love, she said. When I realized you had no connection to the Miller family, and probably never would, I actually wasn't planning on going back to the lounge. You're a very practical woman. Yes. Peyton didn't deny the relatively negative assessment. She took a sip of water to wet her throat and prepared to continue. She said that after she left that time, the debt collection calls were relentless, nearly blowing up her phone. The men who wanted to save her from her predicament were also blowing up her phone. Someone was offering to help. Why didn't you accept? Because the price of being saved was selling myself, becoming a mistress, or some kind of sex toy. Aren't you selling yourself now? Their prices were too low. If the price isn't right, just say the price isn't right. Stop being so mysterious. I'm really not being mysterious. If you're going to sell, you sell your soul along with it. That's what you told me. Damn, I can say something that profound? Explain it to me. I don't even understand what I meant. Leo's face instantly flushed. Listen to that. So deep. I definitely said that. Peyton continued. She said that was her third time at the lounge. This time, it was purely for indulgence. Because she had gone to see Edward Miller again, but this time she couldn't even get a meeting. He was in Singapore and couldn't be bothered with her. Her only hope had become slim. The immense pressure was suffocating. Drunk, she told Leo everything. Her tragic family, her frantic struggles, and her ambition to climb the social ladder. She asked with a bitter laugh, did I do the wrong thing? Leo was busy playing on his phone. After a moment, he held it out to her. This is the company you used to run, right? Holy crap, you had a celebrity endorsement and an annual party. That's all in the past. That's still amazing. How awesome do you have to be to start company? I could never do that. Leo couldn't stop marveling, practically writing "oh my God" on his forehead. I asked you if I did the wrong thing. Wrong? Who doesn't want a better life? What's wrong with that? I clawed my way up by any means necessary, even concocting a plan to have a baby for a rich old man. That doesn't sound great, but what does it matter what other people think is right or wrong? At this point, Leo suddenly held up a hand, telling her to wait. He rushed out the door. A moment later, he came back with a picture book, an encyclopedia of marine life. You might not believe what I say, but you have to believe what's in this book, right? Leo started flipping through the book and finally found the page he was looking for. You can read these two words, right? Oyster. I learned it in school. My Uncle Jules. Yes. Then Leo closed the book, apparently ready to tell a story. But Peyton was suddenly curious. She asked, "Why are you reading a book about marine life? Do you want to be a marine biologist?" "No. It's because there's this girl who's always talking about the ocean, mountains, and the sky. She knows everything about the outside world." "You're reading about marine life to chase a girl? Or to satisfy a client during a conversation?" "I'm not trying to chase her. And she's not a client." Leo shook his head, hesitating whether to say more. Finally, he gritted his teeth and shared his story. "She's going to travel the world someday. I'm afraid that after she leaves, we'll have nothing to talk about. Think about it. If one day she sends me a picture and says, 'Look, a school of manta rays,' and I don't know anything, all I can say is, 'Wow, that fish looks like a dark carpet.' She's leaving you to travel the world, and you still want to talk to her?" Peyton didn't think Leo was the type to be lovesick. Did a guy working as a host have real feelings? "She asked me to go with her." "Why didn't you go?" "No money." "Because I didn't want to." Peyton just thought Leo's answer was a young man's pride. The girl must know about your family situation, right? If she invited you, she'd obviously pay. Leo, when you grow up, you'll realize selling to a boss is still selling. Being a kept man is a skill in itself. What? It has nothing to do with any of that. The moment I heard travel the world, my brain just screamed no. That's it. Leo tapped the table in front of her and continued. "Even though I'm selling myself at the lounge, I'm selling my soul along with it." Silas says the soul is what determines a person's price. Talking about souls is a bit too abstract, don't you think? What is a soul? Whatever pops into your head that you stick with, that's your soul. Leo quickly ended the topic because he didn't really understand it either. It was just something Silas had mentioned once. He wanted to get back to the oyster story. Actually, the oyster story was inspired by that whole travel the world thing. Some principles are universal. I'm all ears. The story went something like this. A biologist named F. Brown dug up a batch of oysters from Connecticut and moved them to an aquarium in a Chicago basement. Oysters are creatures that arrange their lives according to the rise and fall of the tides, much like a school adjusts its schedule with the seasons. For the first 2 weeks, these oysters, thousands of miles from home, continued to follow the tidal patterns of Connecticut. But after 2 weeks, their behavior changed. They were no longer in sync with their hometown tides. Their new tidal pattern didn't match Florida's or California's or any existing tide table at the time. After repeated calculations, the biologists discovered they were following the tidal times of Chicago. But Chicago has no ocean. These oysters were living in a concrete basement, in an aquarium filled with artificial seawater. The biologists believed that the oysters were using changes in atmospheric pressure to deduce when the tides should be coming, trying to create an ocean that didn't exist on Earth. Peyton was stunned by the story. A normal person probably wouldn't have the inclination to pay attention to marine biology. While it was somewhat shocking, she didn't understand what Leo was trying to say. But Leo was laughing his head off. "Why aren't you laughing? Why should I laugh? Isn't it a shocking story? Think about it. Don't you think the scientists studying those oysters must have thought they were idiots?" Peyton managed to follow the laughing boy's peculiar angle. She realized what the story was trying to tell her. "You're using this story to tell me that even if someone calls you an idiot, you should stick to your own ideas, right?" This time, it was Peyton's turn to laugh. She admitted the story's greatest value was that it made her laugh. She thought it was some profound new truth. If you just wanted to make that point, weren't there a million inspirational quotes online? Who would tell such an old, cliché story? This is to solve your problem. Oysters and humans can't empathize, just like you and me. The oysters are from the ocean, you're from some unknown mountain. They're following their own tidal rhythms, and you have your own way of getting out of the mountains. The oysters are imagining an ocean with their own methods, and you're fantasizing about climbing the social ladder. I think you're both acting like idiots. But if you look at it from another angle, Chicago has no ocean, but the oysters brought the ocean with them. You're both creating an ocean that shouldn't exist. And that sounds pretty damn cool. So, I have no right to judge what's right or wrong. At the very least, you and the oysters are both pretty amazing. After hearing that, Peyton was silent. Her only response was to pour Leo another drink. That day, she blocked all the men who were trying to save her. She looked at the countless debt collection texts and just laughed. Peyton didn't know how much she drank that night. When she woke up, she was in a guest room at the lounge. In her dream that night, she turned into an oyster. But an oyster that could open its mouth and talk was just weird. Scarier than a ghost from a horror movie. The oyster floated in the artificial seawater of the Chicago basement. In that moment, she looked in the direction of her hometown. She no longer wanted to feel its tides, so she would create an ocean of her own. Damn, what an inspiring story. Leo, lying on the bed in Peyton's guest room, kept tapping his head. Wait, the ocean? The oysters? The biologist? Why don't I have any of this knowledge in my brain? You don't have to tell the rest of the story. You were captivated by my charming personality and secretly fell in love with me, right? Charm is just something you can't hide. The thought flashed through Leo's mind more than once. What a heartbreaker. No. Afterwards, I made up my mind to go to Edward Miller and promise him I would definitely have your child. Damn it. I feed you an inspirational story, and you turn around and sell me out like a traitor. I told you my plan in detail, and I didn't try to talk you out of it. You couldn't, so you just helped me refine the plan a little. The first time Leo heard about the insemination plan after his amnesia, he couldn't help but marvel at what kind of genius came up with it. Turns out it was him. Why didn't you just tell me back then? You hid the truth. You think I didn't want to? We were on good terms back then. I thought you'd be fine with just sleeping together. But Edward's exact words were, if you're not afraid of dying, go ahead and tell him. Let's see if your uncle blows you up. Uncle Frank, you've wronged me. Leo scratched his head, not knowing where to even start complaining. But he felt the story wasn't over. There was no sea of love and hate yet. While the relationship was special, these conversations happening in a lounge weren't that strange. Later, you went back to my hometown with me, as my boyfriend. As she said this, Peyton kicked off her slippers, stood up from the floor, and climbed onto the bed. She pulled the covers over herself and lay down next to Leo. Don't be nervous. This is how we slept when we went to my hometown. While narrating the ambitious plan of an ambitious woman, Peyton showed no emotion. Even when Leo called her practical and ambitious, she accepted it all. She displayed the rare quality of a bad woman who didn't pretend to be something she wasn't. But as she reached the part about her hometown, her tone softened. Her gaze drifted to the moonlight outside the window, her eyes filled with reminiscence. She said her dad had broken his leg, but her brother had called, saying their dad was dying. It was a hilariously unfilial description, but the real purpose was to make sure she came back. She knew something was off, so she brought Leo with her. By then, she had gained Edward Miller's trust. Her debts were cleared, and her cosmetics company was starting to recover. This was something no one outside the Miller family could have done. She could have offered Leo a price he couldn't refuse to come with her. But when he learned it was about her family, Leo volunteered. For this kind of job, you should have brought my dad. He's a big-time gangster. He has a natural advantage over the small-time ones. I have to handle it as best I can. If my dad comes to Riverbend and makes a scene, or even goes to the family, I'll be finished. Fine. I specialize in dealing with gangsters. Finally, they boarded a plane to a northern city. It was the first time in his life Leo had ever traveled far. He was chattering excitedly, taking tons of pictures out the plane window to send to a certain little girl. He said he was on vacation too, but he wasn't so excited after they landed. Ma'am, how many more transfers do we have? The vacation Skylar told me about wasn't like this. They took a plane to the nearest airport, then a high-speed train, a regular train, a bus, a private carpool. The once exquisite Peyton was now barefaced, having bought two $50 outfits from a basement mall in the county seat. She told them both to change. When we get to the village, just say I'm in a lot of debt, and you paid it off for me, so I have to marry you. Afraid your dad will ask you for money, and afraid he'll take money from someone else. Peyton had started from nothing. She knew the saying that a man's heart is like a snake that wants to swallow an elephant. It wasn't that she didn't want to give her dad money. She could even give him a large sum, as long as he would live peacefully and not bother her anymore. But you couldn't change a person's mindset. The moment he learned she had money, his eyes would be forever fixed on her pockets. Your little world-traveling girlfriend probably doesn't have these kind of problems, right? Her problems are just different. It's not like she's happy all the time. On the way from the county seat to the village, Leo was completely silent. Peyton could guess why. Anyone in her family situation would probably be silent. The endless fields were filled with rice growing wild in the summer heat. After turning from the paved county road to the dirt village road, The conditions became extremely rough. The driver, with a thick accent, turned back and joked, "Brother, you sound like you're from out of town. Bringing the wife back to visit her family?" "Yes," Peyton answered. An endless wave of shame washed over her. She was terrified of what the silent Leo might say to the driver in a moment of frustration. Something like, "Don't guess, I'm not her husband." Or, "This dump of yours is really hard to find." Leo did snap out of his silence. He suddenly leaned close to Peyton's ear and said, "If I yell at your dad, will you feel bad?" "No. What are you thinking?" Peyton asked lightly. She wanted to know the answer, but she also didn't. Leo must be regretting not staying in the air-conditioned lounge, telling stories and drinking with city girls, instead of being jolted along a road in the middle of nowhere, only to face a family of villains at his destination. Of course I'm planning my character. It takes a villain to beat a villain. What do you think of me playing a spoiled rich kid? Do whatever you want. Leo was spacing out even as he spoke. This made Peyton even more sensitive. She guessed that his words were just a habitual way of changing the subject, of creating an atmosphere with random content. He often did this at the lounge to liven things up. The purpose was to hide his regret about this trip. Leo was just a city kid. He was always talking about souls and biologists. How could he possibly play a spoiled rich kid? The words didn't fit him at all, but it didn't matter. As long as I don't hear him say he regrets it with my own ears, I can accept anything. As the car neared the village entrance, the old ladies at the village's information post instantly looked up. Even Peyton's father came hobbling over. Peyton took the supplements out of the car and silently handed them to her father, enduring his scolding without a word. If a fight started, it would never end. It was better to just endure it. "Peyton, you've got some nerve. How long has it been since you've been back? You'll be happy when I'm dead, won't you? The neighbors are all here. Look, this is the daughter I raised. She's just waiting for me to die." Seeing the silent Peyton, her father's wrinkled old face flushed with anger. He raised his cane high, but the cane never fell. From Peyton's perspective, a tall figure had stepped between her and her father. This tall figure had plucked a foxtail weed from somewhere and was chewing on it. He threw the cane aside, stepped onto a large rock at the village entrance, and in front of all the neighbors, pointed a finger at her father's face. Under the shade of a large willow tree, he said only one sentence. "Knock it off. You pull that crap again, and I'll fucking end you." "Who are you?" "I'm her boyfriend." "You." The old man, Earl, sized up Leo's clothes from head to toe, then glanced past him the beat-up old sedan that had dropped them off, a shared ride he'd flagged down, filled with other people craning their necks to watch the show. His verdict was instant, broke. "Get lost." "I don't approve." "Dad," Peyton cut in, her voice firm. "The debt I racked up? He's the one who paid it off." Hearing that, Earl's expression shifted. He gave Leo another, more calculated look and jerked his head toward the house. "We'll talk inside." Leo, with a blade of grass dangling from his lips, swaggered in behind them. Peyton sidled up to him, whispering, "You don't have to do this. We just need to check in, make sure everything's okay. We can stay one night and leave tomorrow. Why wait until tomorrow? It's not right to come all this way and not spend the night." Peyton's gaze flickered away. She was hiding something. The village was called Cinder Creek. For Leo, who'd never really left the orbit of Riverbend, he'd half expected it to be called something like Peytonville. Like most towns tucked away in the mountains, the young people had flown the coop, leaving only the old birds who couldn't fly anymore. And, of course, a few birds who could fly, but chose not to. Like Earl. Even with all the government programs and talk about revitalizing rural America, there were still people in the village who were beyond help. Like Earl. Even in an age that preached the value of education, there were still old-fashioned ideas that refused to die. Like Earl. The yards in these northern rural houses were usually huge. Earl's property had a vegetable garden, the source of daily produce for many of his neighbors. City folks dreamed of having a patch of land to grow their own food, but this particular garden was choked with weeds. The top of the red brick wall surrounding the property was studded with shards of broken glass, though what a thief could possibly hope to steal from this place was a mystery. "Leo, I bet you've never seen a dump like this, have you?" Peyton's tone was breezy, but her eyes were locked on his profile. Every kid, boy or girl, fantasizes about the moment they bring someone home to meet the parents. Peyton had dreamed of it, too, back when she was just a girl with a crush. But she was a grown woman now. On the drive over, she'd imagined the look on Leo's face when he saw her home. Disappointment, probably, but now, in this moment, she felt a strange flicker of anticipation, a feeling she couldn't name. "You think if we planted this whole plot with ginseng, we'd get rich? It's not that big a piece of land. Besides, only wild ginseng is worth anything. Let's plant something anyway. It's just sitting here going to waste." An idea seemed to strike Leo. He rummaged through the bag of fruit he'd brought from the city, pulled out an apple, and stuck it in Peyton's mouth. You think if I dig a hole and plant the core, it'll grow into an apple tree? Probably not. Only one way to find out. I used to dream about doing this when I was a kid. I finally have a piece of land to work my magic on. Leo grabbed a shovel leaning against the wall, his face alight with enthusiasm. The sheer absurdity of the scene made Peyton feel like a breath of fresh air had finally entered this suffocating house. It was good that he had something to do. At least he wouldn't be complaining about wanting to go back to Riverbend. She sighed and handed him the rest of the apple core, then went inside alone. What's the kid's story? His family. Earl, leaning on a cane, was already waiting for her in the living room. Peyton was at a loss for words. In her original script, Leo was just an average city guy. He'd lent her the money to pay her debts, and they would logically get married. But Leo's entrance had been so brazen that if she painted him as poor, she knew her father would be furious. Still, she had to stick to the story. If she said he had money, the old man would start asking for it. He's from Riverbend. His family's not well off. He used all his savings to pay my debts. No money? Then what are you doing with him? Earl didn't even bother to ask why she was in debt. He'd always known she was a lost cause. Tell him to leave. We're leaving tomorrow. What are you going back for? You've been kicking around Riverbend for years and haven't made a dime. Peyton said nothing. Arguing with him was pointless. It would never end. There was no winning a fight with someone who had no bottom line. She had her plan. Stay the night, leave in the morning. Earl couldn't stop her. The only reason she'd brought Leo was to make a statement. I'm going to marry a poor man, so don't even think about setting me up or asking me for money. Think you're hot stuff now, don't you, Peyton? Don't come home for a year at a time. This family means nothing to you. I don't have any money. I know you don't. So get that kid out of here and start going on the dates I set up for you. Even if you have to be the other woman for that one guy from the tofu factory, it'll give this family a leg up. Forget it. We're already engaged, planning the wedding. You little. I'll kill you. Earl staggered to his feet, ready to resort to his usual brand of stick-based discipline. But just then, a man carrying a shovel walked into the grimy, smoke-stained room. The stirred-up dust made him want to sneeze. I told you. You keep acting like a dick, I'll fucking end you. Who the hell do you think you are? Looks like you still don't get it. Leo hefted the shovel and started walking toward Earl. He wasn't bluffing. A man can have no morals, but that doesn't mean he's not afraid to die. What are you doing? I've told you 3 times now. I'm going to end you. Leo chased Earl around the room. Peyton, meanwhile, calmly opened the new set of bowls and chopsticks she'd bought, washed them, and then expertly started rinsing rice and washing vegetables. Every so often, she'd glance out into the yard. Leo had transformed into some kind of shovel-wielding demon, chasing Earl around the entire property. The old man's limp magically vanished. He was running faster than anyone. She could never figure out what went on in Leo's head. Who looks at a barren patch of dirt and immediately thinks of planting an apple tree, but a smile curved her lips. Normally, in a situation like this, she would have just endured it in silence. But having someone stand up for her, it felt good. Call her a bad woman. Sure, but to say she wasn't a fighter would be a damn lie. In a way, you could almost call her a low-level schemer. But strong and weak are relative, like yin and yang. People who are strong are often just compensating for a deep-seated vulnerability, like how soft skin forms a thick, hard scab after an injury. Thank you, she whispered. Dinner was a tense affair. Under Leo's murderous glare, Earl didn't dare say a word. He was the kind of man who was only brave inside his own house. Someone like Leo, who'd resort to violence at the drop of a hat, was more than enough to scare him. Earl's brand of toughness was a performance, one he only dared put on after he'd sized up his opponent. If he were a true street-tough old rogue, like Leo's Uncle Rick, he would never have taken his aggression out on his wife and child. After the meal, Earl started to leave the table. Leo immediately yanked him back. You're going to make a guest do the dishes? Earl froze. This was insanity. Was this how a guest was supposed to talk to his host? I'll get them later. Peyton stood up first, pulling Leo toward the west-facing room. This is all we have. Can you handle it for one night? I can handle it. But is there seriously no electricity? Peyton switched on her phone's flashlight, illuminating the room. The walls were papered with old calendars. There was no bed, just a raised stone platform for sleeping. The room was large, but empty, except for an ancient, foot-pedal sewing machine against one wall. Leo was speechless. Try to break the tension, he grasped for a topic. That sewing machine has to be an antique, right? That was my desk. It was obvious the family wasn't so poor they couldn't afford to install a light. That would be too much. It wasn't a matter of means. It was a matter of will. No one had ever bothered to install one for her. And after Peyton started making her own money, she saw no point in putting a light in a house she never returned to. So, we're sleeping together. Yeah, aren't you about to marry into a rich, powerful family? Peyton didn't answer. She couldn't. How could she say, sleeping with you is a condition of me marrying into that family? A shadow fell over the small joy she'd been feeling. You sleep first. I'm going out for a bit. All right. Peyton walked alone down the country lane, the night wind whipping at her leather jacket. She reached the edge of small wood, the hoot of an owl echoing in her ears. The gloomy forest didn't scare her. Her mother was buried at the other end of it. Mom, I'm home. The real reason Peyton had insisted on staying the night was to visit the grave. The death of a loved one is a long, damp season in one's life. Once upon a time, this so-called bad woman was just a little girl who cried in her mother's arms. Her broken sobs, muffled by the sounds of the birds, were barely audible. Eventually, we all returned to our mother's graves, howling like abandoned dogs. I haven't been doing so well lately. My company went under, but I'm going to work hard to get back on my feet. I met a really good man. If you met him, you'd probably say he's too impulsive to be a good family man, but I really wanted to bring him to see you. But I don't deserve him, Mom. Traditionally, you were supposed to bring offerings to a grave. Peyton had come empty-handed. She pulled a tube of lipstick from her pocket, a cheap, $5 drugstore brand most girls wouldn't be caught dead with. Her mother had bought a lipstick once when she was young, and her father had berated her for it. A heavy past, when spoken of, becomes just a fleeting line. Even the most painful memories eventually fade, leaving only a single, potent image behind. Her mother was a traditional, gentle country woman. She never fought back against the abuse. She would just hide in a corner and cry, but she'd still mend her husband's broken belts. Peyton had asked her, "If you're crying, why don't you run?" Her mother had replied, "That's just how life is. The years go by, and tears are bound to fall." More than once, Peyton had thought her mother was weak, even as she'd brought it all on herself. If you weren't so weak, would this have happened? Why didn't you fight back? It wasn't until she had traveled a longer road herself that she stood before the grave again. Her judgment softened. Her mother had been wrong, but it wasn't her fault. All that was left of the faded memory were a few whispered words. The years go by. Peyton muttered to herself, then stood up and turned to leave. She glanced back and jumped. A man was standing at the entrance to the woods, hands in his pockets, using a flashlight to write on the dark canvas of the sky. "See what I wrote? Can't make it out." "Heh, me neither. How did you know I'd be here? Why else would you insist on staying the night? After seeing your dad, you had to see your mom." Leo stood before her in the darkness, a wide grin on his face. He reached out and wiped her cheek. "What are you doing? That was the song playing in the rideshare, right?" "Oh, sister, just you wait a minute." Leo hummed the tune, mimicking it perfectly. "Are you seriously hitting on me in front of my mother's grave?" Leo didn't answer. He just made sure her face was free of tears before he spoke. "You have to wipe away the tears you cry at a grave. Otherwise, your loved ones will feel your sadness, and they won't be at peace." "Is that a Riverbend custom?" Leo bounced over, draping an arm around her shoulders with a mischievous grin. "Yeah, I just made it up. The real reason is that if the wind blows, the tears will make your skin chap." "Why'd you stop?" Leo had been listening intently, his eyes shining. Who doesn't love a good story about saving a girl from a tragic home life? It was so relatable. There's not much else to tell. You haven't gotten to the part where we slept together yet. You want to hear about that? Damn right. Don't you know how young people operate these days? We look for plot in the porn and porn in the plot. Spill it. Leo was pressing her to continue when his phone buzzed with a new message. "Connor, done." "Leo, where are you?" "Connor, Spotlight Hotel, room 413. Leo didn't reply. Instead, he called his father. "I need to report crime." "An orgy?" "Who?" "Ethan." "Hilarious. You really think I want your sex tape?" "Distributing obscene material is illegal. I'm a law-abiding citizen." Once his old rogue of a father knew, he'd know exactly what to do. Leo didn't need to worry about it. "Your fiancé is about to get arrested." "Oh." Peyton just rolled over at the news, her arm numb from lying on it for too long. "How did you get Ethan to not suspect a thing? Why do you keep bringing him up? You into that kind of thing? You're acting weird. You're the one acting weird." The truth was, everyone was acting a little weird. Late at night, sharing a room, recounting their past together. In this kind of charged atmosphere, any two people with a mutual attraction would have already been all over each other. And they were, objectively, a good-looking pair. But she was an accomplice to his car crash. "Tell me about the crash. Let me hear the story of the heartless, wicked woman. Just think of it as my show of loyalty. I had to do something bad to you. Not good. You tried to get me killed. You wouldn't have died. Silas and your uncle wouldn't have let you die. What? Is this some kind of comic book world? They could just fire off a long-range power and save my ass from 1,000 miles away. But you didn't die, did you? Get out. What was that? Arguing from the conclusion backward. He didn't die because he was lucky. The car definitely hit him. The police report said it wasn't a minor scrape. It was a solid impact. Leo believed there were world-class weapons experts who could stab someone in a non-lethal spot. But he sure as hell didn't believe there was anyone who could control the severity of a car crash. A professional hit-and-run assassin? Someone who could control whether the victim died or just lost a leg. What a joke. Leo would never believe it. Even if Silas stood in front of him and said, "Kid, don't be so naive. There are pros in this world who could do exactly that," he still wouldn't believe it. He'd just say, "Find me a semi-truck with full insurance coverage, you stand in front of it, and prove it to me." So this is the great heaven of love and sea of hate between us. Leo, I know you hate me. You can hit me, you can yell at me, but I truly knew you wouldn't die in that crash. What was your excuse for asking me to meet you that day? To talk about coming home with me? You got some nerve, Peyton? Honestly, his feelings weren't that complicated. He'd never had high expectations for Peyton in the first place. This was who she was, wasn't it? You have 1 minute to give me a reason not to destroy you. Leo, I swear, I really knew you would be fine. The crash was supposed to be a false alarm. You were supposed to walk away, cussing out the driver for being blind. Silas even called Edward Miller directly. He said that even being a kept man counted as being on the clock, and anything that happens on the clock is a workplace injury. If you had died, he would have personally come to the Miller family home. Not good enough. The fact was, he had been hurt. What was this false alarm bullshit? He was almost sent to the morgue. With Edward Miller's trust, I could be a huge help to you. Not good enough. Edward Miller is going to test your attitude at the family dinner. If you fail, he'll dump a pile of messes on you. And that pile of messes is Apex Media. It's so rotten that their financial reports are unreadable. The only bright spot is a couple of D-list celebrities who pivoted to being TikTok influencers. This wasn't beyond what Leo had expected. Silas had mentioned it. Not good enough. You might meet your fiancé at the dinner. Seriously? In this day and age of dating apps and free love, they're still doing the whole family arranged marriage thing. It's just a way to test your attitude. First, a strategic alliance like this has always been a test of obedience. Second, in this age of so-called free love, how many people actually find it? The truth is, most people don't. The only people I've ever seen object to it are in movies. The person your family finds for you is at least decent looking and well off. A lot of people would kill for that kind of connection. Hearing it put that way, Leo had to admit it made a certain kind of sense. He scratched his head and dropped the topic. His stance was clear anyway. He was definitely going to oppose it. From now on, report to me regularly. I was planning to, but I'm curious. Why are you willing to expose your involvement in the crash, but not talk about your past? This, Leo was genuinely curious about. Why not just hide it for as long as possible? Wait until he found out the truth on his own, then settle the score. Why reveal it now? The outcome would be the same. Leo knew she was more useful to him alive, at least as an informant. He could settle accounts with her when he finally dealt with Ethan. So why hide her past? Did she want him to see her only as a bad woman? What was the point? Because I knew you would never believe an excuse like, "I knew you wouldn't get hurt." Get to the point. The story isn't finished. Want to hear the rest? Might as well. It'll be a bedtime story. I'm getting sleepy. Peyton pulled her legs up, leaning against the headboard and covering herself with the quilt. The night had passed. Outside, the first faint outline of the sun was visible on the riverbend horizon. She said that after they left the woods that night, they went back to the house. In that pitch-black room, Leo was as stiff as a corpse. When she got to this part, Leo asked blankly, "Is it really that cold up north?" It was because there was only one blanket. We were sleeping under it together. I suspect you're trying to start something. No, you were really that stiff. If I so much as touched you, you'd flinch. Peyton smiled and nudged Leo. She was probably trying to reenact the scene. But Leo didn't flinch. He even followed her movement, resting his head on her arm. Peyton, I believe you. There's no reason to lie about a trivial detail like that. But a story is just a story. I know. Peyton knew what he meant. Don't mistake the current Leo for the old one. The story continued. She said that in the dark room, neither of them could sleep. She started asking Leo how he felt about the trip. Leo said it was exhausting, that he didn't like it. Leo, do you think what I'm doing, marrying into a rich family, is right or wrong? Hard to say. In the dark room, for the first time, Leo's evaluation changed. At the Cypress Lounge, his advice had always been to persuade her. But there are some things you can't truly understand until you see them with your own eyes. The lightless room, the sewing machine desk, the calendar-papered walls, the inescapable mountain valley. Leo felt that with his limited life experience, he couldn't make such a complex judgment. Leo, I'm drowning in debt. Besides selling myself to pay it off and living the rest of my life as a mistress, my only other choice is to marry into a rich family. At least then, I'll have a chance to control my own life. That's fine. If you think it's right, then it's right. An endless silence fell over the dark room. There were things they both wanted to say, but couldn't. Leo couldn't say Peyton's choice was wrong. As she'd said, she had 3 paths. The 2 she mentioned were finding a rooftop to perform a swan dive. And Peyton couldn't bring herself to think, let alone say, if I were to marry you and live a normal life, would you even want me? Words like that were destined to remain unspoken. Her massive debt had essentially just been transferred. The creditor was no longer a bank. It was the Miller family. What right did she have to say, take me, let's make a life together? It was ridiculous. Leo was popular with girls. He had a bright future. Leo, I really envy you. You have such a bright future. You envy me? You envy me getting wasted at the lounge, getting yelled at by clients, having a gambling addict for a father, and having a girlfriend who's constantly breaking up with me. Leo turned his back to her, lost in thought. The darkness was a medium, allowing 2 cold human beings to feel each other's pain. Peyton suddenly realized they were the same kind of person. He had his own miserable life. Work, life, school, family, relationships. They were both at the bottom, their passions being ground away by the daily grind. Were they saving each other? No. What had she ever done to help him? Listening to the boy's tone, a bold idea began to form in her mind. So bold it made her gasp for air. Money couldn't solve all problems, but it could solve a lot of them. And for most people, getting money was hard. But for Leo, it didn't seem to be. The process was hard, but not impossible. The crazy idea swirled in her mind like the eye of a hurricane. What if Leo went back to the Miller family? Leo, is the thought you have right now your soul? What? You've twisted that so far out of shape it's in another zip code. That's not what I said. Should I stick with my idea? Are you still hesitating? Sis, let me give you a direct quote from my psychologist. What? Tell me you're right. Leo rolled over and stared straight at her. The heat radiating from the strapping young man made Peyton's head spin. The original meaning of the phrase was to advise patients who regretted their past actions. Don't imagine the path not taken is paved with flowers. The choice you made in the moment was the best one. If you're in business, the investment you made was the right one, even if you lost money because the other investment would have lost even more. If you choose to break up, that was the right choice, even if you regret it, because if you hadn't, your girlfriend would have cheated on you later. This kind of extreme fantasy was a way to save yourself from being trapped in a cycle of regret. I'm right. Peyton's eyes glowed in the darkness. Literally glowed. Her phone screen lit up with a notification. She was like a bat. Why are you giving yourself a pep talk in the middle of the night? Think of a way to put me to sleep. Leo really couldn't sleep. When he had insomnia at home, he'd lie on the couch with the TV on at low volume. But this room didn't even have a light, let alone a TV. I could sing to you. Let's hear it. In the world of high society, her musical tastes had to follow the trends of her circle. R&B, gospel, funk, vaporwave. It was a basic skill, necessary for daily conversation. Just like you connect better with classmates or colleagues who play the same game. Posing for photos at trendy spots in a camel coat and heels, chatting about music and art exhibitions, discussing what kind of makeup to wear for a photo shoot with a photographer. That was the daily life of a socialite. But in this dark room in a northern mountain village, Peyton looked out the window and saw the moon rising in the sky. The rhythm of country life was healthy. The outlines of the distant green mountains were especially hazy. The sounds of dogs barking and roosters crowing occasionally broke the silence. Her face was bare. She was wrapped in an old red and green floral quilt, the wall behind her papered with calendars of beautiful women, the foot pedal sewing machine standing silent sentinel. The song she began to sing carried the heavy accent of her homeland. The moonlight shines on the wall so bright, and I will sing for you all night. In the guest room of Peyton's apartment, Leo seemed to be fast asleep. Dawn was breaking, and the woman lying next to him was singing. She secretly wiped away tears, peering through a crack in the curtains at the world outside. She sang softly, "The sun has risen, round and new, and shines the paper window, through time, seemed to rewind to that northern mountain village." But a story is just a story. The only one listening was herself. From the moment Leo actually ended up in the hospital, Peyton knew things had spiraled out of control. Her world had collapsed. She would never have the chance to prove her innocence to Leo. She was one of the perpetrators. Telling the story would only bring them both more pain. Why'd you stop singing? Forget the words? Need me to remind you? Leo was extremely annoyed at being left hanging. He was just about to fall asleep. It left him in an awkward limbo. Unfortunately, it's hard to make a sound when you're choking back sobs. Leo didn't roll over. He was truly on the verge of sleep. He reached a hand back, motioning for her to continue. His hand touched her face. It was wet. The years are long. My dear, it's true, he murmured into the pillow, and I will wipe your tears for you. It was 9 o'clock in the morning in Riverbend. For most people, the day had already begun, vibrant and full of energy as they prepared to dive into their work. Evelyn Shaw was no different. After trying on 4 different outfits in front of her full-length mirror, she finally settled on her look for the day. But it was 9 o'clock, and Leo still hadn't contacted her. Did he sleep in? Or is he doing this on purpose? As a psychologist who had personally counseled many patients with love-related ailments, Evelyn was all too familiar with these little games people play in relationships. Playing hard to get, are we? Dr. Shaw, whose theoretical knowledge was flawless, gave a cold smirk. She was laughing at the simple-mindedness of men, at the foolishness of this Leo. Evelyn decided against calling him and instead sat down at her desk, immersing herself in her work. If he called, they'd go out. If not, so be it. It wasn't like she would die if they didn't. 10 o'clock. She was at her desk. 11 o'clock. She was at her desk. 12 o'clock. She was hungry. She boiled herself some sweet corn. 12:10. Her phone, which had been picked up and refreshed countless times by its owner, declared its battery was critically low. 12:11. She had the sudden urge to shove the half-eaten corn cob into Leo's brain. Is he still sleeping? Dr. Shaw, the master of theory, was beginning to waver. It's just a man's trick, playing hard to get. For Leo, this is basic stuff. But it wouldn't hurt to call and check, right? What if he just slept through his alarm? What do I have to lose? As long as I know what's really going on. Leo was, in fact, still dead asleep. After talking with Peyton until the early hours, he was now snoring away. As for why his phone wasn't ringing, because he'd stayed the night at Peyton's place after standing up Isabella. To avoid a trial by telephone, he put his phone on silent. Even if it wasn't on silent, Evelyn probably wouldn't have gotten a response. He had never actually asked her out. He had just sent 2 pictures. He never said, "Hey babe, where are we going tomorrow?" "Leo, you have a call." Peyton had been awake for hours. A refined life had to be refined from the inside out. While Leo was sleeping, she had already completed her skincare routine, a toning workout, and trimmed her flowers. She'd even prepped the ingredients for lunch, ready to be cooked the moment Leo opened his eyes and washed up. Being a bad woman wasn't easy. The kind of self-discipline she'd maintained for years was something most people couldn't fathom. Every 20 minutes or so, she would come in to tuck in his blanket and check if he was awake. This time, she happened to walk in just as a call was coming through. The phone was on silent, but the screen lit up. "Who is it?" "Evelyn S.H. Ignore it." Leo only needed to hear 2 syllables to know whether a call was worth taking. He just rolled over, threw a leg over the comforter, and went back to sleep. "Are you hungry?" "Not hungry. Dreamed I was in Africa. Cooked a crocodile." "Oh, okay." Peyton responded simply, gently pulling the blanket back over him. As she was about to leave the guest room, she glanced at the phone again. Another call. "Leo, it's Isabella this time. She's probably going to lecture me. I'll call her back when she's cooled down." "Oh, okay." This time, Peyton didn't leave. She sat down on the edge of the bed. She had a feeling more calls would be coming. It wasn't that she wanted to sit there and report the callers, but she found that she could faintly discern Leo's attitude toward each person from these small details. I may not have a right to be in this war, but there's no harm in gathering some intel, right? 5 minutes later, amidst the barrage of calls from Evelyn and Isabella, a new name finally appeared. "Leo, it's a call from Skylar Reed. Do you want to take it?" "Where's my phone?" Leo stretched languidly under the covers, reaching a hand out toward the nightstand. The considerate woman had already placed the phone in his hand. "Hello. Leo, did you get doxxed by someone you were arguing with online? Your phone's been busy this whole time. If you have something to say it quick. You leave me hanging all night, and you still haven't explained the Dr. Shaw thing. Damn, it's just a relationship, that's all. Impossible. I know you. Dr. Shaw doesn't have blonde hair, she looks all sickly, she doesn't show off her legs and her chest. Being too big is a bad thing, too. You really do know me, kid." A smile spread across Leo's face, his eyes still closed. Peyton, sitting nearby and pretending to smooth the bedsheets, was actually trying desperately to catch the keywords from the phone call. Then, she looked down at herself. She couldn't see her toes. Her natural assets were pretty good. "I'm treating a seriously ill psychological patient. Don't you cause any trouble for me, you hear?" I figure as much. Otherwise, when Dr. Shaw faced me yesterday, she would have been powerless to fight back. You saw through it yesterday. Of course. Otherwise, how could she have been so arrogant? Skylar Reed, wearing Lotso Hug-In Bear pajamas, sat cross-legged on her dorm bed, her eyes red and puffy. She looked as haggard as someone who had just pulled a 3-day all-nighter at a land center. The small trash can hanging from her bed rail was overflowing with used tissues. Have you been crying? Just a cold. It's my roommate's fault for not closing the window last night. Skylar's best friend, in the bed next to hers, immediately shot her a look. When had she ever opened the window? Besides, would she dare? With the racket Skylar had been making all night, if she had opened the window, the whole campus would have heard her crying. Leo, are you going to hang out with me today? I have things to do. I won't be back on campus until tonight. Leo still had to figure out how to handle Ethan today, as a final preparation for the family dinner. Okay. Skylar reluctantly hung up the phone, but her gloomy demeanor vanished instantly. She hopped down from her bed and ran to the bathroom to get ready for lunch. Skylar's best friend was utterly baffled. She couldn't understand why a girl like Skylar would wail and cry over a man. She'd seen Leo a few times. He was tall and handsome, sure, but would it be hard for Skylar to find another handsome guy to date? Not at all. Skylar, aren't you about to start your big adventure? Why are you still so entangled with him? What do those two things have to do with each other? You're leaving, he's staying. Your lives won't intersect anymore. Anyone would see it that way. You're traveling the world. He's staying here for school and work. You'll have different experiences, meet different people. You're destined for different paths. Who says? Going abroad isn't like dying. I can still like him, but he might not think the same way. And what does that have to do with me? I can't change his internal programming and rewrite the command to love only Skylar Reed forever. But I can change my own internal programming. I like him, so I'll just change my command to express my affection for him. The rest is none of my business. Her best friend, a girl named Vivian Sue, looked at the bouncing, cheerful Skylar with a complicated expression, a mix of envy and worry. It was hard not to be drawn to Skylar. Her love and her hate were just so pure. Skylar Reed had encountered a new problem in life. Question: when the girlfriend of the boy you like calls you, do you answer or not? Dr. Shaw, what's up? She chose to answer. She's just a fake, anyway. If I hadn't heard you were a patient, I'd expose you right now. I wanted to ask if you have the contact information for Leo's roommates. I do. I'm not giving it to you. Do you know his dorm room number? I do, but I'm not telling you. Is he in class right now? I don't know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Sweet. Skylar swung her feet back and forth from the edge of her bed, a grin on her face as wide as if she'd just chugged 2 bottles of Listerine. Take that, you poser. You, Dr. Shaw. I treated you like a confidant, and you treated me like some little girl to be toyed with for your jealousy games. Skylar, you don't have to be so hostile toward me. The relationship between Leo and me is... Evelyn really wanted to explain that their relationship was strange, that Leo was probably up to some bizarre scheme, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Skylar's tone was just too damn smug. It conjured up an image of a little girl with her hands on her hips, talking down to her. The feeling Evelyn got was, you're his girlfriend, aren't you? You don't even know this much, and you have to come ask me? How are you even his girlfriend? Can you do the job or not? Speak up. At the end of the day, she was a woman, and a very proud one at that. This strange feeling made it impossible for her to back down and explain, and she certainly wouldn't surrender. In the arena of heart-to-heart talks, she had never lost. Though the room was silent except for the sound of her own breathing, a dramatic soundtrack had already kicked in her mind. A single tear turns back mid-fall. I have no choice but to fight. To fight. We haven't had a proper chat in a while. How about I buy you a coffee, as an older sister? Evelyn quickly adjusted her tone, the pendants on her earrings swaying gently. Her magnetic voice had a magical quality that instinctively calmed people. Although Skylar's actual combat strength was low, making it difficult for her to land an effective blow, she certainly didn't see it that way. Battle. Okay, send me the location. Let's just meet at the cafe by your campus gate. What's up, my great beauty? Leo sat at the dining table, wolfing down a fried egg. The moment he answered the call, he quickly turned down the volume, mentally estimating that Isabella's rage timer had probably run out. Only then did he turn it back up. Leo, is it fun standing me up? It was too late last night. I didn't want to bother you. So who did you bother instead? Went back to the dorm to sleep, of course. This was the answer he'd come up with after texting Isabella last night to cancel. Was it not reasonable for a student to sleep in his dorm? It was perfectly reasonable. Huh, you take me for a fool. What's wrong with a student sleeping in his dorm? Leo, we lived together for so long. You'd occasionally say you were going to stay in the dorm for a night. No problem there. The reason you gave me was, My place is too far from campus, but you occasionally have to go back for an early morning class to scrape together enough credits. So if you slept in the dorm last night, you should be dragging your exhausted ass to class right now to get attendance credit. Not sitting there, eating a meal made by your little lover, and making loud, chewing noises. As someone whose main battlefield was off campus, Leo was always struggling with his GPA. He didn't participate in activities, didn't join student organizations, and barely attended classes. Leo looked up blankly at Peyton, who was sitting across from him, eating her own meal while eavesdropping. Crap, I'm dealing with Sherlock Holmes. Some things weren't Leo's fault. It was the amnesia. That detail was a dead memory. He had no recollection of it whatsoever. Ahem, I really did stay in the dorm. I'm in a cafeteria with my roommates right now. Although he was a little flustered at being caught in a lie. It was his fault, after all, for asking her to check the security footage and then bailing. Could he really confess at a time like this? Of course not. Isabella's tone changed abruptly. Wait for me at the campus gate. I have something to do later. The Ethan thing. I can't come. It's not convenient for you to be there. Leo, since I've decided to bet on you, Ethan is our common enemy. I have the right to know about and participate in everything. You don't even need to show up for this. What you need to do is back me up at the family dinner. The right to know? You still don't trust me. I am questioning your integrity as a partner. You just lied to me. Fine. I'll wait for you at the gate. When she pulled out the partner's integrity card, Leo had no choice but to agree. Having achieved her goal, Isabella quickly hung up. Leo, a pastry still in his mouth, stood up and put on his jacket. He had to rush to the campus gate. He hadn't confessed. Whatever Isabella was guessing was just baseless speculation. If she found out for sure he wasn't on campus, who knew what kind of drama she'd stir up? You just wait. Once I actually squeeze some milk from the Miller family fortune and you get a taste of the good life, you'll see how I'll train you. For now, Leo could only surrender temporarily. Peyton didn't say a word the whole time. Even though she hadn't finished her own meal, when she saw Leo getting up to leave, she quickly rose to help him with his coat. They'll probably have to notify the family about Ethan. Wait for a call. Okay, I'll just stay here then. Peyton didn't know what she was feeling. Right now, she was a little afraid to face Leo. Before they had talked about the past, she could interact with him freely as the bad woman, without any psychological burden. But after telling him, her emotions had inevitably become complicated. She felt that no matter what she said, Leo probably wouldn't believe her. As he'd said, a story is just a story. Has your dad contacted you lately? No, don't be scared. If he comes to Riverbend to cause trouble, I'll have my dad scare him off. Okay. Peyton felt a flicker of happiness. It wasn't because of the if the enemy storms the city, unleash Uncle Rick plan. It was because Leo was probably leaning toward believing her, believing the story she'd told. Peyton, I've always liked to get the ugly stuff out of the way first. Go on. You are, strictly speaking, the same as Isabella. You're both venture capitalists. We don't need to discuss your investment motives, whether it's for a high rate of return, personal feelings, or some kind of conspiracy. Adults are responsible for their own profits and losses. All I can promise is that if you help me, you'll get your fair share of my future wealth. I can't promise anything else. If your motive is personal feelings, I'm sorry, but I won't be responsible for any potential losses. This was the best solution Leo could come up with. Was the story true? It sounded very true. But screenplays written by genius writers also sound true. What's forgotten is forgotten. He couldn't change that. After speaking, Leo waited patiently. This was a verbal agreement. If she accepted, she'd cross the threshold from accomplice to comrade, entering a formal probationary period of loyalty. If not, her name would be on the list when he settled the score for the car crash. It was that simple. Okay, Peyton looked up and smiled. Perhaps the greatest virtue of a bad woman is that she never complains about her own difficult fate. The only survival wisdom she learned from her weak mother was, the years go by, and tears are bound to fall. The years were still long. As long as there was a path to walk, she would crawl to the finish line, even if it meant grinding her bones to dust. Are you coming over to sleep tonight? Let's be cautious. You're still technically Ethan's fiancé. Oh, I'm not kidding. My Uncle Edward is a shady old bastard. Protect yourself while you're playing double agent. Are you worried about me? I really don't get you women. The conversation always ends up turning to this. Leo left in a huff. But before he went, he asked for the key code to Peyton's apartment. From a personal experience standpoint, he really liked sleeping there. For no other reason than it was awesome. It really wasn't Leo's fault. Isabella's house was huge and luxurious. You could probably play a decent game of hide-and-seek in it. But in terms of living experience, it was miles behind Peyton's apartment. If you had to choose, which would you pick? Would you rather live in a huge villa and wait on someone hand and foot, or enjoy a life where your every need is met, food appearing before you, and clothes laid out for you? Hilarious. Who would want to go to your cold, empty mansion? I actually really wanted to go stay at the villa, but it was so late I was afraid I'd disturb you. Leo's eyes were exceptionally clear. His chest puffed out as he spoke with conviction. What do you mean, stay at the villa? Huh, you mean, come home. Ms. Vance, we agreed to keep this professional. I can promise you things on the money front. But I have to warn you, if you mix in personal feelings, you're guaranteed to lose. I'm happy to. Isabella squinted at him, completely ignoring his little speech. Leo didn't say any more. Getting the ugly stuff out of the way first was the only thing he could do. He'd made himself very clear. People have their own ideas about things. Besides, Isabella and Peyton were different. Peyton was already enmeshed in the Miller family drama. She had to pick a side. The amnesiac Leo couldn't see her true motives. Whether she was a reverse double agent or genuinely betting on him for a high return, it was hard to say. So if trust was a scale of 1 to 10, his trust in Peyton was less than a half. But Isabella's motives were obvious. She was a non-conservative investor. She was optimistic about and willing to gamble on Leo's future. From the high-priced sponsorship in the past to her current decision to bet on him. Everything, while technically a fair trade where Leo provided or had the potential to provide an equivalent chip, still filled Leo with gratitude. Having someone affirm your value is, in itself, something to be happy about. Some people spend their whole lives craving that affirmation. It was just that they weren't emotionally compatible. But emotions are just one part of life. Why aren't we leaving yet? Is it your roommate? Isabella had come to the campus gate to pick up Leo many times and had inevitably seen him with his roommates. Luke and the other two were currently mixed in with the crowd of students heading off campus after class. Yeah, but what do you want with them? To ask if you slept in the dorm last night. Sweetheart, you're crossing a line. I'm testing my partner's integrity. Isabella got out of the car and walked toward Luke. Honestly, it was hard to rank beautiful women. If you had to, you could only do it subjectively, like with art based on personal taste and preferred type. And a woman like Isabella, walking down the street, was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Her mixed heritage and her height were just too striking. Even if you didn't like her type, the visual impact would steal your attention. Today she was wearing a short trench coat. Although the belt cinched at her waist covered part of her figure, the exaggerated proportions still left her long legs exposed. Excuse me, did Leo stay in the dorm last night? The trio of roommates froze, stunned by the sudden question. This was where Luke's high emotional intelligence came in. He stepped forward to answer. He remembered this woman. She was definitely connected to Leo. His mental CPU went into overdrive, and he instantly grasped the situation. She's here to call him out. We just had dinner with the other sister-in-law, Dr. Shaw, yesterday, and today she shows up. This is definitely a hostile interrogation. Leo stayed in the dorm last night. Luke knew this answer might not be right, but it was definitely the safest. Partner in crime, aren't I smart? Leo strolled up from behind. Hearing Luke's answer, he gave a thumbs up. But that was it. He didn't say a word, because the answer didn't matter. He'd lied earlier out of a bit of guilt. But if she was going to press the issue, he might as well just tell the truth. So what if she knew he didn't stay in the dorm? She could sue him. Leo's not a very quiet sleeper. You guys must not have slept very well, huh? How about I treat you all to dinner tonight? For sets of questioning eyes. The trio looked at Leo. Leo looked at Isabella. Isabella sincerely invited the trio. She had never intended to make a big deal about whether he slept in the dorm or not. If Leo really wanted to spin a perfect lie, she wouldn't be able to expose it. That was something she'd learned when they lived together. She'd only come to the campus because she'd seen a post online late last night. If you want to please your girlfriend, you have to value her best friends. You have to let them see how much you value her. Whether this was good advice or not was debatable. It depended on the situation. But Isabella clearly thought it was brilliant, so she'd come to the campus. A guy like Leo, who was half working, half studying, busy with life, and had most of his energy drained by girls, obviously didn't have any close male friends. That just left his roommates. The trio looked at each other, being treated to dinner 2 nights in a row. Even though they'd unanimously accepted Leo as their honorary godfather, they felt a little embarrassed. We probably shouldn't. Leo, on the other hand, stared at Isabella in shock. It took him a long time to choke out a sentence. Whoever you are, get out of Isabella Vance's body right now. My uncle is the Reverend Wild. He has powers, you know. Aren't they your best friends? You're doing that dominant CEO thing again, aren't you? If you keep this up, I'm really going to have to get you under control. Leo could feel his face flushing. He really needed to have a talk with her. Otherwise, What would happen when her dominant CEO powers reached their final form? One day, she might suddenly slam a hand against the wall next to his head and say in a deep, sexy voice, "Woman, you've successfully piqued my interest." By then, it will be too late for Leo to have any regrets. Let's go, let's go. Leo grabbed her arm and turned to leave. Isabella knew Leo pretty well. As long as he wasn't spouting some flirty nonsense, he was being serious. Whatever the emotion was, it was an emotional fluctuation. Looks like I did the right thing. Wait, let me say goodbye to your roommates. Isabella normally wouldn't go out of her way to put on a show like this. But you have to build a good image in front of your girlfriend's best friends. Just then, Luke's girlfriend, Chloe, arrived at the campus gate to meet him. They were in different departments. From a distance, she saw a tall, long-legged beauty talking to Luke. She hurried over. Who is she? Leo's girlfriend, I think. I'm not sure. Who are you kidding? I met Leo's girlfriend at dinner yesterday. Isn't it Dr. Shaw? Keep your voice down. Chloe hadn't been loud. She was just asking a normal girlfriend question. But Isabella heard it. The Dr. Shaw you're talking about. Is it Evelyn Shaw? The Grind, a coffee shop just outside Northwood University, wasn't very busy. At this hour, most students were ravenously heading for dinner, with no time for bourgeois affectations. Evelyn Shaw stirred her coffee with a small spoon, her gaze occasionally drifting to the vibrant young woman sitting across from her. Two thoughts were echoing in her mind. First, if she were a college student in the prime of her youth, it would be hard not to fall for a pretty girl like this with a face so full of collagen it looked like you could squeeze water from it. Second, Skylar Reed was nervous. Relax. We're just chatting. I'm not nervous. Skylar didn't dare look up. Normally, she wouldn't be this timid. There had to be a reason. But if she thought too hard about that reason, she'd only get more embarrassed. This sickly-looking woman is so skinny, but she's so big. That was Skylar's internal monologue. Yes, it wasn't Dr. Shaw who had intimidated her. It was the basketballs. No wonder guys like this type. Looking at them, I like them too. Due to her extreme nervousness, Skylar refused to look up or respond. Evelyn couldn't draw her into her rhythm, and guessing the real reason was impossible. But she had time. She could wait. Evelyn rubbed her hands together and glanced around the coffee shop. The two of them, with their starkly different styles, were certainly attracting attention. A sickly, Eastern-style beauty and a vibrant, youthful girl. A combination that could never be captured with a single photo filter. Let's talk about your adventure plan. I haven't seen much of the world myself, but I was an exchange student at Leipzig University for a while. I could tell you a bit about. Aren't we here to talk about Leo? It's not just about Leo. We have plenty of other things to talk about. No, we don't. If it weren't for Leo, who would be sitting here talking to you? Skylar thought this woman was truly out of her mind. Do we even know each other without Leo? Am I crazy? Why would I be sitting at the same table with you? You wicked woman. All right, let's talk about Leo. No, you'll just brag about couple things like holding hands and taking pictures. I won't listen, it's too painful. Fearing the wicked woman's words would slip into her ears, Skylar clamped her hands over them. I will not listen. You could say her offensive capabilities were low, but you had to admire her defense. All defense, no offense. A carefree life. This completely threw Evelyn off. Not talking was no good. Talking was also no good. What on earth did she want her to say? How about we talk about you and Leo? Yes. Dr. Shaw, your medical skills are truly brilliant. It's just that your feelings are written all over your face. Let me hear about your story with him. I'd rather die. But talk about her story with him? Well, now she wasn't sleepy anymore. My story with Leo is a long one. Evelyn adopted a listening posture, but she wasn't fully focused. The story of this young couple was already documented in her files. She had a good idea of what was coming. Skylar would probably start from their first meeting at the Land Center, recounting the fun they had during the freest phase of their lives. But as she listened, something fell off. There was an undercurrent of aggression. The first time I ever drank was with Leo. I got drunk after 2 drinks, and he carried me home. Skylar recounted the story with animated gestures. The words themselves weren't aggressive, but she just had to add a little something at the end. Was the first time you drank with him? Did he carry you? This was the attack strategy Skylar had painstakingly devised. A wide area strike based on the principle of I have it, you don't. Evelyn felt the attack, which was about as effective as a child's punch against an adult, and almost couldn't stifle a laugh. One amusing child. No, she admitted it frankly. While she knew life's various firsts held a special significance, a simple drink didn't mean much. The first time I pulled an all-nighter was with Leo. Have you? The first time I got a massage was with Leo. Have you? The first time I slept in a tent was with Leo. Have you? The first time I was chased by an angry fish farmer was with Leo. Have you? The first time I was curious and want to try a cigarette, Leo punched me. Have you? The repetitive sentence structure was giving Evelyn a headache. Though they were all trivial experiences, Skylar was so young. To have spent so many of her firsts with Leo was enough to create a deep sense of dependence. It would be a lie for Evelyn to say she felt nothing. Even as an observer, just hearing about a girl's many firsts being shared with the boy she liked would probably evoke some sense of awe and envy. But she wasn't an observer. She was a competitor. The story is really beautiful. But I'm his girlfriend. Dr. Shaw, you're playing dirty. Skylar wanted to cover her ears, but it was too late. The wicked woman had swiftly crushed her with a top-tier attack. Evelyn hadn't wanted to use her status as a trump card. After all, their relationship was a sham. But she had no choice. Skylar's defenses were maxed out, and she refused to engage in any other conversation. Though her attacks were weak, she kept chipping away like a persistent itch. For the first time, she felt that the title of girlfriend was actually quite useful. At least it stopped Skylar from bouncing around. Skylar, I acknowledge the beauty of your story, but it doesn't affect me. I asked you here simply to have a proper chat. No, I'm not done yet. Go on, I'm listening. Go into the River Valley Water Park. The first time a guy helped me tie the strap of my bikini top. The first time. As Skylar spoke, her voice grew quieter. All right. She admitted her attack power was low. Leo had said Dr. Shaw was just a patient. It wouldn't be right to go all out. I wasn't even trying. Okay, fine. Even when she tried, her attack power wasn't very high. In the end, Skylar was just moving her lips, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Evelyn looked at the still struggling Skylar and felt an inexplicable urge to smile. This little girl was really different. She wasn't some naive, sweet-hearted fool. Doing a psychological profile face-to-face revealed many different things. She could see Skylar's disappointment didn't strictly stem from Evelyn, the love rival, because none of her words contained any personal attacks or prejudice against Evelyn. Her emotions stemmed purely from being on the losing side of a battle. She would probably have the same expression if she went 0 to 8 in a video game. Most people, when faced with negative emotions, can't quickly identify the source. They just lash out indiscriminately or cry out, "Oh, cruel heavens, why are you so unfair to me?" Because this is an ability, one that comes from your upbringing, your family, all aspects of your life. Skylar undoubtedly possessed the ability to pinpoint the source of her negative emotions. Therefore, these feelings wouldn't last long. She would probably be smiling again the moment she walked out of this coffee shop. Because in her subconscious, this kind of win-loss negativity was as insignificant as a pebble in the grand scheme of her life. Most people know or have heard this principle. But a principle is just a principle. Evelyn, combining this with what she knew of Skylar's family, understood. Her parents must have invested a great deal to let their daughter experience this firsthand, teaching her through action rather than words. Not all rich kids have the same upbringing. There's no assembly line for manufacturing them. Skylar didn't have a massive allowance, which meant she hadn't developed a skewed concept of money. But her life was clearly comfortable. Instead of a large allowance, her parents had clearly given her many more precious gifts. Gifts that would make it easier for her to find happiness in life. The cost of these gifts far exceeded any allowance. Some people spend their whole lives healing from their childhood, but that clearly didn't include Skylar. She was the type who would probably never need to see a psychologist. Not because her life was destined to be smooth sailing, but because when difficulties arose, the hidden gifts within her would be the best psychologist, better than any in the world. Doing a psychological profile gave Evelyn more confidence in her grasp of the current situation. Her expression returned to one of calm. Facing a weak opponent with no ability to fight back, she had clearly won this battle. Skylar, we really can talk about things other than Leo. I'm sure we have common ground. Evelyn thought this girl was really amusing. Despite having no combat ability, her mouth was still opening and closing. She had no idea what she was saying. Evelyn stopped what she was doing, leaned her head forward slightly, and listened carefully to the mosquito-like whispers. She could faintly make out some keywords. Probably life, first time, Leo. Still the same? I have it. You don't sentence structure. Evelyn smiled. Still haven't given up attacking me? Still racking her brain to find more first with Leo. She tried to piece the keywords together. The sentence was probably, the first time I went to a guy's house for dinner late at night was with Leo. I ate his mother's cooking. Have you? Evelyn's smile vanished. Aren't you going to introduce this daughter-in-law to your father? She's not my daughter-in-law. Rick Miller, dressed in his security guard uniform, leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette, a look on his face that clearly said, "You're still trying to hide things from your old man?" "Hello, sir." Hey, hello. You're a pretty girl, a good match for my son. The old rogue had a loud voice and thick skin. He said such things without a hint of blush. The thought that his son might not be good enough for someone never even crossed his mind. Me, Rick Miller. My son isn't good enough for someone. He's more than good enough for you. Let's get to business. What's the situation with Ethan? This little thing won't hold him. He could just play dumb, act like the victim, and he'll be fine. Ethan is the victim. Yeah, the whole thing is on that Mel girl. Her chat history with her boyfriend is all going into the police report. The two of them planned to trick you, telling you they'd broken up, so they could use you as the leading man in a video to make money. Her case is a big deal, distributing it on the foreign internet for profit, fraud. She even sent the video to her boyfriend to edit on the spot. Leo's eyes widened. You, Mel, with your innocent face, you were lying? It wasn't entirely unexpected. It was just a shame that Ethan got away. If he was playing the victim, he'd probably be bailed out after his family paid some money. Oh well, it was an unexpected turn of events. Pissing him off was an unexpected bonus. Did Uncle Frank come get Ethan? Nope. Your Uncle Frank probably doesn't even know about this, because no one notified him. Don't they have to notify the family? Uncle Rick is family, too. I reported it as his uncle, and I stayed at the station the whole time. No need to bother anyone else. Leo's eyes lit up. If his uncle didn't know about this, there might still be something to work with. The two schemers turned and gave each other a knowing smile. Nothing more needed to be said. There's something else in our favor. Ethan acknowledged my status as his family. That means he doesn't dare let his father know about this. I wouldn't dare either. This was different from a typical fling. Even if his uncle was worldly, he was from an older generation. He'd probably spit up 3 liters of blood if he heard about such a complicated setup. Son, what are you afraid of? If you get caught for something like this, just call me. Your dad will only give you a thumbs up. Get lost. Isabella was listening in, completely lost. What were they talking about? A complicated setup. Something felt off, a little weird. What's going on? Ethan has some complicated tastes in his private life. He got caught, and your dad said they were originally trying to trap you. What can I say? When you're handsome, people scheme against you. Back at the Afterglow Lounge, Isabella had met Mel. They'd even had a bit of conflict. Leo, how many girlfriends do you have? None. What about Dr. Shaw? Oh, right. I almost forgot. She counts, I guess. Leo had deliberately avoided having Evelyn and Isabella meet. Isabella's combat power was too high, and her behavior was unpredictable. It could easily lead to unnecessary trouble. We're partners. Don't pay too much attention to my love life. Isabella stopped talking. She wasn't much of a talker anyway, but she was a woman of action, and she had already developed a strategy for dealing with Leo. In her mind, it was very clear. The partnership was the foundation, the thing that tied them together. Then, she would use the dominant CEO strategy she learned to slowly win him over in their daily interactions. Her investment was always intended to be a double win, in business and in love. She never shied away from that fact. She could afford to win, and she could afford to lose. But no one wants to lose, in business or in love. Leo's return to the family wasn't guaranteed to succeed, and her emotional campaign wasn't guaranteed to succeed either. Officially, both were high-risk ventures, so achieving both would be difficult. But consider this. If Leo fails to return to the family, and she loses with him, wouldn't the success rate of the emotional side be a little higher? She wouldn't come out a total loser, right? This was called risk hedging. But right now, Leo dared to slam the table and say he wouldn't come home to sleep. She had to pull back a bit. This wasn't cowardice. This was risk mitigation. Leo, I'm leaving first. Didn't you want the right to know? I'm going to go get the right to know about something else. Oh, okay. Leo also thought it was a bit weird to have her around for this kind of thing. Drive safe. Isabella drove the car a safe distance away from Leo's line of sight, then slowly pulled over. She dialed the contact labeled Dr. Shaw. Girlfriend? Ethan was successfully bailed out. A little thing like this really couldn't hold him. With minimal social impact, there were plenty of ways for him to get out. But the smartest thing Leo did was to put his Uncle Rick in charge of it. No one understood scumbag tactics better than Rick Miller. Look at the camera, nephew. I'm just letting your dad know you're safe. Uncle, please don't. Although Ethan immediately tried to cover the lens, it was too late. Rick had already secretly recorded countless videos during this whole ordeal. He'd even managed to get his hands on the combat footage. The trio of stooges followed behind the Miller father and son, their heads hanging low. The 5 of them piled into the used VW Jetta, the trio in the back, father and son in the front. Leo, you fucking set me up. Rocco had never had a good impression of Leo, and now that things had settled down, his anger erupted. Yeah, Go sue me. Leo leaned over the back of his seat, looking at the trio with amusement. Trios were a strange thing. You had the powerhouse trios, like the three sworn brothers from the ancient tales. And you had the comedy trios like the Three Stooges. Ethan reached out and pulled the raging Rocco back. Cousin, thank you, and Uncle Rick. Don't mention it. There's a fee. I'll pay whatever it costs. But please, keep this from my dad. Even an idiot like Ethan knew he'd been played. But he had to swallow his pride. If it were just a simple fling, Edward Miller wouldn't have cared. What he was worried about was his uncle asking him, "Why did Leo get you sent to jail?" What would he say? I came up with a brilliant plan to screw over Leo, to make sure he couldn't come to the family dinner. I just didn't expect the main character to be me. The mere thought of his father's eyes made him shiver. The communication between traditional fathers and sons was strange. Men, as they age, become less and less willing to express themselves, hiding their thoughts and feelings deep inside. Ethan sometimes wished his father would say more, even if it was just to yell at him. Anything was better than that look of disappointment. That look of disappointment in the dark had become a recurring nightmare of his youth. Leo, help me keep this quiet. I'll do anything. There's nothing for you to do. We're family, after all. Leo, do you really think so? Of course. Only the Miller father and son were left in the car. What have you really been doing all these years? Working as a security guard, what else? Rick took a sharp drag from his cigarette. He tried countless times to take his son out for a real man's rite of passage at a massage parlor. If you don't tell me, at the family dinner, I'm going to call Uncle Frank Dad. I'll acknowledge the thief as my father. What? Absolutely not. Rick was genuinely panicked. He stammered, as if he didn't know where to begin. Just tell me what you can do. I'm just counting the cards in my hand. If things really heat up, if it comes to a real fight. Southeast Asia or South America. That's my home turf. How much of a home turf? You'll see when the time comes. But I can't really help with things here in the country. I see. Leo's gaze drifted to the distance. He was finally about to walk through the gates of the Miller family home. That strange place. Do you want to go back to the Miller house? I have a way in. I can climb a wall or something. The guards will look the other way. I mean, walk in through the front door, openly and honorably. I do. Only Evelyn Shaw was left in the coffee shop. She ordered a second coffee, stirring it many times but not taking a single sip. Leo still hadn't contacted her. He's betting I'll be unsettled, caught in an internal spiral. Evelyn kept trying to guess Leo's next move. A guess, by definition, implies an uncertain answer. And the act of guessing itself means you're craving an answer you don't have. The complexity of her feelings couldn't be summed up in a few words. Especially after that line, "Ate his mother's cooking," entered her ears. Even Evelyn couldn't face her true feelings. So I'm not really a part of his world. Her thoughts told her, didn't you figure this out a long time ago? His motives are impure. But her feelings told her she wanted it. She was the girlfriend, but Skylar had things she didn't. Skylar is special. Her countless firsts have given her experiences a unique value. Evelyn quickly tried to regulate her emotions. She used a comparison method. If those firsts had happened to her, would she have been as happy as Skylar? Yes, but those firsts didn't mean much. And Skylar was special to Leo. It was normal for her not to be able to compare. Others wouldn't get such special treatment. Having quickly adjusted her emotions, Evelyn looked out the large glass window at the car that was slowly pulling up. Someone sitting alone in a coffee shop was obviously waiting for someone else. This guest wouldn't be special. In fact, she was the one with the least hope. There wouldn't be so many firsts between them. What would you like to drink? Not thirsty. Why so hostile? It's not like this is the first time we've met. They had met before for the USB drive exchange. Does it feel good to scheme behind people's backs? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm saying, does it feel good to be a disgusting cockroach crawling in a dark corner? You disgusting thing. Skylar could never have said something so aggressive in her entire life. Evelyn just smiled faintly at the insult. Are you here to fight? I thought you were going to tell me about your first. I am here to talk about a first. My first time with him. So Leo can only be in my bed. You can get lost. Ms. Vance, that a bit too domineering. Who sleeps in whose bed is ultimately a matter of personal choice. He's already made his choice. Talk is cheap. Want to go check my car? Isabella pulled out her phone and dangled it in front of Evelyn, indicating that while she didn't mind sharing the video, they couldn't exactly watch it in public. Evelyn's smile vanished again. A heart quietly shattered. Evelyn Shaw knew well that most emotional imbalances stem from overly high expectations. Therefore, in the few minutes it took to walk from the coffee shop to the car, she relentlessly forced herself to lower her expectations, hoping to reach a state where she could accept any outcome. Yes, she could accept anything. So, with a calm expression, she silently watched the entire video. Despite its 42-minute runtime, she ignored her dry eyes and forced herself not to look away. The final result proved that a person cannot, in fact, accept everything. This was truly unacceptable. But Evelyn still managed to maintain a composed demeanor. A psychologist cannot control their own inner feelings. They strive to accept everything that happens. Because a person cannot be perpetually positive, they can only acknowledge and accept the strange emotions that arise. Ms. Vance, I admit you got to me. You've achieved your goal. My goal wasn't to show you a movie. It was to tell you to get lost. As his girlfriend, seeing a video of my boyfriend with another woman is certainly a sign of a breakup. But some steps can be skipped. For example, I need to talk to my boyfriend first. Evelyn would not show weakness in front of an enemy. Showing weakness would only invite more aggression. Whatever you want. You're probably the only one who takes that title seriously. Isabella casually fiddled with the Funko Pop of Grogu on her dashboard, its bobbling head looking as smug as Leo. They really are alike. I don't take it seriously. Evelyn smiled. If you didn't, you wouldn't have met me today. Such a confident tone. Ms. Vance, do you dabble in psychology in your spare time? I don't have time to study that nonsense. It's just a woman's intuition. Isabella's hand suddenly reached out and rested on Evelyn's cheek. If I were crowned the victor, the first thing I would do is find all of you, give each of you a slap, or yell at you. In short, I would use my winner's mentality to loudly declare my sovereignty. Your act of sitting in a coffee shop waiting for me is essentially the same. Evelyn gently removed the hand from her cheek. Unfortunately, Ms. Vance, you are destined not to be the victor. This was a viewpoint Evelyn had long held. For example, she spent her days locked in her little dark room, with ample time and energy to study these seemingly meaningless things like calculating probabilities. In her view, Isabella and Leo were fundamentally incompatible, and they were even less compatible in other aspects. If, by some fluke, they did get married and have children, besides the fact that the child would probably be beautiful, she couldn't imagine a more miserable childhood. At least my odds are better than a fake's. I'm all ears. The word fake made Evelyn deeply uncomfortable. She disliked the word, but she decided to hear what an enraged Isabella had to say. Probably just a vent filled with profanities. Isabella did show some emotion, but her eyes held a look of genuine confusion. Aren't you a psychologist? You can't even see this. If Ms. Vance doesn't have any unique insights and is just trying to make me doubt myself with a series of questions, then you've chosen the wrong strategy. Haven't you noticed that Leo is extremely resistant to talking about feelings? Isabella couldn't imagine someone being so clueless. This is a psychologist? I could do this job. Anyone who spent any time with Leo could feel his deliberate avoidance. Isabella never considered that after the USB drive incident, Evelyn had only seen Leo once, and it was a maliciously motivated Leo at that. As for how Isabella saw it, simple. Leo was a young man in his early 20s, a stage where male hormones are raging, and she was the only one who had personally experienced Leo. No one knew better than her that Leo was a man with normal hormone secretion. Last time at the Cypress Lounge, when she'd said she wanted to test his orientation, she could see the suppressed desire in his eyes. She was actually quite happy about it. Your man desires you. That in itself is something to be happy about. But Leo had insisted on first giving a disclaimer of responsibility. As long as Isabella nodded and agreed to this disclaimer, that night would have likely seen a long-awaited workout session. After all, his car accident had caused amnesia, not Ethan's disease. Of course, she would never agree to such a disclaimer. What do you take me for? But from this, she could see that bringing up feelings with Leo right now was like giving reading glasses to a blind man. Working backward from the result made it simple. Everyone was lining up for a chance, so why wasn't this young man taking a bite? Because there were things he hadn't sorted out yet. This was an unsolvable problem, which was why he was so resistant. And from this, she understood Leo's attitude. He was saying, there's more to what's between us than just this physical stuff. Even if there hadn't been a disclaimer that night, if Leo had just devoured her and then acted like nothing happened the next day, would Isabella have killed him? Don't be ridiculous. Isabella laughed to herself just thinking about it. She'd already given him her first time. What was a second? This was something that was bound to happen with him eventually. So even though she hadn't gotten what she wanted, she was still very happy. Isabella would occasionally replay these details in her mind. She felt that a person like her was the furthest thing from a love-struck fool. Otherwise, at the Cypress Lounge, she would have thrown money at the top host to buy his freedom, not take him home as a pet. Initially, she just needed someone who suited her taste at home. Besides being an amusing pet, he could also manage the household. And she had to admit, The pet's job was difficult, suiting her taste, being good-looking, emotionally stable, interesting, and capable of handling things. So Isabella had planned to keep him for life. After all, she paid so many employees a salary every month. One more wouldn't make a difference. But he always managed to bring some surprises. Like when she first heard the no responsibility disclaimer at the lounge. She was angry at first, but after thinking about it, she wasn't angry anymore. He was admitting our feelings, wasn't he? From Evelyn's perspective, Ms. Vance's eyes were filled with affection, and she seemed to be on the verge of a silly grin. In her professional diagnosis, this was likely the precursor to a love-struck breakdown. She's probably creating a whole narrative based on Leo's actions. Oh no, she's fallen in love. I need to pull her out of this river of love. Now, back to the topic. Ms. Vance, it's normal for Leo to be resistant to feelings. Summer Lynn's influence on him. It's not Summer Lynn's influence. It's us. The interruption of her fantasy annoyed Isabella, and that annoyance was directed straight at Evelyn. Dr. Shaw, don't you get it yet? Let's divide Leo into 3 stages. Before the amnesia, right after he left the hospital, and after the USB drive incident. The Leo who just left the hospital was like a blank slate. I even used his gratitude as leverage to get him to sign a contract at his own home. He just obediently signed it. In the past, he never would have done that. The reason for all this was the blank space in his mind after the amnesia. So, deep down, he held on to a fantasy about his emotional experiences. He subconsciously believed that his relationships with us were happy. This fantasy, to some extent, masked the pain of his amnesia. He was actively trying to get his memories back, but none of us wanted to help him with that. We were deceiving him, hiding things. Nominally, we were all trying to help him resolve his past trauma, but no matter what you think, I believe I was wrong. Everything changed after that damned USB drive incident. After that, he decided that his lost memories were too complicated, so he began to subconsciously resist the past. He probably doesn't even realize it himself. I don't understand medicine, let alone complex neurology, but can I compare amnesia to a similar condition? For example, Leo loses his arm and becomes an amputee. An amputee's greatest wish wouldn't be to engage in family feuds and love affairs. Because when he can't pick up a bowl, has to write with his mouth, and can't even fight back when someone slaps him, he'll only live in endless pain, dreaming of getting his lost arm back. Do you think when Leo can't remember, when he's being played for a fool, he feels the same way? But look at the Leo now. Has he seen a doctor since he left the hospital? He hasn't even gone for a follow-up, because getting his memory back has become a very low priority for him. But he wasn't like that when he was discharged. An amputee who doesn't want his lost arm back. That in itself is a problem, isn't it? You, me, and even the seemingly innocent Skylar Reed. We are all destroying a poor, sick man. And you, doctor, you're the biggest culprit of all. Do you understand now? Isabella's voice was emotional, tears welling up in her eyes. She even slumped over the steering wheel, sobbing. She rarely admitted she was wrong, but she would review her actions. It was an occupational hazard. Lately, she'd been tossing and turning at night. She felt she was right, but she often had a feeling she was wrong. She was an adult. She knew that strange behavior toward the opposite sex could stem from the existence of love. Dr. Shaw, I don't know what love is. That concept doesn't exist in my world. What I pursued were all very superficial things. So superficial that as long as Leo stayed at home, cooked, did chores, and made me happy, I would give him the money he wanted. I thought it could be like that forever, a stable transaction of equal value. But Dr. Shaw, why am I crying? I'll pay you for a consultation. Tell me, why do I cry when in the dead of night I picture Leo weeping in pain because of my deceit? Isabella had wanted to see Evelyn for a while. Her sleep was suffering. The problem with reviewing your actions is that the more you review, the more you find. When tiny details are put under a microscope, they inevitably reveal 1,000 flaws. She couldn't figure it out, so she just tossed and turned in bed, oscillating between right and wrong. Her concept of love was vague, or rather, for everything, she required a specific explanation. For example, she never accepted concepts like minor losses in meetings. How exactly did we lose? Show me the data, the reports. Break it down for me. I don't want abstract concepts. This was her operational logic. But some things are destined to have no specific explanation. Unless you tell her, love is eating many meals together. Love is being willing to give without getting anything in return. Love is wanting him to always be at home. Love is crying for him. Perhaps only then could she truly understand and nod in realization that she loved him. So she would never realize it. If it wasn't for love, who would toss and turn at night? Ms. Vance, all behavioral changes stem from changes in cognition. Be more specific. If you trust my professional expertise, perhaps you could tell me how you plan to interact with Leo in the future. Evelyn was a very professional psychologist. She was taking Isabella's request seriously. But if the answer was simply you might be in love with him, then what was the point of psychologist? Any AI could give that answer. Everything had to be analyzed from behavior and traced back to behavior. Why should I tell you? What? How can she change her mind so quickly? Weren't you the one who asked me? I just want to construct your psychological model from your future plans. Not necessary. I have my own way of solving things. Then why did you offer to pay for a consultation? My solution involves you. It will probably make you uncomfortable. Hence the payment. Evelyn frowned, waiting for Isabella's next words. From now on, stay away. Don't appear in our world. Our world, as in you and Leo? Leo and I are partners now. Does a business relationship conflict with private interaction? Yes, because you are a troublemaker. Isabella had wanted to find Evelyn for a long time, simply to tell her to get lost. It was clear she had done a lot of preparation to ensure Evelyn would make the decision to leave for good. Dr. Shaw, what do you think a patient needs? Treatment? No. Support. Isabella's long, narrow eyes were full of aggression. She continued, back to the original topic. Why does the fake girlfriend have the lowest chance of winning? Because Leo has no intention of getting into a relationship with anyone. So you're already out of the game. Your logic is a bit fanciful. Remember what I said? It's only when we truly talk about feelings that Leo subconsciously resists. The fact that you became his girlfriend proves he has no intention of having a real relationship with you. Bang. Crash. Actually, there was no bang or crash. Using apocalyptic imagery for every mental shock is too broad. Evelyn's inner world was more like a multi-layered spiderweb being instantly incinerated by a flamethrower. Boom! The multi-layered spiderweb was the mental protection she had built for herself. Things like be clear-headed, Leo has ulterior motives, and just be aware of what's really going on. But in that moment, she realized the web wasn't protecting her. It was a form of self-hypnosis. She had hoped to use this method to accept the girlfriend status. If she had been truly clear-headed, she would never have accepted this title so readily. Would she? It was these mental protections that had allowed her to accept it so recklessly. No feelings. Even as she constantly tried to adjust, a sour feeling welled up in her heart. It was the pain of having a truth revealed. And that pain, in turn, gave her a strange thrill. It's hard to describe the psychology of a person like this. Perhaps it's like the ice and fire part of a full-service massage. Yes, maybe everyone is a potential masochist. I didn't find you after the USB drive incident because I was a part of it too. I didn't have the face to scold you. But from now on, don't jump out and disturb Leo's new life. I'm just treating his illness. I don't understand psychological illnesses, but it's clear Leo doesn't need any help in that area right now. His psychological illness is very serious. It must be treated. I'm not joking. Are you the only psychologist in the world? Isabella wasn't speaking from the perspective of a love rival. She didn't see Evelyn as one, because she knew that right now, none of these people had a chance. Not unless Leo woke up one day with his memory restored. In fact, that mysterious fiancé was more worthy of attention. I'd better keep the video. Evelyn walked home alone, leaving her car at the coffee shop. She was in no state to drive. Her mind was in a daze. Isabella's attempt at brainwashing her was a bit clumsy, but some of her words kept replaying in her mind. Am I the only one still stuck in the past? Evelyn looked up at the river of cars on the highway overpass. The conversation had lasted until evening. Street vendors were setting up their stalls, the smoke and sizzle of everyday life contrasting with the glowing lights of the CBD. It felt like walking between two worlds. Skylar, after learning she was the girlfriend, had remained steadfast in her own plans. She would continue her life of adventure. Summer Lynn, after finding out, hadn't bombarded her with calls as expected. She hadn't even contacted Evelyn. No one knew what she was doing. Isabella had simply tied herself to Leo as a business partner, dismissing her with contempt and even issuing a warning. As Leo moved into new stages of his life, they were all walking their own chosen paths. So, what is it that connects me so closely to Leo? Evelyn's drinking was no secret. She had a glass every night. She wanted one today, but she rarely drank with others outside her home. So she returned to her dark little room. There was no Leo hiding behind the door to give her a big surprise. She lit a candle. Her sickly face flickered in the wavering candlelight. This was her daily life. Receiving patients eager to pass on their painful emotions, reading books, and occasionally taking the files from the shelf to sun them in the warm afternoon. changing the paintings in the room from time to time, the only one that would never come down being a print of Aphrodite. In this developed modern city, apart from necessary errands, she could stay in this room forever. She could feel her thoughts and feelings at war. This was directly manifested in her thoughts telling her, you should sit at the desk, have a drink, and then go to bed. But her feelings were filled with anticipation. She hoped the door would be knocked on in the next second. Outside would be a vibrant Leo, telling her with a cheeky grin, I slept until now, my bad. Who sleeps until it's dark? But it didn't matter. She was willing to believe it, had to believe it. But the door was destined to remain silent. Yet her heart kept hoping. Gradually, she began to connect everything. This was easy work for her. Leo hates me. So he's trying to use the feeling of love to constantly pull me back and forth, to make me feel pain. This is his revenge for me interfering in his life. Evelyn kept muttering these words. This behavior was to establish an emotional link between subject and object. This involves knowledge of certain niche fetishes that can't be detailed here. To put it more simply, she was creating an image in her mind, using the repeated muttering of these words as a link to derive pain from Leo's image. Many people have this habit when crying from being hurt. For example, after a fight with a girlfriend, if you're the one who was hurt, you will mutter the harsh words she said to you. Why does this happen? Yes, because you're enjoying the cry. You are deliberately using emotional self-harm to intensify the pain, to make the emotion stronger and thus more satisfying. There's nothing shameful about it. People who like spicy food are essentially enjoying the pleasure derived from pain. It's important to correctly understand your psychological needs. Everything was as calm as if nothing had happened. Evelyn still sat at the table, her face placid. I'm going to cut ties with Leo. All the mental suggestions had been shattered by Isabella's attack. She could no longer continue to fall into Leo's rhythm. This was actually a good thing for her. In just one day, she had fallen into his trap of emotional tug-of-war. She couldn't think clearly. She would enjoy and crave that feeling, pushing her rational thoughts aside. A clear-headed Evelyn was ready to leave Leo's life for good. I forgive myself for being so muddled these past 2 days. Leo felt like he was going to die from being so busy. He rushed to Evelyn's house. He knew about the bloodbath at the coffee shop in the afternoon, at least the part with Skylar. The little girl had called to brag about it, but no one had mentioned the part with Isabella. So Leo had been proceeding according to his original plan. He really had no feelings for Evelyn. Why should he? First, from what he knew, they had been doctor and patient, and then she had suddenly confessed. There was too much missing information. From his perspective, Evelyn was the one who should be telling the story. The fact that she wouldn't meant there was something bad in it. Second, her personality was too dark. Leo had to admit that everyone has a dark side, but you couldn't be that dark. You had to pull back the curtains and see the sun sometimes. Leo wasn't that bad of a guy, playing the jerk, messing with her feelings, and then ruthlessly dumping her. That was too low-class for him. He just wanted to make her life a bit more fulfilling. As for sending pictures and then not answering the phone, Leo admitted that was a bit mean. But it was a fast way to get a reaction. He didn't have that much time to waste on her. Evelyn should have realized by now that I'm just messing with her. The logic of his plan was simple. Take a woman who spent all her time moping in a dark room, let her experience the outside world and develop expectations, then give her the cold shoulder for a bit to make her hit rock bottom. Feelings can be deceiving. Evelyn would surely develop a faint hope for a life outside the dark room. But Leo had no intention of dating her. At that point, Leo would show up and say, let's talk properly, let's get along, I'll take you out to have fun. If you want to be my girlfriend, fine, it's just a title, whatever. But I'm not responsible for anything. Wasn't it better for everyone to just have a good time? Before the door to Evelyn's apartment opened, these were genuinely the thoughts in his head. He swore, if he had known that Isabella had met with her privately and made her decide to leave his life for good, he would have celebrated at the Cypress Lounge with a bottle of champagne. He would never have set foot in her house again. But when the door opened and he saw the scene inside, Leo felt like a complete and utter moron. He was so shocked he audibly gasped. HSSSSSS.